Parousia, on the end of philosophy and the law of liberation. Instead of a beginning, a belated answer to Klaus Kusinowski. Did you ever read the Bible?
The Bible? He reflects. I must have taken a look at it.
Do you remember the Gospels?
I remember the maps of the Holy Land. Colored they were. Very pretty. The Dead Sea was pale blue. The very look of it made me thirsty. That's where we will go, I used to say. That's where we will go for our honeymoon. We'll swim, we'll be happy.
You should have been a poet.
I was. Gesture towards his rags. Isn't that obvious? Silence.
Where was I? How's your foot?
Swelling visibly.
Ah yes, the two thieves. Do you remember the story?
No.
Shall I tell it to you?
No.
It'll pass the time. Pause. Two thieves, crucified at the same time as our Savior. 1.
Our what?
Our Savior. Two thieves. One is supposed to have been saved and the other. He searches for the contrary of saved. Damned.
Saved from what?
Hell.
I'm going. He does not move. To you, sensing grasses and twilight, you are aware what would grow towards in front of the window. Follow lies towards the word to your mercy, which only reaches you shortened barley across the swell of the leaves. Past you, the Scots pine's place slips away such soft light as its horizon, drawing itself fluently out of the bark. The constant bearing of the leaves breaks softly through a hearing when it shines to you discoloredly. At the sound of snow, already not far anymore, steps out of the wood he trays into outlinelessness. Itself purpose is no a blinding which is not directed to a place. Light to you set angularly, not escape point, not even barley. Any more is middle, and watery only it stands in the farthest. Is room to you to breathe, a mirror in which you don't recognize yourself. Scheduled day for you to be silent and not subservient to sense is who only is imposed by death. Withdrawn from the eye, do you look for the shadow, elsewhere, which was otherwise measured by sun so finitely? Are still fleeing in the breath of the apple trees, and that envelopes you, that scent is at the same time and sweetness of death, growing on streams along trees and depth of thought, beyond you, washed out by the light. The dense dead snow, you listen to him until night he puts through the eye you to sleep. Desecrated hesitates the cold and harshly extending forest encloses holiness for you. Dead silence. The twixt-burned discord continues in silence which on the depths settles. In the bolted courtyards hides scarceness. You move in, from there exists no escape. In each the ice canyons lie splintered, the spruces grey and rotting on the cranial wall. Seamlessly cold, death offers himself to the heaven, the plain of finitude of snow, you as opposite expanse, draped by fires. His day will come when there at feet the grievance turns ash, he mixed to dust. Knowing the sun, but digging away on you through skirts of zoos which fall, prey to the ash.
Parousia, on the end of philosophy and the law of liberation. Present talk of inadequate conditions is a cover for the tolerance of oppression. For the revolutionary, conditions have always been ripe. What in retrospect appears as a preliminary stage or a premature situation was once for a revolutionary a last chance for change. A revolutionary is with the desperate people for whom everything is on the line, not with those who have time. Max Horkheimer. There is in every social formation a particular branch of production which determines the position and importance of all the others, and the relations obtaining in this branch accordingly determine the relations of all other branches as well. It is as though light of a particular hue were cast upon everything, tinging all other colors and modifying their specific features, or as if a special ether determined the specific gravity of everything found in it. Karl Marx, MEW 13, p. 637. Under the conditions of the capitalist mode of production, the all-dominant production is that of accumulable surplus value, the principle of which, the utilization of value, determines all produced objects into exchange values. The exchange of exchange values has meaning only when the thing to be exchanged is equal in value but different in substance, for the exchange of the identical, of a kilo of gold for a kilo of gold of the same quality, would be the conversion of absolute rationality into insanity. The pure exchange value, the formal equivalence atua, is the nothing that hungers for the something. This formulation borrows from one of Jacob Boehme, whose object, of course, was not the valorization of value, but the analogous of an empty identity referring to itself. His argument is the model of that of absolute idealism, which in turn is determinative of the theory of the utilization of value. The more the production of valorizable values determines all productions, the greater becomes the hunger for substantials, which are necessary to sustain the production of exchange values. Exchange value requires the objects that resist subsumption under it in order to constitute themselves through their subsumption. Intellectual production can be one of surplus value when the producer is the wage labour of a capitalist, but it can hardly be one of surplus value accumulable in the form of capital fix, of means of production, where it does not involve the invention of new techniques of production or the scientific investigation of their conditions. Literary production, according to its empirical form, is artisanal and therefore, according to the model of the publishing system, can only be formally subsumed to capital. In its essence, however, it resembles the prevailing one, which is for the utilization of value. Secondary literature is largely the utilization of sources, the transformation of theory into the capital fix of the scientific enterprise. Only from the constraints of the academic process of exploitation, publish or perish, which has been detached from the real process of reproduction, can one understand the courage of many authors of secondary literature, in view of the distance between their texts and the original dealt within them, to publish them even when the originals are available. If the respective last state of the discussion, even if it does not document more than the methodical paralysis of reflection and the strict observance of the prohibition of thinking, is passed off as the most advanced one, then the scientific discussion is analogous to the accumulation of the capital fix, and in accordance with the depreciating of functioning capitals brought about by the development of the productive forces, then also the older literature appears as devalued, obsolete. Even if the complete doctrinal run of scientific discussion, which in many cases keeps in motion only a terminology without meaning, is not as susceptible to crisis as the production of exchange values without use value in the real production process, the recent sales crisis in linguistics nevertheless signals that there is also in the academic field a need for originals to be devalued. The progress of accumulation is the condition of the stability of the capitalist mode of production in which the valorization of value corresponds to the devaluation of previously created value. The permanent reform, which does not change anything essential, becomes the agent of the perpetuation of the evil. The esotericist opposes this like the revolutionary. Quote, "It is indeed not time to display in kiosks what we believe, probably not entirely wrongly, to hold in our hands, rather, it seems time to think of a bomb-proof shelter." Perhaps the dialectic of the matter lies in this, to give the truth, which is nothing less than smoothly joined, a custody that is as smoothly joined as a steel cassette. Walter Benjamin, since cities are destroyed by speculation as effectively as by bombs, truth is no longer safe from the academic and political argument trade even in the steel cassette of esotericism. To confide in the truth is considered as unscientific as it is politically unwise. If it is sacrificed to political practice, the substance is taken from it, but to want to bring it into safety against the coordinated attacks of the scientific establishment and solidary stultification would be tantamount to its neutralization into a tradable cultural asset. The danger threatens both the existence of the tradition and its recipients. For both it is one and the same, to give oneself up to the tool of the ruling class. In every epoch, attempts must be made to wrest tradition anew from the conformism that is about to overwhelm it. Walter Benjamin, for the historical materialist, the idea of a dignified existence, on which alone political practice could orient itself, neither comes to him out of the empty sky, nor does it spring from the vision of a supposedly indestructible essence of man. Rather, it grows out of history as its other, before which it becomes a single catastrophe. The evolution of the bourgeois conception of history is one from that of Bayle, who could see nothing in history but a collection of the crimes and misfortunes of the human race, to that of Condorcet, for whom it was the medium of man's infinite perfectibility. Quote, "And what a spectacle is presented to the philosopher by the image of a human race freed from all chains, escaped from the dominion of chance and the enemies of progress, advancing safely and proficiently in the path of truth, virtue, and happiness, a spectacle which consoles him over the errors, the crimes, the injustices which still disfigure the earth." Quote, end. From the same past that Bayle realistically describes as horrific, Condorcet extrapolates a state of eternal peace and human happiness. These two conceptions of history are not simply disjunctive, for the recognition of crime and misfortune as crime and misfortune and not merely as historical facts always already presupposes the idea of right as well as that of happiness. If these ideas are not to be revelations of a transcendent instance, they must result from that history of crimes and misfortunes. History as a tactical process must then produce the ideas before which the historical facts cannot stand. The charismos thus torn open between the facts and the idea is to be bridged by the concept of development, the progressive approach of the facts to the idea, which thus appears as causa finalis of the real historical process. The critical distance of the idea to the factual is the movens of its change, through which this distance is to be reduced until, in the perspective of the future, idea and factuality coincide. Under the condition of the successive reduction of the distance of idea and real process, the latter appears as that of the realization of the idea. But as long as the idea is not realized, it remains transcendent to the facts, and if only the factual can act on the factual, it is not possible to see how the idea can be realized at all. This moves Kant to the aporetic construction of causality from freedom, which seeks to prove the possibility of the presence of an ideal, the intelligible character, in the factual, in empirical man. The intelligible character is supposed to subordinate the real actions of empirical human beings to the moral demand of an ideal generality, humanity. Quote, "The moral law is holy, inviolable. Man is unholy enough, but humanity in his person must be holy to him." Kant, Critique of Practical Reason. The ideal generality of humanity is not empirically graspable by finite subjects. The possibility of the presence of an ideal generality in the empirical actions of finite subjects therefore presupposes, according to Kant, the separation of ideal and empirical motives. Quote, "To the practical law, therefore, must never be counted a practical precept which carries with it a material, hence empirical, condition. For the law of the pure will, which is free, places this in a quite different sphere from the empirical, and the necessity which it expresses, since it is not to be a natural necessity, can therefore consist merely in formal conditions of the possibility of a law at all." Quotation, end. The condition of the possibility of the critical distance of the idea from the factual is the absolute separation of idea and facticity. Since finite beings cannot be equal to the infinite task of bridging the gap between idea and empirical reality, paradoxically, for the sake of the presence of the ideal in human beings, the reality of the ideal in the empirical, the kingdom of God on earth, is relegated to the infinite distance of the end of the time series, so that finally the traversal of the empty time series, the infinite progressus, becomes the only evidence of the reality of the moral idea. The endless delay of the Parousia would only under the postulate of immortality not amount to the higher cheating, the philosophical cheating of man. Quote, "It always remains strange here, that the older generations only seem to do their laborious business for the sake of the later ones, namely, to prepare for them a stage from which they can raise the building that nature intends, and that only the latest ones should have the happiness to live in the building on which a long series of their ancestors had worked, admittedly without their intention, without themselves being able to take part in the happiness that they prepared." Kant, Idee zu einer allgemeinen Geschichte in weltbürgerlicher Absicht. If the historical development follows an intention of nature, then this nature becomes an acting subject, whose actions contradict the moral law, because this demands, act in such a way that you use humanity in your person, as in the person of every other at any time, at the same time as an end, never as a mere means. The teleological orientation of history towards a state of cosmopolitan freedom cannot be reconciled with the individual's claim to autonomy, the precondition of morality and self-consciousness. The insight that those natural endowments which are aimed at the use of man's, reason develop completely only in the species, but not in the individual, lets Kant, against the proposition of the inderivability of freedom founded by him, derive it as a condition of the stability of the reproduction process of the species in the unfolded commodity economy. Furthermore, civil freedom cannot be touched now very well, without feeling the disadvantage of it in all trades, primarily the trade, but thereby also the decrease. The mystical conception of the presence of humanity in each individual, which found its rational expression in the moral law, is thus brought down to the bare fact that each individual is dependent on all others through the world market. Kant's concept of history is that of a blind, conceptless development to reason. Nature has willed that man should bring everything that goes beyond the mechanical arrangement of his animal existence entirely out of himself and become partaker of no other bliss or perfection than that which he has procured for himself free from instinct, by his own reason. The formulation is antinomian, for Kant nature is the epitome of all mechanical relations and can never be a subject that has a will, plus one that compels human beings to emancipate themselves from it. The antinomy seems to be settled by Kant's distinction between constitutive and regulative use of the idea. An idea is used regulatively when it directs the understanding to a certain goal, in prospect of which the lines of direction of all its rules converge in one point, which, although only an idea, focus imaginarius, lying entirely outside the limits of possible experience, nevertheless serves to create for them the greatest unity alongside the greatest expansion. The regulative idea orders cognitions, not facts. Nevertheless, the regulative idea is to become constitutive for the historical development, not yet by seizing the masses, but already by directing the ambition of the heads of state and their servants to the only means which can bring their praiseworthy reputation to the latest time. The teleological interpretation of historical development can only be brought as an analogy to meaningful human action, whether nature or the honor-seeking heads of state are the virtual subjects. Teleology, even where it is only the representation of the expediency of the organization of natural beings, has the structure of self-consciousness, for only that which, according to Kant, the purpose of nature is supposed to be, of itself cause and effect, and every merely natural teleological process is always already interpreted according to the model of self-consciousness. It can be so interpreted because human beings can have self-consciousness only as natural beings. Anima vegetativa and anima sensitiva are objective conditions of anima rationalis, and the objective conditions of self-consciousness necessarily appear to it as its conditions. As heteronymous conditions they would not be the conditions of self-consciousness, but if they are its conditions, then they can be interpreted as its causes and as its effects. The epistemological difference of constitutive concept and regulative idea is antinomic, because self-consciousness is only possible as a result of self-reflection, of thinking referring to itself, which is activity and at the same time object of this activity. But if the natural historical process up to the development of beings capable of thinking and the generic historical process up to the development of thinking beings is the precondition for self-consciousness, then self-consciousness would have to declare itself fictitious and fall back even behind the fixed point of Descartes' doubt, if it wanted to put its own material preconditions under the reservation of a merely regulative idea. If, on the other hand, it interprets its material presuppositions as results of a teleologically organized process, then this necessarily appears as realization of the reasonable self-consciousness by itself. With the epistemological difference of constitutive concept and regulative idea, self-consciousness, which presupposes itself as real, at the same time erases the ontological difference of causa efficiens and causa finalis, for it is itself at the same time cause, effect, and purpose. In traditional metaphysics, the difference between potency and act was used to assert the difference between necessary condition and sufficient cause and thus a contingent relation between possibility and reality. Determined being could be or not be, it was, if it was, not a necessary being. Finite being proved by its existence its possibility, but by its finiteness at the same time the possibility of its non-being, it could come into being and pass away. According to this doctrine, the transition of potency into act, of possibility into reality, required a being that was necessarily being and not possibly being, but possibly also not being, because a being that also cannot be, cannot have the reason of its being in itself, in its existence. It is referred to the creating principle as the sufficient reason of being, to the actus purus. The contingent relation of possibility and reality is the condition of the salvation of the individual particular, which, even if it is not thought of as being necessary but only as being accidental and thus of the possibility and reality, is the condition of the salvation of the individual particular, which, even if it is not thought of as being necessary but only as being accidental and thus of the possibility also as being non-existent, must therefore not necessarily be thought of as a nullity, if the true ground of its being is God. Theology promised redemption to the individual soul, which as a particular soul was only accidental, although redemption in its theological form was only apparent, for it was to be effected precisely by the soul's detachment from the principium individuationis, matter, so that its return into the general was only the negation of its difference from the general, its death as self. As little as the idea of redemption is constructible in theology, because it necessarily again amounts to the subsumption of the particular under the general, so the opposite of this subsumption was intended in the theological construction of the immortal soul. The individual was to be more than a necessarily accidental specimen of the species. As a consequence of the impossibility of the theoretical construction of the salvation of the particular, Hegel drew in the difference of possibility and reality, of necessary condition and sufficient reason, and the theological one of world and God with it. Possibility, formally determined, is the disproportionless, indeterminate container for everything in general. If in the concept of possibility is not conceived the exclusive of the necessarily real, if there is no criterion for what can be real and what cannot, the concept of possibility becomes that of the inconsistent multiplicity all. Therefore, everything since it can be both real and not real is as much a contradictory and therefore impossible thing. In order to obtain a consistent concept of possibility, this must be restricted to that of real possibility, which is logically to be determined only as that of what is necessarily possible. Only of the real can it be said that it is necessarily possible. Thus reality is identical with itself in its distinguished, the possibility. As this identity it is necessity. Hegel. Possibility, to which no reality corresponds, cannot be reasonably thought. What lies between reason as self-conscious spirit and reason as existing reality, what separates that reason from the latter and does not allow it to find satisfaction in it, is the fetter of some abstract that is not liberated to the concept. Hegel. Because possibility, to which no reality corresponds, cannot be reasoned, there can be for Hegel no difference of self-conscious spirit and reality. The latter is for him always already the realized self-conscious spirit present in reality, thus reality is always already redeemed. Against this logical consequence, Kant and Marx held on to the discrepancy of self-consciousness and reality, because self-consciousness, which is constituted only by the general reason of the species, can nevertheless always be only one of particular men. The general of the reason of the genus is not the free reality of the self-conscious spirit, but the historical development to the unity of men in society and in reason is pathologically imposed on it. Quote, men make their own history, but they make it not of their own free will, not under self-chosen, but under immediately found, given, and handed down circumstances. The tradition of all dead generations weighs like an Alp on the brains of the living. MEW 8, page 115. If people do not make their history of their own free will, then this history cannot be adequately grasped by a theory of acting people, for this theory must assume that intentions, conditions, actions, and results prove consistent in it. If intentions and actions fail, or if results are incompatible with intentions, then no reasonable theory of action is possible. The consistency it presupposes is real only for the victors. Benjamin answers the question of whom the historians of historicism empathize with, inevitably with the victor. In identifying with the victor, the theory of action proves itself to be the legitimate heir of historicism. There are authors who once counted themselves to the Frankfurt School and who today, without hesitating for a moment in view of the facts presented here, set about the differential diagnostic differentiation of the various varieties of historicism and their numbering. Its strained scientific sincerity has ever already made the pact with the rulers, however much it pretends to be politically liberal. On the other hand, the history of defeat seems to be reasonable only from the anticipated victory as its prehistory. This explains the compulsive character of the optimism of the socialist theory of history, not only that of the Second International, which, despite all differentiations in the concept of progress, must transfigure the victims into necessary ones, and which for this very reason can take its time. In every defeat, the self-confidence of the strugglers is shattered by the objective conditions, in order to rise again once and for all on the regulative idea of the virtual final victory. Quote, from this contradiction between the intensification of the task and the lack of preliminaries for its solution in an initial phase of revolutionary development, it follows that the individual struggles of the revolution formally end in defeat. But the revolution is the only form of war. This is also its special law of life, where the final victory can be prepared only by a series of defeats. The whole path of socialism, as far as revolutionary struggles are considered, is sown with defeats. And yet this same history leads step by step to final victory. Rosa Luxemburg, order reigns in Berlin. Benjamin opposes this. The social democracy was pleased to play the role of the redeemer of future generations to the working class. In doing so, it cut the tendon of its best strength. In this school, the class lost as much hatred as the will to sacrifice. For both feed on the image of the enslaved ancestors, not on the ideal of the liberated grandchildren. Quote, end. Understandable as this appeal is in a situation in which, at the latest since 1914, the proletariat of the advanced industrial countries, when armed, turned the weapons on behalf of the rulers against themselves instead of against them. It only seeks to preserve the impulse to revolt and is not able to establish the theory of the conditions on which this impulse, from which the fascist mass movements also profited, perishes. The history of defeats cannot be constructed by the historical materialist, because the theoretical construction presupposes the unity of consciousness and thus grants it a place beyond the history it is constructing. For the constructor, the defeats cannot be his defeats, except at the price of the destruction of the unity of consciousness, of the transition to historyless blind action, which then becomes the act of self-destruction of political self-consciousness. If the history of defeats cannot be theoretically constructed, the objective conditions of defeats can be the object of reflection. The discrepancy between conscious intention and the objective conditions against which it breaks down determine the theoretical shape of this reflection as ideology critique. Quote, in the social production of their lives, people enter into certain necessary relations that are independent of their will. Relations of production which correspond to a certain stage of development of their material productive forces. Just as one cannot judge what an individual is by what he thinks himself to be, so one cannot judge such an epoch of upheaval from its consciousness, but must rather explain this consciousness from the contradictions of material life, from the existing conflict between social productive forces and relations of production. MEW 13, page 8f. Consciousness, which faithfully states the dynamics of the contradiction of productive forces and relations of production in terms of natural science, must either stand beyond this mode of production, or else it must transcend the ideological forms in which men become conscious of this conflict and fight it out by its own power, so that it arrives at the objective knowledge of the material ground of these forms. The possibility of the abolition of the ideological form of consciousness lies in its ability to reflect on its own conditions, which it constitutes as self-consciousness by proving itself to be dependent on material conditions. This dependence is abolished in constituted self-consciousness, but only virtually, for factually self-consciousness remains bound to the material conditions of the existence of its bearers. If consciousness thinks of its material conditions as its sufficient ground, then it apparently gains this itself through the surrender of the difference to objectivity. It appears as an ideological reflection of this objectivity, the truth of which could only be guaranteed by a Descartesian God, who would take care of the correspondence of objectivity and the truth of its ideological reflection. Even the absolute idealism of Hegel had been able to enforce the identity of necessary conditions and sufficient reason only by charging the difference to the individually existing Dasein, which is only condition, as deficit, from which it perishes, as it is called in a significant equivocation. Quote, the condition is therefore first of all an immediate, manifold Dasein. Second, this Dasein is related to another, to something that is ground, not of this Dasein, but in other respects. Hegel. In the capitalist mode of production, the Dasein of the proletarians is related to the ground, not of their Dasein, but of the utilization of value, which requires their Dasein, but which is only the ground of their Dasein as proletarians, not of their Dasein as individually existing human beings, who have the claim to be subject, which bourgeois society formally concedes to everyone. The enforced identity of necessary condition and sufficient reason in the theory corresponds to the deprivation of citizens, who possess their labor power as their only property, to objects, neutral labor forces. The scientifically faithful constatement of the production process, the analysis of the objective conditions of the failure of the intentions of the proletarians as self-conscious citizens, make these intentions the mockery of the theory, which as rational necessarily pacts with what those intentions are destroyed by. If Marx had been the objectivist, as he is interpreted on the basis of the quoted passage, he could only have delivered the justification of the process he analyzed, and at most, like later the theoreticians of the Second International, could have counted on the fact that from this process those relations worthy of human beings resulted, which would stand in a qualitative difference to it. But Marx had shown with the analysis of the necessarily idealistic structure of the exploitation process that under the conditions of the capitalist mode of production the proletarians could exist only for something else, the exploitation of value, and not also as being for themselves, that they could not participate in the autonomy and freedom claimed for all according to bourgeois ideology. In bourgeois ideology all subjects figure equally as owners of commodities, except that capital disposes of the objective conditions of labor, of the means of production, while the proletarians dispose only of their labor power. The same legal relations that were supposed to guarantee the autonomy and freedom of all subjects serve, qua property title to the means of production, to maintain a relationship of domination that is now economically mediated and that degrades the proletarians to mere functional elements of the exploitation process. The analysis of the mode of production proves it to be incompatible with the proletarians' claim to self-consciousness, which was set with the legal relation. The agitational moment of the theory is the provocation that its results should be for the proletarians. Quote, "One must make the real pressure more oppressive by adding to it the consciousness of the pressure, the ignominy more ignominious by publicizing it. One must force the petrified conditions to dance by singing their own melody to them. One must teach the people to be frightened of themselves in order to give them courage." MEW 1, page 381. In the theory of pauperization, the result of the exploitation process and the addressee of the provocation coincide in the concept of the proletariat. Through the formation of a class with radical chains, this class is to be forced by its immediate situation, by material necessity, by its chains themselves to form the need and the ability of general emancipation. The constitution to the historical subject is the necessary condition of the self-preservation of the working class. Thus, the condition of the preservation of a really existing would have forced the opening of a possibility qualitatively different from reality. The working class, which can no longer provoke to a historical but only to a human title, does not orient possibility to reality but to the conditions of its survival, which presupposed a radical transformation of reality. For them, revolutionary action and reality ability coincided. For them, blowing up the continuum of history would have been an act of self-preservation and self-constitution of the historical subject at the same time. Instead, the last days of humanity dawned. Quote, "If one wants to regard history as a text, then what a recent author says of literary ones applies to it. The past has laid down in them images that can be compared to those captured by a light-sensitive plate. Only the future has at its disposal developers strong enough to bring the image to light with all its details." Walter Benjamin. In the development of Marx's theory, it can be demonstrated how the emergence of details can decisively shift the center. The concept of production is central for Marx from the beginning, even its idealistic version is defended against Feuerbach's materialism. Quote, "The main defect of all previous materialism is that the object, reality, sensuousness, is grasped only under the form of the subject or of the view, but not as human sensuous activity, practice, not subjective. Hence it happened that the active side, in contrast to materialism, was developed by idealism but only abstractly, since idealism, of course, does not know real sensuous activity as such." MEW 3, page 533. Against the idealist theory of the pure productivity of the spirit is set the materialist theory of production, which does not abstract from the representational conditions of production. Quote, "The objective being works objectively, and it would not work objectively if the objective did not lie in its determination of essence. It creates itself only objects, because it is set by objects. In the only labor process, but at the same time the exploitation process of capital, it is common that not the worker applies the labor condition, but vice versa, the labor condition applies the worker, but only with machinery does this inversion receive technically tangible reality." Quote, "And, through the development of production machinery, the work processes in society also become increasingly technically interdependent, the individual productions in themselves organized into a social one. On the side of the economy this has the consequence that the individual capitals in themselves become social and thus dependent on the entire economic process and the individual capitalists become mere agents of the capitals functioning in it. Through the self-valorization of value, it becomes an automatic subject whose functional organs are the real subjects. The utilization of value is isomorphic with the idealistic one of the self-production of the productive spirit, so that in the end the analysis of the representational conditions proves its idealistic structure. The criticism of idealism can then no longer be only that of a false theory, it coincides with the criticism of a social practice unworthy of man. But if the idealistic structure determines the real process of production, then its essence, production of productivity, and its appearance, objective activity of the producers, fall apart, and the essence of the capitalist mode of production cannot be constructed from the appearance. If both, capitalists and workers, have become functional organs of the abstract process of valorization that precedes them, then its reality is no longer compatible with the experience of the subjects. Their experience must remain mysterious to the subjects. Quote, according to Proust, it is left to chance whether the individual gets an image of himself, whether he can take possession of his experience. To depend on chance in this matter is by no means something self-evident. The inner concerns of people do not have this hopelessly private character by nature. They receive it only after the chance has diminished for the external ones to be assimilated to his experience. Walter Benjamin. Genuine experience is banished by economic development itself into the exclusive sphere of the aesthetic, in which the logicality of aesthetic objects guarantees the fulfillment of the demand for compatibility with the unity of consciousness, without these objects nevertheless standing in a relationship of subordination to the empty identity of an abstract general. Quote, the logic of art is, paradoxically according to the rules of the others, a procedure of conclusion without concept and judgment. It draws consequences from phenomena, admittedly already mentally mediated and insofar to a certain extent logified. Its logical procedure moves in a realm that is, according to its conditions, extralogical. The unity that works of art attain through this brings them into analogy with the logic of experience. Adorno, Aesthetic Theory. To leave the objects of experience their autonomy without delivering the subject of experience to them as heteronymous, is already intended by the epistemological preface to Ursprung des deutschen Trauerspiels. By saving the phenomena by means of the ideas, the representation of the ideas takes place in the means of empiricism. For the ideas do not represent themselves in themselves, but solely in an assignment of material elements in the concept. And indeed they do it as their configuration. Quote, end, the relation of ideas and phenomena is one of representation. For Benjamin, the idea becomes the representative of a concrete generality. Quote, the idea is monad, that is, in a nutshell, every idea contains the image of the world. Quote, end. The monadology is the attempt to reconcile the demand for unity of consciousness with the discontinuity of residential extensor, the principle of contingency. With it, Leibniz became the ancestor of all those who gave the designation of the problem as totality or concrete generality as its solution. The young Marx is to be counted among them. Quote, man, as much as he is therefore a particular individual, and it is precisely his particularity that makes him an individual and a real individual community, just as much as he the totality, the ideal totality, the subjective existence of the conceived and felt society for itself. Marx brings the decisive objection immediately afterwards. Death seems to contradict as a hard victory of the species over the individual and its unity, and wipes away this objection with Hegel's classical argument. Quote, but the determinate individual is only a determinate generic being, as such mortal. Even the idea of concrete generality thus pays the tribute to idealism, to which the particular is only contingent specification of the general, which it revolted to refuse. This may have moved Benjamin to hold on to the idea, against all reasonable objection, that even the dead can be saved. The monad is not to be had for less. Also for the speculatively trained mind the monad remains an absurd construction. It, which, although windowless, is supposed to represent a multiplicity existing outside of it, is to be understood only as the problem resulting from the claim that the particular, contingent individual should not only be a functional element of an overarching and for him incomprehensible process, but should represent this process as self-consciousness in itself, should not think it in the form of the general designated by concepts, but should experience it in the unabridged richness of the empirical determinations. Once the construction of the monad is to be carried out, it implies the pre-stabilized harmony in the best of all possible worlds, the idealistic conundrum of the reasonable society. The theory, which affirmatively relates to the particular, necessarily assumes that its claim to unabridged existence is already realized. It is affirmation to the general tel quel. Benjamin noted the problem when he planned a methodological excursus that was to deal with the crucial difference between a salvation and an apology. It remained topical, because as little as the monadology can give the model of a critique, as little can a theory whose truth is the struggle for a socialist society worthy of human beings renounce the mediation to the experience of those who are to fight this struggle. This gives the political motive from which Benjamin tried to construct the essence of the capitalist mode of production from its manifestations, primarily, however, the literary ones. Surrealism is the attempt of a construction in the consciousness of the unconstructability. Its technique of montage, however, thoroughly deceives about this very essence, because it harmlessly supposes it vexed in the appearances. The production of productivity is indeed mediated by representational activity, also its results are mostly objects, but hardly those that appear in displays. There appear objects whose value is constituted by parts of variable capital and the part of surplus value that goes into the consumption fund of the capitalists, not that which represents the reproduction costs of the commodity labor power, constant capital and accumulable surplus value. The very first part of constant capital corresponds to a commodity that, like electrical energy, no longer has a sensually tangible correlate. The surrealist montage, which shatters the sensual appearance in order to encode the essence in the form of something that can be sensually grasped, is not suitable for the recognition of the essence, it rather promotes the false consciousness programmed in the capitalist mode of production. Exploitation takes place in production only there is surplus value produced. It appears to the exploited in the sphere of circulation as a price of commodities that is unaffordable for them. The fascists have taken advantage of the difference in the forms in which capital appears, in that their propaganda has pitted one against the other, creative against rapacious capital, and thus banished the consciousness of many proletarians into the sphere of the empirically conceivable. To counter this in the double sense of the word, aestheticization of the political with the politicization of art remains a hopeless enterprise, which participates in the blindness that it sets as its program to break through. This program is to be understood rather from the history of the sphere of the aesthetic itself than from the slogans under which it appeared. If the idea of concrete generality is redeemed by the individual work of art, a particular, then only at the price that it remains a beautiful appearance. Where the compatibility of the experiencing subject and the experienced object is only secured in the sphere of the aesthetic, the subject itself becomes an illusory thing. The inadequacy of this motivates the attempt to break out into the realm of reality, which is nevertheless received as if it were under the conditions of aesthetic experience. The incommensurability of the aesthetic with the extra-aesthetic reality, which is expressed in terms such as loss of experience and shock, itself becomes an aesthetic object and is thus assimilated into the subject. Thus, the borderline to the heroic self-assertion of the subject becomes blurred through the aestheticization of horror. In the aestheticization of horror, the process of fascization, which is based on the change in the organic composition of capital, seizes with the subject, who is still powerful of an experience, however apparent, the instance that would be able to see through it. Against this, Benjamin's polemic against progress tries to resist, even if in it the term historical materialist appears more like a foreign body in a collage than indicating the analysis of the underlying economic process. The incommensurability of subject and objects of experience does not naturally manifest itself in those who, reproducing themselves through the sale of their commodity labor power, must subject their activity to a will alien to them. The development of an autonomous will would be in irreconcilable opposition to the material conditions of their existence. Through the dependence of wage laborers on the sale of their commodity labor power, their immediate interests are bound up with the exploitation interest of capital, for only if this is satisfied can a market be found for this commodity. Unlike under the conditions of the formal subsumption of labor under capital, under which the capitalist as publisher or factory owner was still the visible coercive master of the immediate producers, under the conditions of the real subsumption of labor under capital and advanced accumulation the objective class interest of the proletariat is abstract against the immediate interests of the workers. Their existence as one of self-conscious subjects is demanded only by the ideology of bourgeois legal relations, not by the process of production. The subjects of aesthetic production, on the other hand, depend on the commensurability of the subject with the objects of production. If aesthetic production is also seized by the general development, then the difficulties of the work of those who have still been largely spared from the tendential liquidation of subjectivity show what has been done to those on whom it has already been executed. As blasphemous as it may seem that the fate of the proletariat's possibility of constituting itself as a historical subject should be more apparent from Hofmannsthal's Chandos letter than from the minutes of the Workers' Party Congress, the problems of aesthetic production indicate precisely what was changing in the other. It is precisely its technical retardation, its métier, that brings aesthetic production into contradiction with its ideological function of harmonizing the respective state of development of productive forces and relations of production. An author must fight for his self-preservation as a self-conscious subject, for it is the condition of his production. This is opposed to accumulation, which condition of the stability of the exploitation process must progress and which distinguishes the condition, which was meant as a representation of the change of literature in the USSR, from the aestheticization of political life, which is attributed to fascism, remains a mere assertion, in which the plight of the intellectual in late capitalism is reflected, quote, at the end of the bourgeoisie, at the time of decay, the intelligentsia, which has advanced beyond understanding, has lost its progressive social function. But there are also those who continue to follow the immanent logic of the spirit per se, who distance themselves obliviously from the bourgeois crowd, who run ahead of it, as it were, to where there is no interest in following them and therefore no understanding. They are signposts who have long since lost their subjects in the darkness and convinced themselves that this is due to them. They offer the bourgeoisie a commodity of which making the right use should lead to its overcoming. They are artistic, literary, philosophical experts, arranged as ornaments in the division of labor from which breaking out is their trade. Quote, end Horkheimer. Just as aestheticism, the literarization of the conditions of life, represents this in the political wishful thinking of the mediation of experience and objective interest, with the implication that immediate and objective interest coincide, that the reasonable society is already realized. The attempt to break out of the sphere of the aesthetic also has a political moment that points beyond the preservation of the conditions of aesthetic production. The violent strike is intended to break not only the isolation of the aesthete, but also the socially necessary appearance. This happens when the techniques of aesthetic production approach the level of technical development of social production. Quote, in fact, the associative process of the one who looks at these images is immediately interrupted by their change. This is the basis of the shock effect of film, which, like every shock effect, must be absorbed by increased presence of mind. By virtue of its technical structure, film has freed the psychic shock effect, which Dadaism still kept wrapped up, as it were, in the moral one, from this emballage. Benjamin here hails the progress in the development of the productive forces of the culture industry, which he held harmlessly to be those of culture, for the sake of the shock they probably provoke in the aesthete rather than the consumer. Complementary to the shock, in which alone experience still seems possible, is the interruption of the passage of time. Quote, the epic theatre does not reproduce states, it rather discovers them. The discovery of states takes place by means of the interruption of the course of events. Benjamin, the author as producer, page 112. Shock and interruption of sequences have their tertium comparationis in the economic crisis, in which the proletarians cannot sell their labor power because sales falter. In the crisis, the insanity of the capitalist mode of production is exposed. It is not because too little but because too much has been produced that people are miserable. In it becomes apparent that the purpose of production is not to supply consumers with commodities but to exploit value. In the crisis, the proletarians discover their true condition, their dependence on the exploitation process of capital, which disposes of the objective conditions of their labor. The crisis brings the proletarians into the situation anticipated by the theory of pauperization. The radical change of the relations of production is the condition for preserving even the previous living conditions of the workers. In the crisis, the immediate interests of the proletarians coincide with the objective interest of the working class. The fact that fascism triumphed instead of the working class, and it could hardly have triumphed alone as a conspiracy of a madman with the trustees, it could have triumphed with a mass base recruited to a not inconsiderable part from the proletariat, shattered the truth of the critique of political economy and handed it over to positivism, the signature of the impotence of theory in the age of fascism. Quotation, the reflection assumes that the stubborn faith in progress of these politicians, their trust in their mass base and finally their servile incorporation into an uncontrollable apparatus are three sides of the same thing. It seeks to give a conception of how dear to our habitual thinking is a conception of history that avoids any complicity with that to which these politicians continue to cling. Quote, end. Under the conditions of the formal subsumption of labor under capital, the domination of the capitalists over the workers is indeed economically mediated. It is not an immediate relationship of violence, but it can still be experienced as domination. The wage workers are then subjected to a domination which is obviously directed against their immediate interests, so that the abolition would coincide with the satisfaction of these interests. Under these conditions, existence as a free citizen has remained conceivable for wage workers. Their claim to self-consciousness has been able to orient itself on the model of the autonomous citizen. The abolition of domination would have been only the change of the economic organization of labor, for domination was not yet fixed in the representational conditions of labor itself. But only with the real subsumption of labor under capital, with the bursting of the organic barrier of production, does the systematic production of the conditions of reproduction become possible, and with it the actual emancipation from first nature. The reflection on nature no longer remains impotently contemplative, its results acquire a practical function, they become moment of social appropriation of nature. Quote, capitalist production first develops on a large scale, tears away from the individual independent worker, the conditions of the labor process, both its objective and subjective, but develops them as powers dominating the individual worker and alien to him. Thus capital becomes a very mysterious being. The conditions of labor pile up as social powers vis-à-vis the worker, and in this form they are capitalized. Marx, results of the immediate process of production. This fatally strikes at the individual worker's claim to autonomy and self-consciousness, for against capital as a social power only the organized class can assert itself, in which self-consciousness is not suspended but in turn subjugated. This also explains the rage against everything that, however seemingly, reminds one of the claim to self-consciousness, and this rage benefits fascism. The collectivization, which was executed on the individual, serves its propaganda as a horror image, so that the people do not become aware of it. In this way it supports itself. Only in the blindness against their situation they are still able to recognize themselves as the people that this situation does not allow them to become. Only the theory that would be powerful of the objective impossibility of self-consciousness, which is the condition of its possibility, would still be able to establish self-consciousness. But such a theory could affirmatively refer neither to its presuppositions nor to its object. Any attempt to maintain an affirmative self-consciousness resigns the theory to pure contemplation. It would become as impotent in the face of capital as a social power as it was in the face of the powers of nature. Benjamin's recourse to theological terms indicates that in the end, for him, the subject of theory found itself only beyond its object. Whoever celebrates this recourse applauds the judgment that was executed on the subject, whoever ignores it and dedicates himself to practice, renounces the realization of the conditions under which every practice stands today. He has executed the judgment on himself and inserted himself into the objective tendency to fascism, however much he subjectively thinks he can counteract it. Quote, was there still help? Were there objections that had been forgotten? Certainly there were. Logic is unshakable, but it does not resist a man who wants to live. Kafka, The Trial, page 165. A little further on it says, it was as if shame should outlive him. As long as people are still able to feel shame about the life they are forced to lead and even their anger at the mere suggestion of the possibility of a better one is an expression of this shame, what Benjamin affirmatively called messianic power is still present. Today, the state in which it would be possible to live without shame is distinguishable from the one in which every memory of the idea of a dignified existence is erased only through the visualization of the past that has become anachronistic, for it is an irretrievable image of the past that threatens to disappear with every present that does not recognize itself as being in it. To the philosophy of science, a dialectical theory, regardless of its specific content, is an occasion for denunciation rather than an object of investigation simply because of the form of the argument. With the argument that from adversarial premises any proposition can be derived together with its negation, the dialectic brought down to the principle of logical reasoning from adversarial premises is rejected as unscientific. But every logically stringent argumentation contains universal judgments, because a set of exclusively particular judgments cannot be brought into any logical context. Strictly tautological judgments of the type all roses are roses allow only a repetition of the equally given terms, they too cannot establish any logical connection between judgments. Thus, for logical argumentation, non-tautological universal judgments are indispensable. Every affirmative non-tautological judgment asserts the identity and a difference of subject and predicate, identity insofar as the subject belongs to the predicate, the species belongs to the genus proximum, a difference because the subject is divorced from the predicate, the species is divorced from the genus proximum by the differentia specifica. Every non-tautological affirmative judgment thus formulates a relation that contains both identity and a difference, or in Hegelian terms, every non-tautological affirmative judgment is the identity of identity and non-identity. Thus, any logically sound argument would be grounded in dialectics. Against this it is objected that this dialectic arises only in intentional interpretation of the terms occurring in the judgments and consequently can be remedied by conceiving the judgments as relations and classes. Moreover, the contradiction could be avoided by the sharp separation of object language and meta-language reasoning. The first objection presupposes consistent classes, as whose relations the judgments are to be interpreted, as given. If the formation of classes is conceived as a summary of elements with certain properties, the problem is reproduced, for in the formation of classes the properties, the predicates, would have to be determined intentionally. The type theory, which demands the existence of distinguishable primal elements to be grouped according to their properties, was conceived to avoid antinomies, but it only shifted them to the problem of forming consistent classes of primal elements. According to Kant, the unity of consciousness, which guarantees the non-contradiction of its contents, depends on a prior synthesis. Thus also the judgment as a relation of consistent classes to be designated by concepts is dependent on the conceptual determination, which is possible only through the judgments. The relations of judgments can be determined only by relations, that is, by judgments. The attempt to separate the determination of the relata, the concepts, from the relations, the judgments, by hierarchizing the judgments by types, leads to a regressus in indefinitum, in which the question of the consistency of the classes and thus of the consistency of the argumentation remains open. If no proposition can say anything about itself, about its truth is to be determined only in a language of the next level, then also the truth of the proposition in the language of higher level is to be determined only in the language of the next higher level, and so on. The extensional interpretation of the terms in a judgment is based on an intentional interpretation, which reflexively puts judgment and term on one level into a dialectical relation to each other, or it leads to the regressus in indefinitum, which could only be traversed by an infinite subject. A finite subject, which passes the regressus in indefinitum in a finite number of steps, thinks speculatively. The speculative concept of truth of dialectics corresponds to its intentional interpretation of concepts. This speculative concept of truth is thus not limited to some nebulous metaphysics, but is immanent to every science, especially to mathematics. The determination of the finite limit of an infinite sequence in a finite number of steps is the model of all mathematical proofs. All non-trivial proofs in mathematics are the mastering of an infinite number of trivial steps by speculation, therefore also the propositions thus proved may be called speculative. In Kant the faculty to judge is called understanding, the faculty to conclude is called reason. To judge shall be possible for the contingent subject. However, his ability to infer what it is limited to the area in which his conclusions result in empirically confirmable judgments. Such a limitation already affects universal judgments. The truth of particular judgments is empirically decidable, and a set of particular judgments can be mapped onto propositional logic, which in turn is useful only for finite systems in which a universal judgment can be represented as a conjunction of particular judgments. If the number of particular judgments in such a conjunction exceeds the facts which can be empirically verified by a contingent subject, then this subject, if it wants to make true statements about the objects of a subject area which cannot be completely surveyed by it, is dependent on the validity of universal judgments. Thus the logical distinction between regressus in indefinitum and regressus in infinitum becomes invalid, for if the former cannot be afforded, the validity of the judgments depends on the speculative mastery of the latter. This is true a fortiori if the judgments are to be valid not only for one subject but for all subjects. The validity of universal judgments is the precondition of every science. Every attempt of an empirical substantiation of science necessarily fails because the validity of universal judgments, which is to be presupposed for it, cannot be substantiated from the contingent experience of empirical subjects. Through the universal judgments it becomes possible to relate the particular ones systematically to each other by inferences. Only they justify with the consistency of the experience of all subjects that of the particular subjects. In the terminology of Kant, the functions of the understanding are to be justified only from reason. They do not necessarily have to be founded practically in this way for every contingent subject, if the understanding already functions naturally, i.e. also unconsciously free of contradictions. Only the freedom from contradictions cannot be guaranteed in this way, as e.g. the antinomies show, in which Cantor's naive set theory got entangled. If contradictions occur, they force, if science and thinking are not to be given up altogether, an investigation of the forms of thinking and of the thought, which produced the contradictions, with the means of thinking. They force to think the thinking, to secure the consistency of the thought. The thinking of thinking, the investigation of the logical forms, which always presupposes them, is necessarily reflexive. Thinking is activity and at the same time its object, it is with its object at itself, thus it is the model of self-conscious activity. In the result, the validly thought, this self-consciousness is extinguished. The results of the thinking, the logical forms, which guarantee the consistency of the thought, are organon, tools of the trade, with which one has to handle unconsciously, and only the reflection on the historically become justification of their validity is able to awaken the self-consciousness that has perished in them. The systematic analysis of the pure forms of thinking thus shows that history of philosophy and philosophy of history are constitutive for self-consciousness, because without reflection on the historically become justification of the validity of the logical forms, all reflexive justifications within the thought, whose consistency is already secured, become circular or tautological, like e.g. the axiomatic definition of the logical forms. E.g. the axiomatic definition of consistent sets. Their history proves their circularity as deliberately worked out of the preceding contradictions in order to secure the non-contradiction of the mathematics founded on them. This history is that of the attempts to eliminate inconsistent multiplicities from the subject area of mathematics without narrowing the subject area in such a way that mathematics would become logically trivial and thus factually irrelevant. The substance of the foundation of mathematics are the inconsistent multiplicities, which were consumed by this very foundation and preserved as motive for the extension of the subject area. The identity of identity and non-identity is the static expression of this, like every identifying process. If thinking stood in advance under the condition of non-contradiction, the definition of inconsistent multiplicities would be a logical impossibility. A subject area, which is not empty, thus determined, and which is to be consistent, stands under the adversarial conditions of identity and difference, of non-identity, whose mutual determination would be, purely logically, a continuous turning over of one another. Only as a historical process the constellation of the moments changes until in the result the driving moment of the contradiction is extinguished. The propositions of mathematics are dead. Set theory was the attempt to re-establish the historically accumulated stock of mathematical truth ab ovo. As a result, the effort of justification became the administrative scheme of the justified decayed to the instrument. From the proposition of identity A is a no single, from A is non-A, which is contradictory to it, any judgment and its opposite can be founded. None of them is solely suitable as a form of reasoning in science as the systematic connection of judgments. Scientific work is to be formally characterized by the fact that a part of the judgments formulated about the objects of a subject area is brought into a deductive context. In the class of possible judgments, a logically consistent system of judgments is to be organized, and truth as this contradiction-free system of judgments is the result of scientific work, which then has consumed its material. The class of possible judgments, which cannot yet be consistent, what is true and what is false, is decided only by scientific work. Accordingly, a precondition of scientific work is an inconsistent class of judgments about an object domain. This presupposition is equivalent to the existence of an object domain, a material of scientific work. No system of propositions is to be deduced from the proposition of identity. The proposition of identity is only the formal condition of non-contradiction for the results of scientific work. Identity as the formal condition of the results of the work, and non-identity as the material condition of the work, are necessary moments of the process, the representation of which is possible only in the form of adversarial judgments. The trivial statement that a science must have an object domain implies, since this object domain is not simply photographically represented in science, that it is itself essentially the process of identifying its object domain. The term identification is ambiguous. First, it determines the comprehension of objects of the subject area, the formation of classes, and the ordering of the classes by inclusions. Prerequisite for operating logically with the classes is their consistency, which itself has material conditions different from the objects of mathematics set by thought. The class of all triangles in the Euclidean plane is given by the construction instruction for triangles. But the class of insects cannot be determined in the same way by a construction instruction for insects. If the objects of thought are not to be limited to the objects set by thought itself, then the grouping of objects into classes becomes problematic. The mythical attempts of a determination of the object area of thinking still operate with terms that denote inconsistent classes. In their results, therefore, everything can always mean everything. To form consistent classes in an object area presupposes a premise of logical thinking for the objects of this object area. They must remain themselves the same, obey the theorem of identity, must not transform. The combination of characteristics must remain constant for all elements of the class. In the domain of organic nature, objects change, they arise and disappear in time, and yet it is precisely in this domain that the comprehension of objects into consistent classes shows itself most simply. The identifying operation of thought corresponds to the process of genus, which produces identical specimens in the combinations of characteristics. For the genus both, the identity of the single specimen, self-preservation, and the identity of the feature combination of all specimens, species preservation, owe themselves to one process. The identity of the single specimen is not static conservation of the form, but its permanent renewal by metabolism and assimilation. The metabolism makes the identical specimen dependent on what it is not itself, from which cut off to the formless substance decays. Assimilation takes from this other the substances necessary for self-preservation. It acts selectively in the appropriation of these substances, identifying that which is necessary for self-preservation. Unlike the formation of consistent classes of an operation of thought, the identity of the single specimen of a genus is not the result of a process to be finally fixed, but it is only through the process as one of its moments, whose necessary complement is the substrate of its metabolism non-identical with the identical specimen. Not the specimen, but its life process is then characterized by the identity of identity and non-identity. Only this is homomorphic to the non-tautological judgment. No living being lives by itself alone. It is produced as an identical with itself at the same time as an identical with others by the generic process. The subject area of biology is ordered into classes by genus processes that produce the objects, the specimens of the genera. The precondition for the comprehension of consistent and distinct classes is a corresponding ordering of the object domain. If the number of objects is kept finite, but not too small, only the class objects of perception, respectively something or being, can be formed from what is perceived by a subject successively in the time sequence as objects of perception. In order to form from such an all-class distinct classes with elements, which, if they are from different classes, are to be of not only numerical difference, in order to come from the genus proximum to the species, the differentia specifica must have a fundamentum in re. The methodological problem of separating consistent classes of objects from the class of all objects of contemplation is equivalent to the problem of ontology, to win the concept of a specific substance from the supreme concept, that of being. As little as for the second problem, the transition from the empty general to the specific particular, there is the logically compelling solution of the deduction of the differentia specifica from the genus proximum, as little is there a methodically regulated procedure for the decomposition of the class of all objects of contemplation into consistent subclasses. Such a decomposition can only succeed under the ontological premise that the difference of the feature combinations, according to which it is to be carried out, is founded in the objects of perception themselves. If the division of objects into consistent classes succeeds, universal judgments can be made, but without further preconditions only two, a tautological one of the type all horses are horses and a subsuming one of the type all horses are objects. For the case of comprehensional distance of all classes, in which objects belonging to different classes have no feature in common, the classes can be ordered arbitrarily, e.g. by conjunctions, to each of which a disjunction of the features corresponds, but still no conclusions can be constructed in this way, because the middle terms are missing for this. Inferences become possible only when objects belonging to different classes are disjunctive with respect to one feature and conjunctive with respect to another feature. Then, and only then, when a continuous system of disjunctive and conjunctive features characterizes the objects of an object domain, can judgments about objects from that object domain be systematically linked by inference. Only through the systematic linking of judgments is it possible to construct contradictions, and only under the same condition can the demand for freedom from contradiction be formulated, for neither particular judgments nor universal judgments with terms of comprehensional distance can contradict each other. Contradictions can only exist between judgments which are formulated about objects of an object domain which satisfies the ontological precondition of a continuous determinacy of its objects. This in turn justifies one and only one unambiguous classification system according to the model of the Arbor Porphyriana, which is also followed by the classification system of biology. Logically, genus proximum and differentia specifica constitute the species. With the help of the logical forms, however, judgments about the objects can be justified only if there is an ontological correspondence to the logical structure. Such a correspondence can either be asserted, as by universal realism, or it would have to be justified. One justification would be that the logical specification of the general to the particular is the representation of the real process of the evolution of species. Another justification would be to prove that correspondence is the condition of the possibility of a science whose results became practically relevant to the reproductive process of society. The genetic interpretation of the classification scheme of biology gave rise to the theory of descent. It remained interpretation, because the natural historical process claimed by it cannot be looked at in principle, because it must have always already run so far that from it the highly organized rational beings result, to whom it can be problem and subject. The theory of descendants is antinomic. As a genetic interpretation of a classification scheme, it must share its ontological presupposition, that of species constancy, and it must at the same time postulate species variance as the principle generating the differentia specifica. The genetic justification of the correspondence of logical forms and structure of the object domain postulates species variance, which contradicts the ontological postulate of the correspondence of logical forms and structure of the object domain, species constancy. Assuming that the theory of descent essentially correctly represents the natural historical process of the origin of species, it is obvious to take it as a model of the dialectic of nature, in which the reproduction of specimens, like that of the genus, established the comprehension of specimens into consistent classes, and natural history established the logical forms of the order of classes, the inferences. Accordingly, the ontological structure of the object domain would be isomorphic with the logical forms of concept, judgment, and conclusion. Then, if the development historical process ran off with necessity, also from the most general, the concept living being, the more differentiated, the specific kind, should be theoretically justifiable. But then also the reality would be to be understood by pure thinking. Since the strict monism, which Engels propagates, cannot stop at the justification of the differentiation of the living beings in the natural historical process, but must explain the emergence of living beings from the inorganic substances and their emergence from matter and its laws of motion, in the end matter remains as a hylozoistic, self-differentiating principle, and materialism differs from idealism only by a different designation of this principle. What would thus be cognizable would be the principle, and since the cognizing subject is supposed to be a derivation of matter, the principle to be cognized is identical with the cognizer. Cognition would have no object, and it was dark upon the deep. In this way the idealistic dialectic runs out into the empty identity, which imposes on thinking to create the world out of itself once again. Quote, Jacob Boehme says that God's first birth was Lucifer. This being of light had imaged itself into itself and had become evil, that is the moment of difference. Such conceptions, wild in orientalizing taste, have their ground and meaning in the negative nature of nature. Hegel, The Philosophy of Nature. Winning back to thought the lost object, idealism must resort to mystical speculation, in which matter, evaporated from thought to principle, has left its trace, in order thus still to grasp in thought the alien heteronymous, resistant thing that cannot be thought. Quote, the difficulty of natural philosophy lies precisely in the fact, first, that the material is so recalcitrant against the unity of the concept, and then, that a detail claims the mind, which accumulates more and more. Hegel, The Philosophy of Nature. Matter has always been thought of as the medium of individuation. Without the particular, no general is conceivable, the particular is the material of thought. Quote, by thinking things, we make them general, but things are individuals and the lie in itself does not exist. We make them subjective, produced by us, belonging to us, and indeed peculiar to us as human beings, for natural things do not think, are not ideas or thoughts. Ibid, thinking is the theoretical form of appropriation of nature so that it is not a foreign, otherworldly thing to us, but thinking remains something other than nature itself. Thinking grasps only the general in the particular, unless this is constituted by the general. The beginning of Hegel's logic gives the model of all argumentations, which try to develop the particular at all something definite, from the concept of the general. From being and its opposite, the equally indeterminate nothing, the determinate something is to be driven out. The process of the self-movement of the abstract principles is supposed to be identical with the movement of thinking, which purports to develop from the concept of the general, which is purely intentional, the general concept of the particular, that of the something, which is essentially extensional. The argumentation is not conclusive and Hegel himself immediately turns it around in the following first note. Quote, it must be said of being and nothing that there is nowhere in heaven and on earth anything that does not contain both being and nothing in itself. Hegel, The Science of Logic 1, page 87. There the concepts of the general, being and nothing are named as determinations of an already constituted particular. Hegel identifies the process of theoretical appropriation with that of the constitution of that which is to be appropriated. He thus conceives appropriation as production, but this not as representational activity, but as the divestiture of the pure productivity of absolute spirit. This is not only wrong. The subject of a theoretical appropriation of nature determines its object area in relation to itself. The object area is always already its other when it tries to order it with concepts. Because the intentional moment of the concepts must meet something in the objects themselves, these are at the same time determinations of the objects themselves, and what the objects are apart from such determination cannot be determined by the subject, does not exist for it. The progression of the determination of the objects multiplies and differentiates the determinations coming from the subject, that in turn gains so much in concreteness as its relations to its object area become multiple and differentiated, so that in the end the process of the determination of the object area appears as that of the self-determination of the subject. But the movements of the progress of the process of the determination of the object domain is the still undetermined, the non-existent for the thinking subject. This motive is based on the fact that the original object area of the subject is precisely not its other being, pure being without any further determination, but being, in itself determined other, which only becomes its other in the determination by the subject. For thinking, there can be no determined other before its determination. But for the subject, which is a thinking and a being among other beings, its determination by another being becomes a blind fate, against which it rebels. Quote, as mere objects, the only living natures, like the other things, have no fate, only self-consciousness has an actual fate, because it is free and in the uniqueness of its ego, therefore, par excellence in and for itself and can confront its objective generality and alienate itself against it. But by this separation it arouses against itself the mechanical relation of a fate. In order for such a thing to have power over it, it must give itself some definiteness against the essential generality, it must have committed an act. Through this, it has made itself a particular, and this Dasein, as the abstract generality, is at the same time the side open to the communication of its being, which is alienated from it. On this side, it is torn into the process. Hegel, The Science of Logic 2, page 193. The act, conceived as an objective activity, sets the difference between self-consciousness and things. Self-consciousness is the prerequisite of the deed, for it is inconceivable without an active subject, and it is the result of the activity that sets the difference. Without self-consciousness there would be no activity, but only blind reacting according to the stimulus-reaction scheme in the natural process which is opaque to itself. The conscious objective activity must indeed take into account the necessities of the metabolism of man with nature, but at the same time it changes these conditions, it produces the conditions of reproduction. This is only possible if the productive potential is not restricted to the immediate conditions of reproduction, but can also express itself in genuinely human productions in aesthetic and theoretical activities. In these, the material object of the activity is conceived as void. All intellectual productions, in which the object is set as non-essential, must limit themselves to a contemplative relationship to the objects external to them. Quote, the immediate, concrete, namely, is a set of qualities which are apart from one another and more or less indifferent to one another, against which, for this very reason, simple subjectivity, being for itself, is also indifferent, and leaves them to external, thus accidental determination. It is the powerlessness of nature to preserve conceptual determinations only abstractly and to expose the execution of the particular to external determinability. Quote, end, Ibid. What Hegel calls the impotence of nature is in truth the impotence of the contemplative spirit, to which nature, that which is not legislated by it, remains external. The external determinability of the particular is at the same time one of the conditions of conscious objective activity, for if the particular were not open to shaping, but were fixed in itself, if there were no possibility of changing it according to plan, then the human spirit would indeed remain restrained to the impotence of contemplation. Contemplation strengthens the self-consciousness against the heteronomy that sets it. The spirit that sets itself absolute is, as a condition, at the same time a moment of the practice of conscious change. Since the spirit does not act directly on objects, but only bodies can act on bodies, the spirit must act through corporeal things, it is active only in what it is not itself. Labor presupposes of the material that it is determinable by others, for otherwise no subjective purpose could be realized in it, and that it is determined in itself, for otherwise the empirical subject of labor would have no object. This would only be an objectivation of subjectivity. On the side of the subject, labor presupposes that the subject is determined for itself, for otherwise it could have no purposes of its own, and that in the confrontation with that which it is not itself, it allows itself to be determined by it, for otherwise it could realize no purposes in a material determined in itself. Formally, the same conditions of determinateness and determinability are found on the side of the subject as on that of the object. This formal equivalence of the determinations of subject and object allow to conclude from those of the one to those of the other, whereby it is indifferent because of the symmetry of equivalence whether from those of objectivity to those of the subjects or from those of subjectivity to those of the objects is concluded. The theory which understands itself materialistically concludes from the formal equivalence of the objective and subjective determinations of the labor process the real emergence of subjectivity from objectivity, it generalizes the determinations of labor to metaphysical principles of a universal process of constitution, in which, however, the material would then be non-objective and the subject objectless. Natural dialectics would not be able to formulate more than the trivial statement that a subject and an object are needed for the work of the universal process of constitution. At this level of abstraction, then, subject and object have forfeited all determinacy. In them is erased every trace of the anguish and happiness that accrue to real subjects from their material dependence on a prior objectivity. Such a materialistic theory becomes vulgar idealistic. In its higher principles all struggle, all earthly turmoil has dissolved in the pleasure of purely categorical constructions. The real subjects know themselves dependent on an objectivity that precedes them. Their claim to autonomy can only be redeemed if the conditions of their existence are the conditions set by themselves, if they set their conditions themselves. According to the central thesis of idealist dialectics, the thing itself emerges into existence when all its encounters are present. See Hegel, The Science of Logic 1, page 594. This thesis has a fatal political implication. According to it, if the conditions of people's freedom, conscious production of the conditions of reproduction are met, people are free by definition. Idealism serves as a justification of domination in the socialist countries, whose theorists probably hold so tenaciously to the dialectic of nature not least for this reason. Thus, according to the materialistic view, living beings came into being when all conditions of their existence were present. First of all, it is impossible to see why, of the many possible constellations of the material conditions of life, a certain one should be excellent, but even if it were, why should this one of the constellations changing in time not be a temporary one like all the others and become instead a self-fixing and reproducing one? The conclusion from the necessity of the material conditions of all living things to the necessity of the conditioned is not compelling, because from the existence can be concluded the necessity of its conditions, from the conditions not the necessity of the existence. To want to justify the necessity of the existence of something with the means of logic is the intention of all idealistic philosophy, which still openly lets the object, which it must nevertheless presuppose, spring from the justification. That which is to be justified, which is presupposed as telos of the justification, is itself made the reason. The claim to autonomy is reduced to the statement that is, what is. This is understandable as a form of consciousness of the rulers, who can disregard the material conditions of their consciousness, the reproduction of their physis, because the production of these conditions does not fall within their sphere of experience. Material things are only experienced as negation of their own autonomy. Quote, what comes about is our satisfaction, our sense of self, which has been disturbed by the lack of some kind. The negation of myself, which is in me in hunger, is at the same time present as another, as I am myself, as a thing to be consumed. My doing is to abolish the opposition by setting this other identical with myself, or by restoring the unity of myself with myself by sacrificing the thing. Hegel, The Philosophy of Nature. The idealistic figure of the negation reduces the self still in its material determinateness as a physical being to pure self-preservation, at which the vulgar moment of sensuality and enjoyment, in which alone material determinations come to the subject, is extinguished. The process in which all material determinateness is set as void is capital, the process of the utilization of value. See MEW 23, page 618. Capital not only reproduces itself, but it also produces the conditions of its reproduction. Since every moment that appears as the condition of production is at the same time its result in that it reproduces its own conditions. Marx, Grundriss der Kritik der politischen Ökonomie, page 613. The idealist form of justification has its object in capital, the production of productivity. Value, condition of the exploitation process, is at the same time its reason and goal. In this the utilization of value differs from the reproduction of natural beings, that the latter find the conditions of their reproduction outside themselves, whereas the conditions of the process of reproduction of capital are set by the latter itself. According to the idealist version, the thing itself is the reason for the existence of its conditions. Only under this presupposition the conclusion from the conditions to the existence of the conditioned is compelling. If it is transferred to the process of nature, the latter gains the appearance of a necessary regularity of development, which is only proper to the accumulation of capital, for this is a condition of the existence of an existing thing of capital. Thus the difference of the form determinacy of nature and that of the capitalist production process would be introduced. This has a moment of truth insofar as the reproduction process of capital takes place in blind naturalness, but such an idealization of nature implied the denaturalization of production. It is factually accomplished in the utilization of value, But the utilization of value is necessarily accomplished in another, in production, in which it appears as the domination of capital over those who act on objects in production as representational beings, for the production of productivity is the production of means of production, which are also empirically tangible objects. For capital, the natural moments of its reproduction are set only as means raw material, machine, labor power, which it itself produces in the form of constant and variable capital. But since exchange value cannot exist in itself, its production remains bound to that of objects. The pure production of exchange values would be one of designators without designatum, of language games, of money without purchasing power. It would be the completion of inflation. It would be tautological. The tautology is not, as idealism and analytic philosophy think, the only true thing, but it is the in truth false thing. In it, the indissoluble material determinateness, the substance of production, is set as void. People and objects are mere means in the process of valorization. This is unreasonable, because nothing follows from pure tautology, and still its possibility depends on its relation to something else, the material, so that tautology does not subsist in itself, but exists through something else. At the same time, it is real domination, the suppression of the particular in those through whom it exists. This domination is not an immediate one of people over people, but one of character masks over the human in others and in its bearers themselves. It is the negation of humanity. It is immoral, for it is contrary to the moral law, which demands that no rational being be subjected to an intention which is not possible according to a law which could spring from the will of the suffering subject itself, thus never to use this merely as a means, but at the same time itself as an end. Kant, Critique of Practical Reason. Unreason and immorality of the idealistic form of the process of utilization are related. Tautology is the empty figure of self-determination, of autonomy. But it revokes the concept of autonomy, which cannot be thought otherwise than as the self-determination of empirical subjects, not independent of the materially representational moment, which is negated theoretically by tautology, practically by the tautological form of the exploitation process. Theoretically as well as practically, tautology is the negation of its own substance. It would be true only as a moment, as identity in the non-identical, as autonomy in the heteronymous, material, objective, to which people also belong completely, without needing to be devoured by it. Therefore, dialectics would be true only as materialistic, as it cannot remain only theory, because the claim to autonomy founded by it exists only in the struggle for a reasonable, humane arrangement of the conditions of human reproduction. The truth of idealism is materialism, which the latter suppresses and without which it would not be. The truth of materialism is the struggle, however hopeless, for a communist society worthy of human beings. Thus it is partisan. The assertion that the natural sciences gain their results from experience is hardly disputed. But also representatives of the thesis of ideology-free science concede that the conception of the natural process and the worldview before the Copernican turn had been essentially ideologically determined. The contradiction of the determination of natural sciences as ideology-free empirical sciences on the one hand and as ideologically determined view of natural objects on the other hand seems to be solved by the idea of a development from the ideology of theological philosophical speculation to positive science, which investigates how it really is. Once apart from the fact that the thesis of the theory or ideology-free experience is anything but unproblematic, it remains to be stated that both the Ptolemaic and the Copernican worldview were built on the same data, that they are two coordinate systems which are transformable into each other, and that from the pure kinematics neither of the two systems is distinguished before the other. And nevertheless the one, the Ptolemaic, is considered as the inner concept of scholastic ideology and the other, the Copernican, as the one with which the new ideology-free science has begun. The Ptolemaic worldview is more plausible to be connected to the direct experience. Also for us the sun rises every morning. It is the sun which is seen as the moving thing, whereas the Copernican model is a highly artificial construction which requires the transformation of the observation data into a system rotating twice against the observation system, in which the sun rests. Against the formal construction of such a system as a computational hypothesis the Church had nothing to object at that time. It pursued only the bold assertion that this construction represents the real conditions. What was available at that time at physical arguments taken from the experience, spoke against the Copernican view and supported that of the Church. That should be sufficient to look for the reason for the disputes about the worldview at that time in something else than in the subject area of astronomy. Quote, the different cosmological ground plans come to speak only by the fact that in the ceremonies of the society a system of conventional rank insignia, place preferences, and procession sequences is implied. which place in a ceremonial indicates a precedence cannot be determined generally and from the outside. The cosmological metaphoric must therefore be based on a heterogeneous symbolism. Blumenberg, The Copernican Turn, page 161f. According to Marx, people become aware of their real social struggles in ideological forms and fight out these struggles in those forms. The struggle of the Church against the Copernican worldview, fought with political means of power, lets the function of the Ptolemaic become clear. It is in the historical epoch of the transition to the modern age the attempt of the metaphysical safeguarding of the hierarchy of the feudal system of rule, theologically approved, but really already shaken. Quote, the elevation of the earth from the dregs of the universe to a celestial body, the formula with which Galileo repeatedly describes his part in the triumph of Copernicanism has its meaning precisely as an expression of metaphysical and not only of physical homogeneity. Blumenberg, page 39. This elevation of the earth is to be deciphered as the political claim of a class which, concerned with highly earthly matters, nevertheless claims for itself, and this against the entire previous tradition, a theoretically founded self-consciousness. The claim of the lower classes to a theory of their objects was revolutionary. It broke through the radical separation of head and handwork, which had been valid for thousands of years, according to which a cognitive ability only belonged to the mind free of all material interests, and the Philistines, the craftsmen, had to remain necessarily caught in the thoughtless empyreia, the blind experience. The assertion that their objects, and not only those of theology, were accessible to theory as before only the higher spheres, which were the model on which theory developed, could only be asserted under the postulate of the homogeneity of supra- and sublunary spheres. The theory, which according to its claim, not yet according to its reality, was related to objective activity, had, as long as the theory was also still the transcendent legitimation of the relations of domination, disruptive power against the traditional domination, which was dependent on transcendent legitimation. With the thesis of the homogeneity of the natural process, the transcendent legitimation of the inner-worldly hierarchy was destroyed, and at the same time the principle of transcendent legitimation was paralyzed, because from the mere natural process dominion relations could be justified as the right of the stronger as well as the demand for equality from the lack of theoretically justifiable criteria for the distinction of individual specimens of the species. The presentation of the ideological content and the ideological function of the new science could strengthen the view that this science, because it is to be explained as a paradigm from the social dynamics, is also already exhausted by this explanation, and that the pathos with which Kepler claims the objectivity of his astronomy without hypothesis for the new science, originated from the self-overestimation of the constituting bourgeois class. If the Copernican worldview was only a paradigm as a basis of a calculating technique, the attitude of the Church against Galileo would be justified afterwards, because it was only directed against the claim to truth. Quotation. Thus the return to Ptolemy's point of view of the resting earth is put into the discretion. It would mean the use of a reference system firmly connected with the earth. From Einstein's high point of view, Ptolemy and Copernicus are equally right. Both points of view deliver the same laws of nature. Which point of view one chooses is not decidable from principles, but matter of convenience. For the mechanics of the planetary system, however, the view of Copernicus is the more convenient one. Born, Die Relativitätstheorie Einsteins, page 251. Thus the Church would have known it better, and Galilei would have been the victim of his narrowness, not that of the Inquisition. If the new natural science would have been only the manifestation of the social dynamics of that time, and it would not also have a truth beyond this dynamics, then its truth claim would be ideological itself, but then also the difference between truth and ideology would fall, and our ideology-free science would be ideology-free only because there would be no truth. Two arguments can be made against this view: the systematic development of science and the practical usability of its results, for an ideology would be obsolete with the epoch of which it is a reflex. A systematic course of science is not to be thought of if the principles on which it is built were to disappear in the progress of historical development. Nor would it be possible to think of a practical use of its results if false presuppositions had entered into these results. Against the last argument it could be objected that the practically usable results are invariant against their theoretical reasoning, but this presupposes that these results could have been obtained independently of the theoretical reasoning. Such results could then only come from experience, i.e. from the experience of single individuals. If they remained limited to these individuals, the practical use of the results originating from such experience would also remain. They would be abilities and skills of these particular individuals, which perished with them. On this basis not even the formation of a primitive technical tradition would be possible, because this can take place only if experiences and their results have become tradable. But if experiences and their results are tradable, then they are no longer bound to single special individuals, but accessible to a plurality of individuals. This presupposes the homogeneity of the subject area for this plurality of individuals. The transmission of experiences over generations, their transferability between individuals who do not have direct contact with each other, implies the generality of the experiences of a plurality of individuals, in an object area homogeneous for all. This finds its first conscious expression in the formulation of judgments about objects from this subject area, whereby these judgments already lay claim to generality. The attempt to systematically link these judgments by inferences provokes the logical substantiation of the individual judgments from principles. The systematization of experience by the substantiation of the judgments about objects of experience from principles determines the beginning of every science. The doctrine of the motions of inanimate bodies began with the division into infinite, periodic, and finite, into natural and forced motion. Only the forced movements are obviously caused by a mover, only they have a cause, which is empirically comprehensible like the movement itself and which therefore does not need to be determined first. The problem of a justification of the cause, also of the forced movement, arises when the mover is no longer connected with the moved body. According to the already somewhat speculative argumentation, it can already be destroyed, if the movement forced by it still continues. This problem motivates the justification of the judgments about the motion of the body, which then must necessarily go beyond the mere statement of what is. In Aristotle and in scholasticism, the justifications for the judgments about the natural movements are limited to the presentation of a cosmological context in which each of these movements had its place, just as each body was by nature prescribed a place toward which it strove. The unambiguous model of causality, however, was given only by the forced movements, which originated from the arbitrariness of a mover. However, this model was plausible only as long as the mobile was connected with its motor coniunctus. For the fact that the movement of the mobile continued after it was separated from the original motor coniunctus, Aristotle came up with the explanation that through the initial movement, when the mobile is still connected to the original motor coniunctus, the moving force is communicated to the medium, which after the separation of the original motor coniunctus and the mobile in the medium continues to weaken and gives off the motor coniunctus. Only by this argumentation the principle of movement ab aliud, which was the basis of the model of causality originating from experience, could be saved. According to this explanation, however, no direct contact of original motor coniunctus and mobile would be necessary at all, the latter only needed to give the moving force directly to the medium, not to the mobile, in order to cause its movement. This conclusion from the reasoning shows its logical fragility. In order to be able to hold on to the principle of movement ab aliud, the medium had to be motor coniunctus. But if the medium alone could be motor coniunctus, then the empirically tangible cause of the movement, the original motor coniunctus, which had given the model for a movement ab aliud, was not absolutely necessary. If, on the other hand, the medium was ascribed the ability not only to entertain a movement but also to set it in motion by itself, then the model of explanation would be completely detached from experience and would no longer be able to say anything about it. If the model is to remain coupled to experience, then the contradiction arises that the medium can be motor coniunctus to maintain the movement and cannot be motor coniunctus to start a new movement. The contradiction was solved only in late scholasticism by the theory of impetus. In the version of Ockham, the mobile, after being separated from its original motor coniunctus, is its own motor coniunctus. This idea of an independence of the effect from the one who originally caused it was already transferred by Buridan to the movement of the heavenly spheres. Once set in motion by God, these could also move automatically without the constant assistance of God due to their impetus. With it, however, also heavenly and earthly movements would have been explained according to the same principle. The detachment of the cause of the movement from the principle accompanying the movement amounts to the autonomy of the mobile, which went along with the emancipation of the cosmos from God, of natural science from theology. Thus, at the same time, also for the violent movement, the motor coniunctus after the separation of mover and moved is thought to be inherent in the mobile as a principium intrinsicum, which was formerly attributed only to the natural movements and which should have been impressed on the bodies that followed the natural movement by their creator. Now the people, who arbitrarily set objects in motion, could themselves be originators of such a principium intrinsicum and in principle therefore impress the movement wanted by them on the world instead of God. Only under this condition the practical technical use of results of science is at all conceivable. The possibility of using the results of science in the real-life process of society is not independent of theory, but is only opened by theory. It is obvious to take the impetus theory of late scholasticism as a precursor of the principle of inertia, and Duhem has done so, but Anneliese Meyer, who put the labor of life to it, has refuted this view with a meticulousness that can no longer be surpassed. Two arguments denote the difference. According to the impetus theory, the moving body has the aspiration to return to rest and consequently permanently opposes the movement with a resistance, and the impetus theory knows both rectilinearly and circularly moving forces. The first argument, in which what is later called frictional force is not considered, leads to the problem of why the motion of a forcibly moving body slows down and finally stops altogether. The original cause of the movement must inversely correspond to another cause for the termination of the movement, which however cannot be understood according to the same model of causality originating from the immediate experience, because the mobile is already separated from the original mover when its movement force slackens. The effort to set a body in motion does not necessarily correspond to an effort to break it, and nevertheless every movement on Earth has an end according to experience. This problem was solved only by the inertial principle, which was not covered by any experience. Galilei argues as follows: any sphere traveling down an inclined plane gains velocity. Every ball running up an inclined plane loses speed, so there must be a possibility between the downward and the upward running ball, at whose realization the ball keeps its speed, because otherwise the propositions about the upward and downward running balls could not be united in a contradiction-free system. As this possibility, the horizontal plane is postulated. The principle of inertia is the result of the attempt to connect judgments about experiences systematically without contradiction, and it is therefore beyond all possible experiences. Because only judgments, not facts, can contradict each other, the Aristotelian demand for freedom from contradiction can only be fulfilled in theory. Thus a theoretical moment enters into the conceptual fixation of experience, which cannot originate from the object area of experience. The conceptual fixation of experience, as it is given by the theory of impetus, results on the one hand from the contradictions, which are founded in the Aristotelian theory. On the other hand, they could only arise in a social context, in which the hierarchy was shaken by the attempt of individual feudals to make themselves independent in relation to the feudal system, to regard their Lahan as inheritance and property. The theory of impetus represents the state of transition in which feudal individuals tended to emancipate themselves from the hierarchical structures imposed by tradition, thus shaking the feudal system in such a way that it had to give room to the independent development of a new class. The theory of impetus raised the theoretical difficulties which were solved by the principle of inertia, and this only represents the principle of individuality purely. Thus the archbourgeois principle of the independence of individuals, which was preformed in the Christian doctrine of the individual immortal soul, entered as a constitutive element into the new natural science, because its further development depended on the principle of inertia. Only under the condition of the principle of inertia the logically sharp definition of the concept of force by the second Newtonian axiom is possible, which then allowed the transfer of a conception of force gained from the experience of the effort to set a body in motion to the planetary system, which is no longer accessible to such experience. With the explanation of all mechanical movements in the sky and on the earth from a uniform principle, then also the systematic connection of the judgments about the objects of the experience was justified. From the uniform system of the judgments about the objects of the experience, a uniform system of the objects of the experience has been concluded, not without plausibility, because according to Newton's law of attraction all heavy bodies stand among themselves in continuous interaction. This has caused the mechanists to the reconstruction of a universal world system, in which strict determination should rule. Quotation: in a dust vortex excited by a violent storm, which indeed presents to our eyes a picture of the worst confusion, in the most terrible storm, in which adverse winds stir up the floods, there is not a single molecule of sand or water which would be in its place by chance, which would not have a sufficient cause to occupy the place where it is, and which would not act strictly according to the manner in which it must act. Die Holbach, System der Natur oder von den Gesetzen der Physik und der moralischen Welt, page 47. If before implicitly the world view was set up according to the earthly relations of domination, now the socially strengthened bourgeoisie interprets the earthly relations according to the model of a universalized mechanics, otherwise everything remains as it was, the God or nature-ordained order, or rather the lawful disorder prevails. Quote, during the terrible convulsions which sometimes afflict the bodies of states and which often bring about the overthrow of an empire, there is not a single action, not a single word, not a single thought, in the acting forces which participate in the revolution as destroyers or as victims, not a single will, not a single passion, which are not necessary, which do not act as they must act, which do not infallibly produce the effects which they must produce according to the place which These acting forces occupy in this moral vortex. D. Holbach, page 47. Whatever happens, the self-consciousness of the bourgeoisie has made its peace with the world as it is and has exposed as an old wives' tale the soul which was promised the hope of salvation from this vale of tears. Thereby the insight was lost to it that the laws of mechanics determine unambiguously only the behavior of those bodies which are independent of each other and thus of the total connection of all heavy bodies. Occam had explicitly formulated the theoretical premise, nullum universale est extra animam. The system of judgments about the objects of experience is no proof of an analogous system of the objects of experience. And Hobbes, transferring the principle of individuality to society, had realistically concluded that individuals, left to their natural movement, would produce perfect chaos, bellum omnium contra omnes, pyramiding competition, precisely what Marx later called the anarchy of commodity production. This has kept its truth for the natural sciences. The formal generality and systematic unity of theory has a fundamentum in re only insofar as the residential consists of particular individual systems well isolated against each other and against the overall context. The scientific method, conceived according to the model of the natural sciences, has only particulars as its object. It insists that no reality corresponds to the general, to the theory, and relegates theories that ascribe reality to the general to the realm of a supposedly long outdated metaphysics. As far as theory would be limited to a mere explanatory principle for the given facts, the separation of theoretical coherence of experience and factual isolation of the objects of experience would be justified. However, this separation becomes problematic when theory itself has become the constitutive element of the objects of experience. With Newton's law of motion and the law of attraction, the oscillations of a mathematical pendulum are to be represented. However, its period of oscillation is independent of the amplitude only in first approximation. In order to enforce the constancy of the period of oscillation also for larger amplitudes, it must be guaranteed that the restoring force is proportional to the angle of deflection. The conditions under which this requirement is to be fulfilled can only be developed mathematically from the basic laws of mechanics and only then realized. In the cycloidal pendulum as an object of experience, the theory has then entered as a constitutive moment. But if the theory thus became constitutive for the objects of experience, then the generality of the theory does not remain formal, but this generality is materialiter as a moment in the facts. The objects of the theory are themselves constituted by the representational activity mediated by theory. But then there is a moment of generality in the empirical objects of experience, which is not accessible to the immediate experience of these objects, but which must first be opened up theoretically, by recourse to the process of constitution of the objects of experience, which has become historical. Because there is a general in the objects of immediate activity, the objective activity itself becomes the function of a general existing outside the subjects. The objectivity of this general is mediated by a theory instrumentalized for the representational activity of the individual, and it implies, if this general is not brought under the control of the subjects, the blind instrumentalization of the subjects. In terms of the Frankfurt School, the instrumentalization of reason turns into domination over people. The practical success of natural science, which was the most powerful argument to shake the transcendental legitimation of domination, serves at the same time the irrational domination of a blind general over the individual subjects. Because this general is now materially anchored in the practical experience of the individual, it can no longer be destroyed by a merely ideology-critical procedure. The immediate experience, the representational activity, is a necessary moment of natural science. If this moment is absolutized, the appropriation of the methods and results of science becomes an exercise in an incomprehensible function, which then can no longer be understood as the result of a process that has become historical and can be changed by human beings. The knowledge of the conditions and implications is the prerequisite for self-conscious action, the possibility of which depends on the appropriation of the tradition entered in the objects of activity. With the practical disposal of the principium intrinsicum, people put themselves in the place of God. The self-consciousness corresponding to this practical disposal they can gain only through the political appropriation of what they have technically created. And you shall enjoy bodily what your fathers promised spiritually. Arnold Schoenberg, Moses and Aaron, Act 1, Scene 4. Sacrifice demands an order that canonizes itself in execution. Heller Tiedemann Bartels, Managed Tradition 2, 1. Of the essence of the principles applies what Plato says of that of the soul, that the knowledge of what it is like in itself requires in all ways a divine and far-flung investigation, to which, however, it can be compared, this a human and lighter one. The human faculty of knowledge, limited by the finiteness of the imagination, forces the divine science to speak of its object differently than it is, in allegories that are similar to the truth but at the same time conceal this truth. This paradox was already present with the still mythical figure of the concept of truth. The Muses sang. We know deceptive appearances in abundance to say, similar to the real. But we also know, when it pleases us, to proclaim truth. Hesiod, Theogony 27 ff. The paradox of allegory, to speak of the unconditioned as if it were conditioned, expresses itself in allegory as catachresis, as a break in allegorical speech. Origen writes, if, however, the usefulness of the legislation and the smooth, logical coherence of the historical narrative were evident everywhere without further ado, then we would not believe that one could find any other meaning in the scriptures besides the obvious one. Therefore, the divine logos has, as it were, caused some vexations, impulses, and impossibilities to be placed in the midst of the law and the historical narratives, for we should not be wholly carried away by the unclouded grace of the wording, and thereby either, because we experience nothing worthy of God, fall away from the teachings altogether, or else, if we do not detach ourselves from the bookstaff, receive nothing more divine. The insinuation that biblical myth is a necessarily catachretic revelation of the divine logos grounds allegoresis, the rational exegesis of the biblical text, and with it theology as a rational science. But allegoresis suffers from a paradox complementary to allegory. In its interpretation of Scripture, it makes the contradiction, constitutive of Scripture, between the unconditioned and its representation, analogous to that of the conditioned, disappear, thus transforming theology into idealistic philosophy. Instead of eschamatizing the scandal of theology and with it itself, it is to get to the bottom of it. A hint is given by the Platonic myth, which tells how immortal souls come to harm. Plato writes, the rest of them all follow the Droban, but they are incapable and are driven around under the surface, kicking and pushing each other, each trying to get ahead of the other. Now turmoil arises, quarrel and sweat of fear, whereby through the fault of bad leaders many are maimed, many feathers are damaged, but all of them, after much suffered discomfort, go away indifferent to the view of the existing, and thus gone away they hold on to sham food. To the damaged souls, the colorless, formless, truly existing being, comprehensible only to the soul's guide, reason, remains inaccessible, and only the philosophers, the rulers, and those who enjoy freedom in their wake are able to preserve a memory of the truly existing being. To simply invert the idealistic conception, according to which, correct, rule follows only from participation in reason, and to declare reason to be the idealized form of rule, would deprive the idealistic conception of its material content, of the insight into the significance for rule of the fixation of the relations of rule in the souls of the ruled. Marx writes, it is with such determinations of reflection at all a thing of its own. This person, for example, is king to us because other people relate to him as subjects. They, conversely, believe themselves to be subjects because he is king. The rule which, unlike that based on actual or imminent violence, is fixed in the souls of the ruled is called power, which historically is always based on acts of violence, but without maintaining itself as rule only through permanent violence, even if the threat and use of violence remain the means of its choice. In the bound Prometheus of Aeschylus, power and violence are distinguished secondary roles. Violence has a silent role, but power speaks. With force, hardly one individual can threaten many, and so the power of one is based on the allegiance of several, in the simplest case on that of his sons. Thus the powerless aged patriarch becomes the metonym of power, the recognition of the primacy of the firstborn, the primacy of the eldest son in the succession to that of the condition of its tradability. Compare to Genesis 48:2. The power bestows upon the powerful the freedom of their arbitrariness, even that of violating the law of preservation and tradability of power. Jacob places the firstborn of the late favorite over the legitimate heir Reuben, thus destroying the coherence of the following. The legitimate heirs execute the law of power on the favored by inclination, and break it thereby on their part, because to sell one of their equals as a slave because of the disadvantage they suffered because of him, contains the willingness to bend the ruling family under foreign rule for the sake of one's own advantage. As their steward the sold one had already seen himself in the dream. In Joseph's preference and sale, the contradiction immanent in patriarchal power between the freedom of arbitrary power and the law of its preservation is set apart as a myth, as a seemingly historical sequence of events. Joseph's power over his brothers, on the other hand, is based on his participation in an alien power that stands above him, and which becomes the purely heteronymous power of Pharaoh over the Israelite people, to which the past power, divided by arbitrary power, appears as freedom. And he said further, I am the God of thy father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Exodus 3:6. Moses' calling begins with the memory of a past that promised a future different from this present, in the name of a future radically different from this wretched present. God said to Moses, I will be who I will be. And said, Thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, I will be, have sent me. Exodus 3:14. A tautology is not logically false, but only factually meaningless. This tautology placed in the future tense is a logical impossibility, determination of an unconditioned that is not, but becomes, and becomes it can only be from another than it is therefore conditioned by this other. The logical impossibility of the tautology placed in the future tense not only intertwines the historical with the systematic, the myth with the logos, but also recapitulates the antinomy in the law of power, the unlimited freedom of arbitrariness based on contingent domination. And he said, I will make all my goodness pass before you and will proclaim before you my name the Lord. And I will be gracious to whom I will be gracious, and will show mercy on whom I will show mercy. Exodus 33:19. Such self-affirming perfection of power was not only to the people of Israel, named after Jacob, who had struggled an obligation with God, it also holds antinomies of the kind, can God create what is greater than himself, from which only the ontological proof of God redeems, imputing absolute power to ratio, God is, beyond which nothing greater can be thought. The form of this proof of God, the greatest is the greatest, is, like that of the name, a tautology, but that, unlike that of the aforementioned name, has the merit of being freed from all content, by which alone the absolute can be of significance for finite beings. In contrast to its empty form, the tautology put into the future tense has a character, that of promise. Its content is first determined negatively as liberation from oppression. This itself is determined not only negatively, not only as a barrier that one will find on another, but positively, as a disposition over the will of another that forces the latter to do something that it would not do of its own accord. Such disposition of the will of another presupposes the unity of commanding and signifying words, or, for lovers of scientific theoretical jargon, of prescriptive and descriptive propositions. Manifestations of the disposal of the will of others are the monumental buildings, especially the sacred ones, which serve no empirically determinable purposes. Such buildings are at the same time manifestations of independence from natural conditions, proofs of the freedom of arbitrariness, that is, of what goes beyond the simple reproduction of this kind of natural being. But this is what makes domination so perverse that it makes free will, the ability to set itself realizable ends, its material, and excludes those whose freedom of arbitrariness serves it as material from the pursuit of their own ends, leaving them to vegetate on the lowest levels of reproduction. Any relief of their existence then appears not as a result of their own doing, but as a mercy of the ruler, and the attempt to reappropriate their own practically existing freedom of arbitrariness as a crime against the ruler. Pharaoh said, you are idle, that is why you say, let us go and sacrifice to the Lord. Go now and work. No straw will be given you, but you must still deliver the same number of bricks. The foremen of the people of Israel saw that they were in trouble when they said, you shall by no means reduce your number of bricks, your daily task each day. They met Moses and Aaron, who were waiting for them, as they came out from Pharaoh, and they said to them, the Lord look on you and judge, because you have made us stink in the sight of Pharaoh and his servants, and have put a sword in their hand to kill us. Exodus 5 verses 17 to 21. This describes the tactics of white terror, effective to this day, which makes the smell of simple DKP members stink in the sight of legal domination, not because the program of the DKP, essentially the cultivation of German-Soviet friendship and the demand for more kindergartens, could be dangerous to this domination, especially since the agents of capital cultivate German-Soviet friendship in their own way, as East-West trade, but because the suspicion that the DKP could agitate for the denunciation of the servitude of the people is sufficient to qualify membership in the DKP as a quasi-criminal attack on legal rule. Now there arose a new king over Egypt, who did not know Joseph. And he said to his people, behold, the people of Israel are too many and too mighty for us. Come, let us deal shrewdly with them, lest they multiply, and, if war breaks out, they join our enemies and fight against us and escape from the land. Exodus 1 verses 8 to 10. The tactic was already successful in its time, for the biblical myth of liberation from the Egyptian house of service is not a tale of agitation and popular revolt, but first of all that of an attempt to talk the ruler out of his rule. But the appeal to the will of the overpowering God of the oppressed people is not convincing, and the empirical manifestations of the will of the transcendent God, the signs and wonders that Aaron is responsible for demonstrating, are not principally different from the sacred sleight of hand of the Egyptian priests. But the magicians of Egypt did the same by their secret arts. So Pharaoh's heart remained hardened, and he would not listen to them, as the Lord had said. Exodus 7:22. Unlikely that rulers let themselves be talked out of ruling, and signs and wonders are manifestations of the will of a transcendent God only to the one who wants to take them for it. To the Egyptian ruler, the Egyptian plagues are only an accumulation of quite known unpleasantnesses of nature. Natural phenomena have often been taken as a reason for their allegorical interpretation, but this interpretation always led only to the idea of nature as a power which itself remains mythical and which therefore cannot prove the supremacy of the transcendent God of the Hebrew slaves. This proves itself only in the destruction of the power of the ruler through the paralysis of the principle of the transmission of power, through the strangling of the firstborn. Then the people of Israel went and did so, as the Lord had commanded Moses and Aaron, so they did. At midnight the Lord struck down all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh who sat on his throne to the firstborn of the captive who was in the dungeon, and all the firstborn of the livestock. And Pharaoh rose up in the night, he and all his servants and all the Egyptians. And there was a great cry in Egypt, for there was not a house where someone was not dead. Exodus 12:28-30. It is doubtful that he was the Lord who did this, for he would have recognized his own without needing the external sign, the blood of the sacrificed paschal lamb on the post, door, and threshold. The blood shall be a sign for you, on the houses where you are. And when I see the blood, I will pass over you, and no plague will befall you to destroy you, when I strike the land of Egypt. Exodus 12:13. The after all obvious assumption that the liberation from the Egyptian captivity was historically the work of a clandestine terrorist organization does not yet give the content of this biblical myth, because the organization of the liberation was only possible as disorganization of rule, and this disorganization presupposed the knowledge, the distinction of the ruler from the law of the preservation of his power. But the law of the preservation of freedom is that of the preservation of power. It is proclaimed far before the Decalogue. The Lord said to Moses, "Consecrate to me all the firstborn. Whatever is the first to open the womb among the people of Israel, both of man and of beast, is mine." Exodus 13 verses 1-2. And in order to avoid any misunderstanding among his people, whose tendency to surrender to casuistry the Lord knows, the implementing provisions follow in Deuteronomy. If a man have 2 wives, one that he loveth, and one that he hateth, and they bear him children, both the loving and the unworthy, that the firstborn be of the unworthy, and the time come that he should divide the inheritance unto his children, he cannot make the son of the loveliest the firstborn son for the son of the unworthy, but he shall know the son of the unworthy for the firstborn son, that he may give him double of all that there is, for the same is the firstborn of his power, and the firstborn right is his. Deuteronomy 21 verses 15-17. No deceptive confusion of form and no inclination shall break the law of the preservation of power. To recognize it presupposes abstraction from any possibly deceptive perception of form and from all accidental inclination. As a law of conservation of power, it is not bound to any empirical person and has no analogue at all. You shall not make for yourself a carved image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Exodus 20:4. Nor, because of its necessary abstractness, is it confined to the one empirical succession of generations, but it is intended to secure to the power an existence in all time, and thus to relieve it of the succession of time. But time does not run, but in it runs the existence of the changeable Kant, Critique of Pure Reason, A144. The order of time is related to the changing content retrospectively, as a memory of the past, as an enactment of history. I am the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, and prospectively as a promise, I will be who I will be. Exodus 3:14. For its part, an even more abstract content of time related to the order of time is the succession of the sexes, that which remains in the alternation of the sexes, if it remains, is their trad power, which is autonomous as a disposition of the freedom of the arbitrariness of the subjugated and therefore can also be usurped by a priestly caste, which, however, must allow the law of its preservation to be heteronomously prescribed by the conditions of its tradability. The heteronymous ground of autonomy is the supremacy that gives the law to autonomy. This law, as a ritual prescription related to the empirical and therefore at the mercy of the widely ramified casuistry of its application, breaks the immanence of the empirical in this itself. Its transcendent principle is the breaking of the continuous self-course of the empirical. Remember the Sabbath day, to keep it holy. 6 days you shall labor, and do all your work, but the seventh day is a Sabbath to the Lord your God. On it you shall not do any work, you, or your son, or your daughter, your male servant, or your female servant, or your livestock, or the sojourner who is within your gates. Exodus 20 verses 8 to 10. In contrast to Greek antiquity, in which the Philistine, because concerned with empirical, necessary things, was considered eo ipso incapable of the free activity of his spirit, here the transcendent spirit is cited into immanence. In Deuteronomy a justification is given for this which is distinct from that given in Exodus. You shall remember that you were a slave in the land of Egypt, and the Lord your God brought you out from there with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm. Therefore the Lord your God commanded you to keep the Sabbath day. Deuteronomy 5 verse 15. The remembrance of bondage and deliverance from it is meant to cite transcendence into immanence, but in the very next chapter the material basis of such citation is revealed. And when the Lord your God brings you into the land that he swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give you with great and good cities that you did not build, and houses full of all good things that you did not fill, and cisterns that you did not dig, and vineyards and olive trees that you did not plant, and when you eat and are full, then take care lest you forget the Lord, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. Deuteronomy 6, 10 to 12. The forcible appropriation of wealth created by others is the basis of the presence of transcendence in immanence, and so is the basis of the law. That can appear as an enduring, transcendent order of the transient empirical in this fell in a way itself, as scripture. But the people, who saw in the law only another form of rule, had imagined the presence of God differently and demanded gods who went before him. God himself had evoked such reversion to myth when he proclaimed his presence in immanence. I will make my dwelling among you, and my soul shall not abhor you. And I will walk among you and will be your God, and you shall be my people. Leviticus 26, 11 to 12. Even if the ale were a metaphor, by it the incomparable one made himself comparable. Even more, every metaphor entangles the incomparable, disrupts the order of being and falls back into the ambiguity of myth, which is not just any narrative, but the narrative of the arbitrariness of the rulers, not yet tamed to power by the law of tradability. The allegory is, at least according to its intention, unambiguous, and the allegories is the attempt to interpret the myth, which is ambiguous, as allegory. Ambiguity, however, appears as ambiguity only before the unambiguity of the idea. Only when unambiguity is intended and is taken as a basis in the scripture gets an ulterior meaning, which, because it depends on the intention to make the myth unambiguous by allegorism, is interpreted into the scripture and not only to be read out of it. But if the script were to be taken only literally, it would be at most a pretext for the intention of unambiguity, which would no longer need its realization, if this had become the self-explication of the pure idea. But this is, because of its indeterminacy, the idea of nothing. For the unfolding of the idea as that of something determined, it needs the traditional, in which it has not only its object, but also its substance, and in order to be more than a mere doubling of the myth, it needs the difference of sense and ulterior sense. This difference appears only negatively as that in the myth which cannot be transposed into concepts by allegorism, which does not conform to the law, and it thus appears doubly, as arbitrariness of the powerful, but to whom I am merciful, and Hittites, Canaanites and other Turks may see where they remain, and as unbridled pleasure in the game and song dance. Mythical violence and law agree in that they demand human sacrifice, the mythical violence in the form of Moloch, who is an abomination to the Lord, the law as just punishment for those who misunderstood their deliverance as that to unbridled lust at play and shouting at the song dance. And when Moses saw that the people had broken loose, for Aaron had let them break loose, to the derision of their enemies, then Moses stood in the gate of the camp and said, Who is on the Lord's side? Come to me. And all the sons of Levi gathered around him. And he said to them, Thus says the Lord God of Israel, Put your sword on your side each of you, and go to and fro from gate to gate throughout the camp, and each of you kill his brother and his companion and his neighbor. And the sons of Levi did according to the word of Moses. And that day about 3,000 men of the people fell. Exodus 32 verses 25 to 28. The materialistic theory, if it does not want to resign before its practical ineffectiveness, is given the task to explain also the ineffectiveness. If it succeeds in doing so, it has established itself as an autonomous theory subsisting in itself beyond all effectiveness and thus beyond all reality. It has returned to the spirit that once hovered over the waters and has become metaphysics again. The truth of the spirit thus happily concerned with itself again is ideological in itself, reflection of the development of social being that has become hopeless. Bourgeois ideology, whose philosophical department has been tirelessly engaged since Marx's time in denouncing the objective concept of truth as unfounded and therefore unscientific, does too much honor to truth if it believes it still has to fear it. The argument, which is directed against the objective concept of truth under the meaningful title problem of ultimate justification, is stolen from Aristotle. Some now demand, for lack of education, that one should also prove this, for lack of education is when one does not know for what a proof is to be sought and for what not. For that there is a proof at all for everything is impossible, otherwise a progress into the infinite would occur and also so no proof would take place. Aristotle, Metaphysics, 1006a. Since the last founders recognize only the proofs which cannot exist, for them everything is ultimately unfounded and of doubtful, at best hypothetical existence. Because no truth is true enough for them, the breakfast egg on which they feed, at least until the hen's egg problem is solved, remains one of merely hypothetical existence, which eases the question of how it gets on their table to that in a non-objective language game. The militancy of the defense may justify doubts about the tirelessly repeated assertion that philosophy is obsolete, but it does not recreate for philosophical criticism the importance of turning the world upside down, i.e. on its head. The secularized spirit of still mindless states became an ornament. No reasonable sentence could be written without memory of the past, which had another future than this present, in which every memory of that past is demented. Even the theoretical expression of despair has a part in the tradition from that past, which is divided before it into its opposing historical presuppositions, that of this present and that of a future other than this present. If only this present followed from the presupposition, then its history would be that of the doom, of the destiny unrolling itself, which, if it is also only called by this name, cannot be so universal and inevitable, because then it would not allow the distance to it, which it needs in order to know its name. The contradiction immanent in the universal history of disaster constructed according to the idea of doom, which, because it is constructed from a principle, deserves to be called idealistic, does not justify the for its part idealistic conception of a consciousness escaped from history, which could judge its sine ioa et studio. Larger parts of the dialectic of enlightenment, most of which can be found under the title The Concept of Enlightenment, can be read as if they were conceived according to this idea. To reject the concept of the dialectic of enlightenment as idealistic because of them repeats the incriminated mistake of stylizing individual findings to the general idea instead of getting to the bottom of the inconsistency of the text. The opposing ideas, although both idealistic, do not follow the scheme of idealistic dialectics, according to which each of these ideas would have its truth at the one opposite to it, because they are different in content. The tertium comparationis of both conceptions is the concept of ideology, according to which the content of consciousness is determined by history. If every content of consciousness were so determined, then for such a consciousness there could be no judgment about truth or falsity of ideas, for this judgment would itself be determined, and there would be no reason to suppose that the determination of the judgment established its factual correctness. But then every attempt to justify the thesis of the determination of the contents of consciousness is contradictory, unless it presupposes the pre-stabilized harmony of history and the contents of consciousness, which could be guaranteed only if history as well as consciousness were comparable attributes of a third, which, whether under the title of spirit or under that of matter, resembled Spinoza's substance confusingly. The resurrection of the older form of idealism in that concept of ideology reveals its affirmation of reality, the duplication of which would blind the consciousness that reflected it, because it would neither be able to distinguish itself from its contents nor these from reality. The concept of reflection cannot be thought without that of consciousness, which can have no other content than that of consciousness itself, which thus reflects itself in itself, and thereby distinguishes itself as the form of consciousness from all its other contents. Through this reflection, the form of consciousness becomes a sui generis object for it, which, together with the tautology that all contents of consciousness are subject to its form, results in the general thesis of subjective idealism that all contents of consciousness are sui generis. The proof that subjective idealism, if it became the immediate form of consciousness as a result of reflection, would make it impossible for the subjects whose consciousness would have this form to meet even the simplest requirements of everyday life, does not yet refute epistemological reflection, but only proves the incompatibility of the consequence of thinking with the everyday life of the thinking subjects. The fulfillment of the demand that the consequences of thinking must be compatible with the everyday life of the thinking subjects would liquidate any reasoned judgment about this everyday life. In its immanence sealed by such considerations, consciousness becomes itself an object transcendent of every other reality. The scientific figure of the philosophy of origin was the epistemology. It wanted to raise the absolutely first to the absolutely conscience by reflection on the subject, which could not be eliminated from any concept of the first. Theodore W. Adorno, On the Metacriticism of Epistemology. Studies on Husserl and the Phenomenological Antinomies. The appearance, founded by nominalism, that all prior metaphysics is a figure of epistemology opaque to itself becomes transparent to its systematic reflection on the ontological presuppositions of which consciousness, locked into its immanence, requires. For since I am nothing else than a thinking thing, or since at least for now there is only talk of that part of me which is a thinking thing, then if such a power, of maintaining myself as a thinking thing, were in me, I would undoubtedly have to be conscious of it. However, I have no experience of such a power, and precisely from this I recognize most clearly that I depend on some being different from me. René Descartes, Meditations on the Foundations of Philosophy with all the objections and rejoinders, 3. 37, 40. In consciousness closed into its immanence, no idea of lack and dependence could be found, because if the reality of consciousness were the only reality for consciousness, then through the idea that it suffers lack of this or that something, this lack would already be removed, because the idea of lack would contain the idea of what it lacks. Analogously, the idea of dependence would be reduced to the dependence on its idea, which would be immanent to consciousness as its reality and thus document its absolute independence. The insight of not being the absolute itself plunges the consciousness of subjective idealism into the contradiction of absolute self-certainty and cognition of its dependence. All attempts to abolish this contradiction in epistemology and thus in consciousness reproduced it in other forms, until one side of absolute self-certainty, exposed to criticism by the contradiction, succumbed for other reasons, and immediately the consciousness of lack and dependence turned into the affirmation of lack and dependence. The contradiction in the consciousness of subjective idealism not only shakes its self-certainty, but, since all certainty is based on this self-certainty, with it the confidence in the truth of what until then could be regarded as certain. Founded in the critique of its own insufficiency, every critique of the false conceptions that consciousness has tends to the generalization of suspicion against all conceptions except that of its own insufficiency, and thus allows factual objections to be substituted by always the same general objection of the impossibility of establishing objective validity. The liberation from the tutelage of ontology established by epistemology made all conceptions indifferent, and criticism of these conceptions a game that epistemology had always won. This freedom of the mind subjected its specific figures, the conceptions, to the laws of the market of free opinion, which were external to the contents of these conceptions. Kant explicitly separates the question of the thing, quid facti, from that of the legal claim, quid iuris, under which the thing is negotiated, and gives priority to the clarification of the legal claim and with it to civil law, the regulative form of the market. Compare to Immanuel Kant, Critique of Pure Reason, B. 117. This separation not only allows the sciences oriented to the question quid facti a development no longer hindered by paternalism, it also takes away from factual truth the polemical sharpness that once suited it as a refutation of a false conception of the universe. Consciousness attains its liberation from the dependence of the ontologically superior to it through the reflection on itself. Analogously, the question quid iuris, if it is put to the law itself, brings to light that this freedom is based on the sediments of naked violence, because the one-sided connection of all other wills constitutes only the sphere of law, in which only the reciprocal connection of then free wills shall be allowed. Violence, according to its concept speechless, it appears in the bound Prometheus of Aeschylus as a mute figure, is alien to the reflection of consciousness upon itself, appears in it only in the form of the freedom of consciousness. For I knew myself, thank God, in a situation that did not force me to make a trade out of science in order to improve my fortune. René Descartes. Discours de la méthode, I. 13, 15. Even the steepest idealism is too worldly wise to fall for the idea that the leisure which the reflection of consciousness upon itself requires is independent of the fact that everything for the satisfaction of necessary needs and for the enjoyment of life would be provided for it out of nothing or by the gods. The surplus product, from which the thinker feeds, is not transferred to him by those who create it of their own free will, it is extorted from them by force. Reflection therefore arouses the suspicion against itself to profit from the priestly fraud even there, where it undermines theology. The mere existence of consciousness reflecting on itself is based on sediment violence. Thus, the freedom of consciousness, as well as the consciousness of freedom, is entangled with violence, but this insight does not fall into a third consciousness independent of violence and freedom, rather, it owes itself to the reflection of consciousness entangled with violence. In the representation of the dependence of consciousness on the reality then ontologically preordered to it, the consciousness that recognizes this dependence excludes itself from it, and it remains opaque to itself. Such naivete provoked the critical investigations of epistemology, which was not yet fixated on preparing factual knowledge into mere opinions for the market. The passages in which reflection proves to be not quite powerful of itself, the probing investigation of the blind spot in the consciousness reflecting on itself, which show up in the systematic representation as breaking points of the immanence of consciousness, are not only the logical errors that Descartes or Kant every academic takes credit for, but the places where objectivity breaks into the immanence of subjective reflection. Every such break-in proves the conception that the reflecting consciousness has of itself as false, as inadequate to its own presuppositions, just as, on the other hand, the reality thus breaking into consciousness presents itself to it as an inverted reality, as one that is incompatible with rational self-consciousness. Consciousness, turning to its conception of itself critically, i.e. distinguishing, experiences itself as a reversed being, as one that is not what it is according to its consciousness. Kant conceived this difference as a mere difference of determinations of consciousness, as that of sensuality and understanding, but then he could no longer bring the two to coincide, because he was forced to abstract from that in which they coincide, the existing intelligible sense being, because otherwise he would have found himself compelled to state ontological determinations of the subjects of cognition, which his nominalism denied him. This is also evident in Kant's discussion of the anticipations of perception, according to which sensation, as the matter of perception, is supposed to certify reality to appearances. For the sake of the objective generality of this reality, it is supposed to be able to exist even below every possible threshold of stimulus for sense sensations, whereby this kind of matter then becomes a thing in itself, whose existence is necessarily thought even where it eludes possible perception. Compare to Kant, Critique of Pure Reason, B207 ff, especially B214 ff. The rational self-consciousness did not form itself exclusively as negation of negation, as the other of the other, as Hegel's logic suggests, but just as much first on what was analogous to it, objectively understandable, as then on what it had recognized, through reflection on already existing knowledge. Compare to G. W. F. Hegel, Science of Logic. First part. The Objective Logic, page 132 ff. The two discursive moments of self-consciousness, absolute negation and reflection on positive cognition of being, appear in the Critique of Ideology, in which the critique of the false conception of consciousness of itself and of reality is at the same time the positive science of the wrong presuppositions of consciousness, which makes these conceptions for itself. On its presuppositions, the consciousness of the Critique of Ideology decomposes into its extremes: universal skepticism, in which it sacrifices itself to its negativity, and transcendental idealism, which asserts it as self-consciousness against all reality opposed to it, both forms of subjective idealism, the latter of which is critical at most insofar as it admits that the empirical conditions under which human beings find themselves forced to live cannot be reconciled with rational self-consciousness. But to conclude from this correct finding that what people suffer from under these conditions is that they deny them a reasonable self-consciousness is idealistic cynicism in which the correct insight into the wrong relation of means and ends still participates. The critical justification of philosophy, only in it the inhumanity of the real conditions can be adequately grasped, uses precisely these conditions as proof of their necessity, without being able to turn around the misery, from which it also lives, and thus becomes what the citizens, who no longer want to know anything about it, denounce it as the higher striving, which according to Brecht is a beautiful trait. I believed nothing more would come. Hanno Bodenbroek. Kant opens the possibility of the concept of history with the systematic distinction between regressive and progressive synthesis. I will call the synthesis of a series on the side of the conditions, that is, from that which is nearest to the given appearance, and so to the more remote conditions, the regressive, but that which proceeds on the side of the conditioned, from the nearest sequence to the more remote ones, the progressive synthesis. The first goes in antecedentia, the second in consequentia. The cosmological ideas, then, deal with the totality of the regressive synthesis, and go into antecedentia, not into consequentia. If this latter happens, it is an arbitrary and not a necessary problem of pure reason, because for the complete comprehension of what is given in appearance we need well the reasons, but not the consequences. This opening has two defects, for first, at every moment the elements of progressive synthesis are transformed into those of regressive synthesis, thus representing themselves the indifference of regressive and progressive synthesis. Second, the distinction of regressive and progressive synthesis falls to transcendental reflection, the subject of which is itself indifferent to this difference, which it would not be able to grasp without this indifference. The material as well as the formal condition of the distinction of regressive and progressive synthesis presuppose their unconditioned unity, which Kant wanted to explode by the distinction. Reflection on the conditions of the possibility of the concept of history has left its concept behind. It, self-consciousness, thus proves itself in the way in which first in the dialectical movement of knowing, perceiving and understanding otherness as in itself, and then in the movement through the independence of consciousness in domination and bondage, through the thought of freedom, the skeptical liberation, and the struggle of the absolute liberation of consciousness divided in itself, otherness insofar as it is only for it, disappears for itself. Two sides appeared one after the other, the one in which the essence or the true for the consciousness, the determinateness of being, the other that had to be only for it. But both reduced themselves to one truth, that what is, or what is in itself, is only in so far as it is for consciousness, and what is for it is also in itself. Consciousness, which is this truth, has this way in its back and forgets it by appearing immediately as reason, or this immediately appearing reason appears only as the certainty of that truth. Thus the science of the experience of consciousness would have come to its end and thereby, as Hegel notes, become incomprehensible to itself. It, reason, thus only assures to be all reality, but does not comprehend this itself, for that forgotten way is the comprehension of this immediately expressed assertion. Idealism, which does not represent that way, but begins with this assertion, is therefore also pure assurance, which does not comprehend itself. The anamnesis to the way, the problem history, is constitutive for the comprehension of the result, before which it becomes a subaltern didactics, whose systematic function has its ground in the discrepancy of problem history and its result. From this results the cardinal difficulty of all didactics, that it is not able to grasp its reason, the discrepancy of problem history and its result, within itself, but only in the relation of setting, external and determining reflection, which can only become thematic in the theory of absolute idealism. Compared to this theory, Carnap's correspondence postulates, which are supposed to mediate between autonomous mathematical theory and the experience to be fixed in an observational language, remain in mystagogical darkness. Now it could be objected that physicists without any philosophical considerations have no difficulties to convert their abstract theories into models, whose technical practical realization not only promoted the progress of experimental physics, but also became the basis of industrial production, which in its success proved to be independent of any philosophical considerations. The technical practical results prove to be indifferent to the problem history of which they once were the results, they become blind to their prehistory, as Hegel described it. The form of the development of the capitalist mode of production seems analogous to this. The conditions and presuppositions of becoming, of the coming into being of capital presuppose precisely that it is not yet, but is only becoming, they therefore disappear with the real capital, with the capital which itself, starting from its reality, sets the conditions of its realization. These preconditions, which originally appeared as conditions of its becoming and therefore could not yet spring from its action as capital, now appear as results of its own realization, reality, as set by it not as conditions of its coming into being, but as results of its existence. It no longer proceeds from presuppositions in order to become, but is itself presupposed, and proceeding from itself, it creates the conditions of its preservation and growth itself. Science and the capitalist mode of production agree in that they become independent in the result against their history. This agreement has led the authors of the Dialectic of Enlightenment to conclude from it a ground common to those who agree. This common ground of science and of the object of political economy is domination, no matter whether it manifests itself in the disposal of men over the natural conditions of their existence or in the domination of men over men. The man of science knows things in so far as he can make them. Thereby their unsitch becomes for him. In transformation, the essence of things always reveals itself as ever the same, as the substratum of domination. The superiors experience Dasein, with which they no longer need to deal, only as a substratum and congeal entirely into the commanding self. The deaf ears that remain to the docile proletarians have nothing ahead of the immobility of the dominator. From the immaturity of the dominated lives the overmaturity of society. The more complicated and refined the social, economic, and scientific apparatus, to the operation of which the system of production has long since attuned the body, the more impoverished the experiences of which it is capable. If Hegel had still presented the independence of the result against its genesis, the authors of the Dialectic of Enlightenment make the result of domination the ground of its genesis. Such an explanation is teleological according to Kant. Where, therefore, not merely the knowledge of an object, but the object itself, the form or existence of the same, is thought as an effect only possible through a concept of the latter, then one thinks of an end. The conception of the effect is here the determinant of its cause and precedes the latter. In this reversal of the time sequence of cause and effect, time is suspended in the absolute concept. The subsumption of the factual, whether under legendary prehistory, whether under mathematical formalism, the symbolic relation of the present to the mythical process in right or to the abstract category in science, makes the new appear as the predetermined, which is thus in truth the old. The dialectic of the Enlightenment thus, against the declared will of the authors, comes to be an absolute idealism in form, though without even mentioning the problems of this form, which are minutely discussed by Hegel. That absolute idealism is not the whole truth, Hegel himself has presented, it goes with it, as with the special spheres of nature. Although the plant kingdom is the truth of the geological form of nature, the animal, in turn, is the higher truth of the vegetal, the mountains, and the alluvial land nevertheless remain as the ground of the trees, bushes and flowers, which in turn do not lose their existence next to the animal kingdom. The materially as well as historically proceeding does not completely submit to the train of its suspension in the reflection, but the moment of its unavailability appears only before the reflection, which has become independent towards it. Its break with what is unavailable makes its relation to what is unavailable appear as mystery. Although the animal is the truth of the plant kingdom, this nevertheless remains as a beyond of the animal. The old still remains, and a special way of this remaining is that which is preserved in the mysteries. They were not a secret. In more recent times, there has been much research into the content of the mysteries, but the mysteries are not a special wisdom, not a depth of knowledge. Rather, they contain the old, the reason of the formed. The ground of the unformed is that which is not yet formed. It can be articulated only by means of its formation, without being absorbed in this condition of its articulation. The secret of Carnap's correspondence postulates finds its elucidation in Hegel. Neither anima vegetativa nor anima sensitiva have their concept in themselves, but in the intellect, in which they do not merge. This justifies the logical priority of the spirit before that from which it originated developmentally. Hopeless therefore remains the attempt to explain it itself, the medium of explanation, from that uneducated. True in the dialectic of enlightenment is that the ability to reflect developed historically in the slipstream of the rule, in whose enjoyment the travelling rhapsode Xenophanes got. False is that the actualization of the ability to reflect was only a reflex of the rule. A god he declares is supreme among gods and men, comparable to mortals neither in form nor in thought, and he justifies this proposition by considering. None of the gods could rule over the others, for, on the one hand, it would be contrary to the nature and dignity of the gods to have a lord over them, and, on the other hand, in view of their needlessness, none of them had need of a servant. However, the possibility of reflection owes itself to the domination in whose slipstream it historically flourished. Its reality is intellectual sabotage of the historical conditions of its possibility. The real impotence of the better argument, skepticism about domination, inverted it into skepticism about the medium of argument, the mind, and the functional transformation of skepticism into recognition of domination restituted itself through history. For 2 millennia, the status of domination remained precarious, rarely endangered by the revolt of the ruled, but always by the competition of the rulers for domination, which still knew how to take advantage of the revolts against domination. The domination was strengthened only by the diachronic division of labor, whose model is the exact science. In this science, the knowledge of facts, once objectified, becomes the means of knowledge and objectification of other facts, so that the knowledge is interrelated in the system of science. The collective unity of all cognitions thus becomes the condition of each individual cognition. This content, in so far as it is perfectly unified, is in its reality interlaced in the doing of all. The work of the individual for his needs is just as much a satisfaction of the needs of others as of his own, and the satisfaction of his own he achieves only through the individual work already performs a general work unconsciously, so he also performs the general again as his conscious object. The whole becomes as a whole his work, for which he sacrifices himself, and just thereby receives himself back from it. Now, according to Kant, the whole, the collective unity of experience, is not an object of possible experience, but is inferred from real science as a condition of its possibility. If the conclusion were compelling, then the primacy of the whole over individuality, which is crushed against it, would be established, and the collective unity of the processes of the division of labor would be necessary as it is. There would be no difference between the unity of the spirit and that of the processes of the division of labor. But these are organized by the rulers according to the relation of command and obedience, and whoever renounced obedience would lose his bourgeois existence. This identification of the unity of the spirit with domination is the cantus firmus of the dialectic of the Enlightenment, for which the state of the productive forces, the domination of nature, is indissolubly connected with the relations of production, the modern form of domination. Thus, the independence of the spirit has lost its critical moment. According to the idealistic thesis that the real is reasonable, it has degenerated to an instance of the intellectual approbation of domination, or it has not degenerated at all, because it has always been nothing else. Thus, the dialectic of enlightenment demolishes the spirit, the medium of rational argumentation, without which it could be neither theory nor critical, and in this it shows itself strangely in agreement with the bourgeois intellectuals, to whom its criticism was otherwise directed. The relationship of the authors of the dialectic of enlightenment to reason is contradictory in itself, because on the one hand reason is powerless and its manifestation, philosophy, vegetates in a shadowy existence because the moment of its realization was missed. On the other hand, the principle of reason, its unity, is identical with the principle of totalitarian rule. This contradiction must be clarified. If the whole, which comprises the conditions of the existence of all individuals, were superior to these individuals and not an object of possible individual experience, then reflection would be able to balance the discrepancy between the whole and the individual if the whole were rationally constituted. But if it is not, and if the whole is the untrue, then its intellectual balancing with the individual becomes ideology, the affirmation of which demands the sacrificium intellectus. Hegel concluded from the rationality of the division of labor to the rationality of the purpose of production based on the division of labor, as if it could not serve a purpose that is not rational at all. In fact, however, when the narrow-minded bourgeois form is stripped away, what is wealth but the universality of the needs, capacities, enjoyments, productive powers, etc., of individuals, produced in universal exchange? The full development of man's dominion over the forces of nature, of so-called nature as well as of his own nature. The absolute working out of his creative faculties, without any other precondition than the preceding historical development, which makes this totality of development, i.e. of the development of all human forces as such, not measured by a predetermined standard, an end in itself. Where it does not reproduce itself in a determinacy, but produces its totality. Does not seek to remain something ordered, but is in the absolute movement of becoming. In the bourgeois economy and the epoch of production to which it corresponds, this complete elaboration of the human interior appears as complete emptying, this universal objectification as total alienation, and the tearing down of all definite one-sided purposes as the sacrifice of the self-purpose under a completely external purpose. Therefore, on the one hand, the childish old world appears as the higher. On the other hand, it is it in everything where closed form, shape, and given limitation are sought. It is satisfaction from a narrow-minded point of view, while modernity leaves unsatisfied, or where it appears satisfied in itself, it is common. Modernity, unsatisfied in principle, creates the basis for perennial philosophy. When the power of union disappears from the life of men, and the opposites have lost their living relation and interaction, and gain independence, the need of philosophy arises. The concept of opposites that have become independent is that of competition, in which the subjugation of all others becomes the condition of the self-preservation of each. And because of this mutual distrust there is no other way for anyone to secure himself that would be as reasonable as prevention, that is, to subjugate everyone by force or cunning to the best of his ability, and that until he no longer sees any power great enough to endanger him. And this is no more than his self-preservation requires and is universally permitted. The mutual destruction of all by all, threatened by the universal competition of all against all, can only be stopped by the totalitarian state. This is supposed to guarantee at least the existence of all, but remains as heteronymous to them as the threat to their existence in the competition before. Under the conditions of universal competition there is no room for the development of cooperation and division of labor. In such a situation there is no room for industriousness, since one cannot be sure of one's fruits, and consequently there is no agriculture, no navigation, no goods that can be imported by sea, no convenient buildings, no devices for moving things back and forth whose locomotion requires much strength, no knowledge of the earth's surface, no reckoning of time, no arts, no literature, no social relations. This sequence of privative negations makes absolute state power the condition of what is negated in it. Hobbes, as the sequence of privative negations shows, makes absolute state power the necessary condition of cooperation and division of labor, but not its sufficient ground. In the dialectic of enlightenment, the difference of necessary condition and sufficient ground is liquidated. The difference of necessary condition and sufficient reason splits the concept of totality into that of the collective unity of cooperation and division of labor, whose model is science, and that of absolute state power, which in turn is the negation of the competition of all with all. This competition of all with all, which establishes the negative unity of all, is then opposed both by the collective unity of cooperation and division of labor and by absolute state power. If one moment was sufficiently determined by the opposition to the opposite moment, absolute state power and collective unity of cooperation and division of labor and their model, science, as opposed to universal competition, would be the same. The identification of state power with the collective unity of cooperation and division of labor through the negation of universal competition is ratified by the dialectic of enlightenment. Hegel himself, for whom the substantiality of the state existed apart from the particular will of the subject as subject, had reservations, at least for art, about the completeness of the determination of the opposite moments by their opposition. There still remains, of course, a side whereby the work of art always remains foreign to us, for we must admit and presuppose some relations. This strangeness can remain. According to Hegel, the collective unity of cooperation and division of labor is compatible with the subjects. In the general spirit, therefore, everyone has only the certainty of himself, of finding nothing else in the existing reality but himself. He is as certain of the others as of himself. I see it in all that they are for themselves only these independent beings as I am. I see the free unity with the others in them in such a way that it is as through me, so through the others themselves. They as me as they. Universal competition, which elevates to a general end, if not the annihilation, at least the subjugation of one will to another, is as incompatible with the independence of individual consciousness as is the violent suppression of all competition by the total state, which subjugates all wills to itself. The collective unity of cooperation and division of labor, like universal competition, are not objects of possible experience, they are to be grasped by speculative thought alone, but as objects of speculative thought, and only as such, they are to be distinguished into those which are compatible with rational individual consciousness, and those which are not. Without making this distinction clear, the relation to speculation remains ambiguous. This ambiguity has a fundamentum in re that entangles the chemically pure distinct. The collective unity of cooperation and division of labor developed historically under the condition of universal competition and its correlate, absolute state power. If competition and absolute state power become universal conditions of the development of cooperation and division of labor, and if the existence of all subjects depends on them, then in real terms the sides of difference determine the reality of the conditions of existence of all subjects, which is then incompatible with them. The political economy, however, the representation of which it sets itself the task, is unchanged in principle, but so differentiated and advanced in each of its moments that it eludes the schematic parable. To present processes within great industry as those between crooked greengrocers is just enough for the quickly consumed shock, but not for dialectical drama. The illustration of late capitalism by images from the agrarian or criminalistic imagination does not let the malaise of today's society emerge purely from its disguise by complicated phenomena. But the unconcern about the phenomena, which themselves would have to be unfolded from the being, distorts the being. It interprets the assumption of power by the greatest harmlessly as the machination of rackets outside of society, not as the assent of society itself. The unrepresentability of fascism, however, stems from the fact that there is no more freedom of the subject in it as well as in its contemplation. Complete unfreedom can be recognized, not represented. It is true that the opposition of collective unity of cooperation and division of labor and universal competition together with its complement, the total state, determines every experience, but this opposition cannot be represented in analogies to experience, but only speculatively. Every attempt to represent the speculatively correctly recognized in analogies to experience alienates it to delusion. Even the worst and most nonsensical conception of events, the wildest projection, contains the unconscious effort of consciousness to recognize the fatal law by virtue of which society perpetuates its life. The aberration is actually only the short circuit of adaptation. The open folly of the one erroneously calls the folly of the whole by the right name in the other, and the paranoiac is the mockery of the right life, in that on his own initiative he likes to do the same to the wrong one. Points of communication are the striking confirmations of the persecution fantasies, which ape the sick person with the fact that he is right, and all the deeper only push him down. The surface of existence immediately closes again and proves to him that it is not so bad and that he is crazy. He subjectively anticipates the state in which, abruptly, the objective madness and the powerlessness of the individual merge into each other, just as fascism as a dictatorship of persecution maniacs realizes all persecution fears of the victims. Whether an exaggerated suspicion is paranoid or realistic, the weak private echo of the raving of history, can only be decided retrospectively. Psychology does not come close to horror. Indication of the correctness of this diagnosis is the fear of socialism, which no longer exists either in real or in ideal terms, and those who once tried to denounce obedience to the social powers are called upon, having recognizably long since converted to state piety, to liquidate their past, and they could only live up to this call through their political self-liquidation. This does not only mean chancellors and vice-chancellors, but every movement of intellectual resistance. Theory that resisted the objective tendency to liquidate it would require the same harshness as that of the tendency to liquidate it, and would then fail in its concept of being at least an ideal manifestation of freedom. The source of the need of philosophy, the divisiveness, already in Hegel does not coincide with the concept of philosophy, the free self-development of the spirit. If philosophy is its time captured in thought, it is at the same time the harmonistic transfiguration of that very time. It is, to use an expression of Adorno, extorted reconciliation. Lukács quotes a cynical sentence of Hegel's that expresses the social sense of the process as described by the older bourgeois novel of education. For the end of such years of apprenticeship consists in the subject's running off its horns, forming itself with its desires and opinions into the existing conditions and the reasonableness of them, entering into the concatenation of the world and acquiring an appropriate standpoint in it. Page 122, Lukács follows this with the reflection, in a certain sense, many of the best bourgeois novels contradict this statement of Hegel's, in another, equally certain sense, they in turn confirm his statement. They contradict in that the conclusion of the education they shape by no means always involves such a recognition of bourgeois society. The struggle for a reality corresponding to the dreams and convictions of youth is broken off by social violence, the rebels are often forced to their knees, often to flee into solitude, etc. But Hegelian reconciliation is not extorted from them after all. However, in that the struggle ends with resignation, its result comes close to the Hegelian one after all. For, on the one hand, the objective social reality then triumphs over the merely subjective one of individual aspirations, on the other hand, the reconciliation proclaimed by Hegel is by no means completely alien to resignation. Opposite. Behind the blackmail of consent to reality is the material violence that threatens those who denounce such consent with the liquidation of their bourgeois existence. What Adorno called the horror, which no psychology can approach, is the subjective reflex to the superiority of the threat, which, according to Hegel, self-consciousness is only able to withstand if it is prepared to put its life on the line. Such self-assertion of self-consciousness, which Hegel, against his better judgment, wanted to see staged as a struggle of man against man, becomes erroneous when self-consciousness tries to assert itself violently against the entanglement of cooperation and division of labor with universal competition and its complement, absolute state power and its monopoly of violence. At best, the militancy of the state-approved disinterest in truth, confirmed by the rules of procedure of the spirit, the methodology, is able to nourish the faint hope that philosophy will not perish in the affirmation of present conditions. The theorem originating from Hegel, that in every building of thought, with him it means, in every philosophy, the historical time in which it was thought expresses itself, has deeply inscribed itself into the social consciousness and is nowadays regarded as so evident that any reflection on what is actually said about the influence of contemporary history on thinking seems superfluous. Not only to put this theorem in its context, but also because it outlines the problem in which Benjamin is placed in the following. Hegel is quoted at length, to comprehend that which is the task of philosophy, because that which is reason. As far as the individual is concerned, each is in any case a son of his time, so is philosophy its time grasped in thought. It is as foolish to think that any philosophy goes beyond its present world as if an individual skips his time, jumps beyond Rhodas. If his theory indeed goes beyond it, if he builds a world as it should be, then it exists well, but only in his own mind, a soft element to which everything arbitrary can be imagined. G. W. F. Hegel, Grundlinien der Philosophie des Rechts. Work 7, page 26. To address the central problem that the author has with Benjamin, and by no means only with him, consciousness can actually only exist in individuals, how it can become representable at all as a social phenomenon, or even as mass consciousness, would always remain to be clarified. One thing indeed cannot be denied, an expression like digital revolution would hardly have been understood by anyone a few years ago, but today almost everyone knows what it means. To do justice to this banality in the relationship between history and time, however, one would hardly need to bother with philosophers like Hegel, everyday common sense would do the trick. The same applies to all the statements in everyday life, which assume in all matter-of-factness that our behavior fits into the traditions fixed in symbols, images, rituals, and much more, or also, and this is of particular interest to the Benjamin exegetes, is based on fashions. To express this theorem as a natural scientist would translate it into his anthropological abstract language. No one seriously dares to claim that our thoughts are removed from the evolution of nature or from the evolution of society. But what does history mean here? What does time mean here? Before an answer is given to this, it should be noted, whoever wants to do justice to Benjamin would first of all have to put himself in the historical time in which he faced the question of the essence of history in its relation to time. In any case, it is conspicuous that Benjamin has only had something of a stellar career among the recipients who took note of him at the end of the 68 movement. Since then, there has hardly been a thesis by students of art, teaching, social pedagogy, and architecture with a claim to be critical of society in which its author does not believe he can, and must, invoke Benjamin's authority. It may well be that these academics are doing an injustice with the accusation that they have not concerned themselves at all with the concept of history and time, be it epistemologically in general, or with Benjamin's in particular, but one thing is certain, there is nothing to be felt among them of the intellectual shaking of the concept of history in the time out of which Benjamin tackled his work project. As far as the attitude of these recipients toward Benjamin's intellectual edifice is concerned, reference can be made to the introduction by the editor of the Passages work, Rolf Tiedemann, in Walter Benjamin, Das Passagenwerk. Gesammelte Schriften, page 941. If one subtracts from it the exaggerated, class struggle tone that was still fashionable at the time of its writing, 1982, there is little more that can be done to put a stop to misinterpretations, mystifications, and hagiographies of Benjamin. It has been of no use, rather the opposite. The Passages work now served Benjamin's fan community all the more to keep this basic idea away from them. In order to get an idea of the intensity of this shock, there is no need for lengthy treatises. The briefest references to events familiar to everyone as well as to core components of German idealism not unknown to anyone interested in philosophy are sufficient. After the First World War, in the reflection on the conditions of its emergence and its consequences, no reasonably educated person in Germany who had retained a residual awareness of reality could still refer to the perfection of this German idealism represented by Hegel in the decades before. Adorno's famous first sentence from Negative Dialectics, philosophy, which once seemed obsolete, keeps itself alive because the moment of its realization was missed, does indeed include Auschwitz and the Second World War, but it is primarily aimed at the time between the wars. Of course, in detail, there had always been disagreements about how to interpret Hegel. Even in principle there were differences. There were some, few, who did not understand the German Ungeist under Weltgeist and Vernunft. But in one thing there was a fundamental agreement among the German thinkers of the 19th century, and this agreement was impossible to maintain in the 20th century. With the Hegelian spirit, there existed for all of them a subject in history, to which one could also give the name working class or any other, which in the course of its becoming self-aware, in which one had, of course, one's share as a spirit worker, ensured that history, apart from a few setbacks, must be understood as a constant progress of the reason immanent in it, as a progress that would be completed in an order of the world as a whole no longer torn apart by any opposites. As one of the few exceptions, Friedrich Nietzsche must be mentioned here. His reception history, which went beyond the smallest circles and in which he then advanced to the most cited German language author, began, however, significantly only after the World War. That kind of Hegelian philosophy of history, as much as it was able to hold on for a long time in the post-Nazi everyday consciousness, for example at the time of the so-called economic miracle, and in the left of all times anyway, has today abdicated on all sides, but its obsolescence did not occur because the Hegelian concept of history had been sufficiently criticized and replaced by another, more reality-oriented one, which was undoubtedly Benjamin's goal, but solely because a concept of time has generally prevailed among today's intellectuals that allows history, which, as is well known, always has something to do with storytelling, to merge into a chronological sequence of arbitrarily determined times and to disappear as such in it. In order to think Hegelian or Heideggerian, one does not have to have read a line of Hegel or Heidegger. It is a characteristic of every philosopher that he does not give up basic forms of thinking and certain conceptual logics to thinking as what is to be thought, but expresses them as merely valid in reality. At the beginning of Benjamin's widespread reception, embedded in the preoccupation with the critical by the 68ers, one had still seen in him, comparable in this to Ernst Bloch, a critic who seemed to represent a concept of progress that could be saved from so-called cultural pessimism in Adorno and Horkheimer. In the course of the replacement of Marx in students' minds by Foucault, Johannes Agnoli, any serious reference to a critique at all then disappeared, and the focus was placed on the possibilities, not excluded from the outset by Benjamin, of also using the new techniques in art, especially in film, emancipatively. The term narrative, put into the world by people who noticed that their constant talk of an omnipresence of discourses was slowly threatening to get on their own nerves, does not mean these stories themselves, not their real content, but only the talk about them. This historyless concept of time was introduced into philosophy by an author who was soon to prove himself to be a model in the reaction to Jen's collapse of German idealism, Martin Heidegger. Admittedly, in his main work Sein und Zeit, Being and Time, he did assign a relation to history to the latter. But this does not make time historical for him, quite the contrary. The latter's thought structure, too, can only be understood against the background of the collapse of Hegel's system of thought. Just like the basic thoughts of Theodor W. Adorno, of course, those of George Lukács as well as Karl Korsch, of Max Weber via Carl Schmitt up to those of a Ludwig Wittgenstein, all these authors, whose enumeration is anything but complete, each developed an independent answer in relation to and in distinction from the collapse of the Hegelian system in view of the actual course of history. Whereby Edmund Husserl's phenomenology can be seen as something like a burning glass from which the most diverse basic ideas spread out. The fact that they are still the authoritative point of reference for almost all debates in the humanities and social sciences, and not only in Germany, compared to which authors such as Niklas Luhmann, Jürgen Habermas, Michel Foucault, and the many other widely discussed stars of the intellectual scene seem like mere fads, gives an idea of the intellectually torn situation in which Benjamin found himself. And from this arose for him a basic idea that differed from others of his time and without which the critical theory of an Adorno cannot be thought. But, and this has proved fatal for the reception of this thought, Benjamin, for many reasons, was not able to elaborate it into a comprehensive account, into a building. He has often attempted such an exposition, for example, in his Erkenntnistheoretische epistemological preface, to the Trauerspielbuch, but he has not penetrated to the logic that determines his own thinking. One of the reasons for this, and Benjamin was aware of this, was that he did not precisely trace the inner, negative critical, connection of his thought with the philosophy of German idealism, and its critique by Marx, and kept postponing this task until later. Benjamin's basic thought would not be one if it did not underlie all his texts, at least from a certain point on. While reading them, one notices that something special distinguishes them, but since he reflects on this special feature at most in passing or, as is otherwise usual with philosophers, does not emphasize it in any case, the reader is confronted with the difficulty of determining it for himself. From those who knew him personally, such as Theodor W. Adorno or Hannah Arendt, one learns much more about his characteristic way of thinking than from him himself. It is understandable, then, that the Benjamin community, which had been forming since the 1970s, hoped that the publication of the entire passages would finally reveal the secret behind Benjamin's thought. As much as Tiedemann explained in his introduction, this expectation is disappointed. The true fan does not let himself be put off by such reservations and now had a volume in his hands that could give food for all kinds of thought games, although, or precisely because, it represents nothing more than an abundance of self-written or quoted working materials, which rather explicate even less what constitutes the special nature of his thinking than Benjamin's other texts. Where Benjamin makes this classification in philosophy, for example in the Passages work, he emphasizes its provisionality, and any reasonably philosophically preoccupied reader immediately recognizes that he is working with theorems that have not been conceptually worked through. To give an example, when he ascribes life to things, the demarcation from the concept of nature as well as from the philosophy of life is missing. Above all, the reflection on the metaphorical and fictional character of such expressions in their separation from the purely factual, lifeless reality of material objecthood is missing. To cite a particularly significant passage from the Passages work as evidence here, after briefly explaining what he understands by cultural historical dialectics, Benjamin states, the foregoing, in other words, the indestructibility of life in all things. Nowhere does it depend on the great, only on the dialectical contrasts, which often look confusingly similar to nuances. From them, life is always born anew. Page 575. Section X, Marx in the Passagen work, pp 800 ff. Is particularly exemplary of the dilemmas of the entire collection of materials and of many philosophical theorems assembled there, and elsewhere. A wealth of quotations from various Marxian writings is gathered here, almost all of which deal with the theme of commodity fetish in relation to the concept of abstract labor. The compilation and Benjamin's own few comments suggest that he was on the trail of a concept of value that differs from that of traditional Marxism. Had he had the time to confront this material with his concept of history, it would undoubtedly have occurred to him, one can reasonably surmise, that the latter, if by no means revised, would have to be subjected to precisions. The basis for this coincidence of factuality and fictionality, which is emphasized by all his interpreters and which is not particularly difficult to determine, is that he understands history as a sequence of images comparable to the interplay of dream and awakening. Which is why for him, along with Marcel Proust's In Search of Lost Time, Freud's streetcar interpretation had pictorial character. In these pictures he wants to show that in order to be able to do justice to history, man and thing have to be seen as a unity, in which the separation between inner experience and outer world, at least, blurs. Benjamin provides vivid examples of this in the passage's work, for example in the section O, Prostitution, Play, page 612 ff, especially in the passages dealing with the motives of the players. In spite of the above epistemological objection, Benjamin's concept of history, considered on its own, is not objectionable at all, on the contrary. This is not the case, if only because his criticism of the historians is all too justified. The reconstruction of the changes of an empirical facticity external to thought, as they pursue it, is simply unhistorical, and where they integrate these facts into a historical context, however vouched for, can only be characterized as misappropriation of all those circumstances that could not have been expressed in the situation in question, but were present, and had to be, so that it could have come into being in the first place. It makes Benjamin's historian special that he intends to deconstruct the positivist representations of the established historians' guild, which up to now had always written only a history of the victors, by constructing historical images that merge into a constellation. Here, as in many other places, one would have to refer, philologically speaking, to Benjamin's writing on the concept of history. This, however, compresses his thinking so intensively that it seems to me to be citable only as a whole, and tearing it apart into quotations seems to me like a damage to its quality. At the very first glance, Benjamin can be seen as a precursor of the postmodern concept of deconstruction, for example in Jacques Derrida. With Derrida, it is not deconstruction but construction that is at the center, only the construction of the image, after the deconstruction of the present representations, can grasp the true content of history. Following Heidegger, postmodernism categorically rejects such a concept of essence from the beginning and from the ground up. Furthermore, it should be pointed out that Benjamin's concept of constellation always implies the awakening from a dream, that is, he strictly separates dream and reality. Not only postmodernism, but already epistemology, on the other hand, has repeatedly attempted to blur the separation between dream and reality, and has been very critical of it. However, it must be emphasized again that Benjamin is only marginally concerned with epistemology, i.e. not with the conditions for a permanent being awake in relation to a reality that is external to consciousness, but he places the moment of awakening in the center of historical constellations, which is also new in philosophy. In the literature on Benjamin, it is repeatedly taken up as a further special feature of his concept of history that he characterizes his method as dialectic of standstill. The fact that Benjamin here pulls together into one concept what logically cannot go together at all, that he uses the same form of conceptualization here as Marx does when he speaks of the automatic subject, escapes the attention of most of his recipients, however. In this, positivity and negativity, progress and decay, success and defeat, i.e. the central categories of historiography, are to be included in historical constellations on an equal footing. One of the passages in which he reflects on his approach, and which precedes the one quoted above, reads, "Small methodological proposal on the dialectic of cultural history." It is very easy to make divisions for each epoch in its different fields according to certain points of view, in such a way that on one side there is the fruitful, forward-looking, lively, positive part of the epoch, and on the other the futile, backward, dead part. Even the contours of this positive part will be brought out clearly only if it is profiled against the negative one. But every negation, on the other hand, has its value only as a fond for the outlines of the living, positive. Therefore, it is of decisive importance to apply a division anew to this previously eliminated negative part, in such a way that, with a shift of the angle of vision, but not of the scales. Also in it a newer positive and a different one comes to light than the one designated before. And so on in infinitum, until the whole past is brought into the present in a historical apocatastasis. Passage and work, page 573. Its overall historical movement takes place, and this is what this dialectic, still, has in common with Hegel's, behind the backs of all those who form it, but no reason, no subject, no logical consistency flows to history from something external to it. An example of this was Benjamin's account of the confrontation between painting and photography in the Kunstwerk essay, Das Kunstwerk im Zeitalter seiner technischen Reproduzierbarkeit, page 486f. This, too, sounds as if Benjamin here anticipated Foucault when the latter speaks of power as a strategy without strategists that unfolds through local power struggles. But Benjamin here and elsewhere generally does not speak remotely of something like power in Foucault's sense, or even of the disappearance of the author, and so also not of something that unfolds in its dialectic of stasis without the participation of reflection in individual minds in general. And what Benjamin is able to grasp in this concept of history again quite in contrast to the historians for the representation of past events, namely, that insights, especially the most important ones, occur in a flash. Philosophers and theologians, however, have known this for a long time. As much as they presuppose an intensive engagement with the traditions in question is undoubtedly also one of the characteristics of his concept of history. Although usually laid on too thick, and shrouded in mystery, by his fan community, the central role played by the concept of aura in Benjamin's work is nevertheless indisputable. To translate it first into the profane scientific, what charisma is supposed to accomplish in Weber is much more precisely captured in Benjamin's aura, precisely because it is not, or better, almost not, directly and solely aimed at persons, but at their dealings with the things around which, and with, as well as in which, they have shaped their lives, and here, because completely differently conceived than in Weber, it is imperative to add, in the past. The problem with such expressions as a life of things is thus not that in them Benjamin's concept of history proves to be mistaken, that is, history would not express itself in the images projected by him, is not even an insufficient differentiation between the living and the thingly. What utmost caution is required here, however, is shown by Rosie Braidotti, Posthumanismus. Lebingen cites Desmention, who tries to distinguish herself as a European Judith Butler by radicalizing the existential ontological abolition of the rationalistic separation between animate and inanimate nature, which leads her to also grant stones the same status of existence as humans. Against her argumentation Butler, as little as Heidegger, could not present a viable argument without violating her own edifice of thought. The problem, however, becomes, epistemologically speaking, a photograph of, say, the Eiffel Tower simply depicts nothing other than an inanimate thing. Without the addition of reflection, nothing other than itself appears in itself, it has no purpose whatsoever. It may be that the historians do not sufficiently take into account the changes taking place in the things themselves, and they overlook that in certain constellations completely new structural formations of matter, or other natures, can occur, and thus the concept of nature prevents recognizing historically constituted changes in the nature of the material itself. But here a short look at the discussion about the Kantian thing in itself would suffice and show that this criticism can also be made without therefore having to attribute life to matter right away. Of course, no thinking is free of fictional content, as little as Ray in Kant's sense. But if this fictional is not reflected and isolated as far as possible, at least the first step into commodity fetishism, in Marx's sense, is taken. As a lyricist or poet one need not care much about this, but of them we do not. Although off-topic, it must not be omitted at this point that Adorno, too, saw in the way Benjamin related the unity of thing and life to the Marxian concept of fetish its deficits. The composition of such a thing into a complex image takes place solely in individual, bodily particular minds. One can also pose the question at issue here in this way: is what a monument is supposed to remind us of immanent in the monument, or is it first put into it by its viewer? As clear as the answer must be, and as different as the so-called cognitive sciences want to see it, it is true that the existence of the monument as a thing in itself can of course by no means be described as irrelevant for memory. But it is only as necessary for this as the head in which it is charged with it. What is at stake here, then, is the all but marginal question of where and on what level the separation of thing and thought is made. Benjamin does indeed distinguish himself from reactionary authors in film theory, whom he accuses of relegating the cultic or the artistic to the things themselves. Moreover, for whom things are not, as postmodernists like to display them in the wake of Lacan, mere mirror images of whatever, but, as images, rightly much more, above all, an expression of what he calls constellation. But his connection of thing and individual perception of this thing, which underlies his concept of history, raises all the epistemological questions that philosophy, and with it every critique, has to negotiate, but which remain implicit with him. in which the images or constellations, as Benjamin also explicates it several times, form something like monads, for example in the Trauerspielbuch. In spite of all that has been presented here in agreement with the concept of history, I am not aware of any historical representations, in the analysis of works of art, of productions of the film industry or other cultural industries. The situation is somewhat different, that would build on Benjamin's concept of history. There do not seem to be very many historians among his fans. The so-called French school of historians, Marc Bloch, Georges Duby, Jacques Le Goff, and a number of others, probably comes closest, as far as overall representations of the Middle Ages are concerned, to what Benjamin might have had in mind as good representations of history, even if it has little to do with Benjamin's concept of critique, and with critical theory as a whole. Otherwise, history is consistently in a bad way in historiography. Klaus Thorner, Der ganz Südosten ist unser Hinterland. Deutsche Südosteuropa-Plan von 1840 bis 1945, would have to be mentioned as an exception insofar as he proceeds strictly empirically, but thanks to the compilation of facts and events, without this having to be emphasized in the text, it becomes clear to the reader that German foreign policy, and that to this day, regardless of by whom and by which institutions it was conducted, is based on an inner logic to which all participants orient themselves, even and especially when they are not even aware of it. As far as the problematic non-treatment of things as existing in and for themselves without determination is concerned, however, this is only one side of his insufficient integration of the concept of history into philosophy. Inevitably, this corresponds to the other, and this is, for Benjamin, the impossibility of adequately accounting for the existence of man as a bodily individual in the historical picture, however much man plays the all-important role in it. The subordinate importance of the bodily individual in Benjamin's work corresponds inversely proportional to the superordinate importance that for him belongs to theology. At one point in the Kunstwerk essay, which is concerned with distinguishing the immersion in a work of art demanded with the rise of the bourgeoisie from the cultic behavior previously demanded of the subjects, it says, the theological archetype of this immersion is the consciousness of being alone with one's God. In the great times of the bourgeoisie, it was on the basis of this consciousness that the freedom to shake off ecclesiastical paternalism was strengthened. In the times of its decline, the same consciousness had to take account of the hidden tendency to withdraw from the affairs of the commonwealth those powers which the individual sets at work in his dealings with God. Artwork essay, page 502. Even the individual who is not integrated into any religious community is thus such only insofar as he relates to God, albeit differently than others. Benjamin's different reference to God consistently demarcates one historical constellation from the other. A life without him is fundamentally inconceivable to him. But who or what is God for him? In any case, this one is not, as in every religion or comparable to the Hegelian spirit, preordinate to men and things, but something like a God opposed. At first sight, a comparison here with the form in which the money invested in commodity production realizes itself as capital only as soon as it has flowed back from the commodity money circulation into the enterprises seems too far-fetched. But capital is, in any case, just such a post-determination concept on the same universal level on which the concept of God is located. No matter how individuals form groups, communities, classes, societies, or even no collective at all, no matter what practice they pursue, what they have in common is a reference, be it positive, be it negative, to a divine general whose form of manifestation varies considerably according to epoch and culture. This, one could, although logically impossible, say, historically particular, but nevertheless common to all history at the same time, allows only to recognize what determines them as human beings. A critique of this concept of God can be omitted just like that of the concept of history. On the one hand, because Benjamin is simply historically right, a communization without reference to God has not existed anywhere so far. Just as there has never and nowhere been a society without domination. That it follows from this that domination and religion are most closely intertwined can of course only be asserted apodictically at this point. Such criticism would therefore be referred to show that it is possible, and why it is at all necessary, to synthesize individuals into a general, into a society, that is, without having to refer to the divine as a central precondition of their existence, as an archetype to be recognized in their immersion, which, however, is not at issue here. On the other hand, because his reference to theology is not the basis of his understanding of history, or even art, at all, but a consequence of something else, my thinking relates to theology like the blotting paper to ink. It is completely saturated by it. But if it were according to the blotting paper, nothing that is written would remain. Passage and work, page 388. Benjamin's thinking is thus immanent in a relationship to theology, between his texts and their deletion. In the case of the disappearance of theology, there thus exists an indeterminate space out of which his thinking, also in its reference to theology, first unfolds. This may sound sophistical, but it is not, as soon as one contrasts this space with the awakening that Benjamin is concerned with in the elaboration of historical constellations. For the awakening happens in this space between his texts and theology, and this can also be called cognition. In the areas we are dealing with, there is cognition only in flashes. The text is the long trailing thunder. Ibid, page 570. In this sense, we can confidently assume that Benjamin is speaking here not only of areas external to him, but also, and even more so, of himself, that is, of the form in which the insights fundamental to his thinking have come to him, or in other words, following on from what was said at the beginning, that he is speaking here of the way in which his time has exerted its influence on his thinking. Our decisive task now is to first filter out the insight underlying his thinking from his texts. So far, we only know from this that his concept of history and his relation to theology, and very strongly to be assumed, also his concept of arts and culture, like all concepts he unfolded, are likely to be explications of a basic idea common to them. Benjamin, however, as noted, was not a philosopher who would have been privileged to reflect on the logical core of his thoughts in such a way that its specificity would explicitly come to light in the phalanx of thinkers of his time. So we have to try to solve this task, quasi for him, first. The best way to present Benjamin's special approach to history is to first set out the concept of time as Heidegger had then inserted it into philosophy in a novel way. Thanks to this insertion, the hitherto unsolved basic problem that had previously troubled the philosophers, namely whether the primacy of becoming or that of being should be taken as a basis for knowledge, seemed to be solved at a stroke along with a number of others. Herbert Marcuse still tried in 1932, in Hegel's Ontology and the Foundation of a Theory of Historicity, with reference to Wilhelm Dilthey, to prove all philosophy of being as in truth historical. He has been anything but successful in doing so, and he cannot succeed at all, since one, being, cannot be played off against the other, becoming. Ontology and historicism are two sides of the same coin. These solutions, which fascinated almost the whole guild of academic philosophers and were adopted by them, if ouch invariants, of course, are based on another than the scientific concept of time. As much hullabaloo is made around this, Heidegger can by no means be regarded as its originator and, if one aims at its naked core alone, it is quite easy to explain, for whoever follows the request to state what kind of feeling of time accompanies him in his conscious waking state will recognize without a doubt that it is the feeling of pure presence. In Winfried Mayer's work there is a brilliant and concise account of the existential ontological concept of time itself, as well as of the historical reference that these students project into it, which breaks through the linguistic encodings with which Heidegger's students puzzle their master. A special role is played here by Augustine, who is supposed to place Heidegger in a philosophical and theological tradition that he does not have at all. The character of temporality comes into his consciousness only as soon as he reflects, that is, as soon as he transcends his now feeling in terms of understanding. Only in the conscious reflection contents of consciousness get duration, run, like the reflection itself, in time. Whoever claims otherwise is, in Sartre's words, disingenuous, for every human being thinks temporally only by transcending the constant presentness of himself, it should be added, into a before or after or into both together. Just as someone who talks about fear does not have to be emotionally present to him at the same time in order to be able to say something meaningful about it, but he only needs to remember past fears, so it is similar with time itself. I remember past perceptions and attain a concept of past time on the basis of them. I remember experiences made in the past, they themselves however are always made only in a now. For my future perceptions the same applies analogously, of course, remembering while expecting involves the same process of reflexive transgression of otherwise predominant basic feeling of pure presentness. Between remembering and expecting, i.e. past and future, there exists an unbridgeable logical gap, which is not sufficiently considered by everyone. The events of the past, not least the reflection on this past time, fit into a logical order, i.e. into a logic. In it, the one is followed by the other corresponding to it, and this, even if not clearly determined, nevertheless with a necessity, which our consciousness interprets, involuntarily, certainty. Thus, not causally, for this would involve being able to state an absolutely valid law, something like a law of nature, in the sequence of remembered events, which is never the case where human decisions are involved, and they are in history everywhere and at all times. Even Benjamin does not speak of such an unbridgeability of past and future, any more than Hegel or Heidegger. I am not aware of any authority to which I could refer here, nor do I consider such an assurance necessary. Wittgenstein, i.e. the one who did not want to talk about anything else than what is certain to us, admitted unapologetically that this certainty is nothing else than a feeling. This consistency of past events is subsumed by us in the idea of a given order promising security. Our thinking develops an unparalleled inventiveness in forcing the past into an abstract order and in conferring ontological consecration to this order, i.e. in the form of the delusion to have to grant it validity also for all future. The best example for this is the projection of a telos into nature by the biologists. Benjamin rightly objects to all ontologizing abstractions of this kind. But about this it should not be forgotten that one is forced to divide history into epochs, to which indeed a specific synthesis can, and must, be assigned and something like a telos assumed. The best example of this is the epoch in which we live, the capitalist one. For the future, however, the exact opposite is true. When Benjamin writes, it is the present of events polarized into prehistory and post-history, passage and work, page 588, then a rupture between past and future order is addressed, but not also the fact that the logic of the past is diametrically opposed to the logic of the future. One can express this opposition, Hegelianly, in this way: in the past, its other, I.e. its negation, is chance, whereas in the future, its other, its negation, is necessity. It is to be considered with all this, and exactly to this Benjamin falls back in his concept of history, even if not elaborated, and this makes it so difficult for the comprehension in thinking, that this changeover has taken place in each moment of the past in a special way, because those living in those moments lived of course, at first, as we do today also, where they did not reflect, alone in pure presentness, but, and this is decisive, each in there. Whether also tomorrow the sun rises, I can now once impossibly really know. One can hear where David Hume is right, it has halt only continue the order future discovered in the past, but for this I must bridge the presentness in which I live, and this as if it did not exist at all. From all this follows immediately, the concept of presentness is undoubtedly a concept of time, but one which has no duration at all. As a concept of time, presentness can only be grasped reflexively by illustrating it as the point of intersection of past and future, memory and expectation, which, in Benjamin's terms, means capturing it in an image. For the fact that in our feeling of now, i.e. in exactly this point of intersection, fundamentally different logics, which are not at all compatible with each other, are synthesized, is not only difficult to convey, but basically impossible for all of us to really comprehend. So in it exactly that is united, what positivists must call complete nonsense, because for them there can be only one logic. For this, one would first have to put oneself into Buddhist nirvana, but there, as is well known, one does not think and therefore does not comprehend anything anymore. The basic idea of Heidegger, translated into everyday language, is, he who has a problem with the fact that his future is uncertain, is not to be recommended to turn to the past in order to continue the order, which seems to guarantee certainty in it, into the future. This, and here Heidegger is simply right, brings nothing at all, with it the opposing logics of past and future cannot be outwitted, but now it becomes almost criminal. He recommends the renunciation of reflection, what he then calls empathy, or whatever other vocabulary of this kind he can think of for the same, into being. His concept of time is thus extremely mundane, because it is exactly that which is present to every human being in every waking moment. What was new, however, was the way he brought this time into philosophy, and there into the concept of history. What ultimately makes Heidegger's concept of time philosophically evident is that when God, or spirit, is thought of, it is also assumed to exist throughout in the mode of pure presence, that is, in something like timeless time. Heidegger now clarifies that the same, what is valid for God, is also valid for all universals, which he calls the being, whose time quasi-passes through them. A universal like the people, the state, the society, the family is intuitively always attributed by consciousness to an existence in pure presence. Of course, this is true for all universals, even such banal ones as the table. Here the question is only the table real, at which I sit here, or also the table in general? The problem of universals, which runs through the entire history of philosophy, and also today, in spite of all proclamations, precisely because in these there is never any talk of historical time, has not been settled for a long time, not least for solid political reasons. What would have happened in the Middle Ages with a philosopher who would not have understood God as an expression of everything real, but would have openly confessed to see in him nothing more than a mere name for the totality of all things? In reality, of course, it is, at least in the background, always about such central concepts as church or state. Temporality is only attributed to them in reflection, with Heidegger, of Dasein, for example, by a historian who shows one that the idea of a German people has only had to form in the past. But not only the feeling of constant presence is shifted into these universals mine, and this is something that escapes Benjamin because of his reference to theology, but also the knowledge of being a single human being. Thus, for example, the universal humanity is assumed to be able to feel, perceive and act like a physical individual, but the same applies to the people, the state, the society, the family, etc. No one notices that when, for example, it is said that the German government remembered the events as the time of the Wende, a nominal abstract is ascribed a memory, and thus also something like an unconscious. In any case, it is astonishing and in need of explanation that these psychic attributions are mostly anything but remote from reality. Which brings us back to Benjamin's basic ideas, because he basically does not distinguish between a thought in a single head from one in several. This remains unnoticed because he, and we, who make these shifts from the concrete to the abstract, cannot even be accused of missing reality in the vast majority of cases. The decisive question to him, as to all of us, should therefore be, what in reality makes it possible that these attributions as such are not noticeable at all, but appear as identity of thing and concept, although factuologically such an identity cannot exist at all? Which brings us to the question Marx tried to solve in the famous fetish chapter of Capital. Of course, every sensible person immediately sees that here nominality is short-circuited with reality, but this does not change at all the fact that such shifts are constantly made by us, just when they do not even reach our consciousness as such. Although Kant has proved in all possible unambiguity that the ontological proof of God cannot be led, all the world pretends that it is not possible to conclude from the existence of a general concept in the imagination to the existence of what is grasped by it in the reality, external to the thinking. It does this in order not to have to talk about the shifts from the head to the real external to the head that take place thereby. That Kant himself kept the gates open for this thinking is another matter. And that Kant's concept of time, as one of the categories a priori, has even less to do with Heidegger's than with Hegel's, is obvious and need not be elaborated. The fascination emanating from Heidegger and his master student Foucault, besides that emanating from their concept of time, is also based on the fact that their followers see themselves called upon to constantly reformulate the riddle of how it is possible that a total general, for one being, for the other power, is openly introduced as a nominalistic symbol, but which is then claimed, in the running text, to represent all reality. Thanks to Heidegger's existential ontology, all of them, the displacements of pure presence as well as of existence as a corporeal individual into the universal, get philosophical secular consecrations that show a critique of these displacements to be no more meaningful than a critique of the weather. The history of religion reveals the motive of these real impossible, but logically consistently occurring shifts of psychic processes into a universal. It is a desperate attempt to tame the anxiety engendered by the knowledge of our mortality, and knowledge, after all, that owes itself to nothing other than our consciousness of time, or rather our capacity for reflection in general. With Heidegger, it follows that it is reflection in Dasein alone that dissects the now into a before and after, the actual determination of being there as being to death. 1. In order to tame this fear, openly gives oneself over to the illusion that in this general one can survive at least something of one, or, which means the same thing, enter into eternity, similar to the idea that if one writes a book, one begets a child, etc., thus when one shifts oneself into the presence of others, or other thing, which is always logically possible, all logic is based on such shifts. One's own death is not that which one knows at bottom it is, the transition of one's self, presence into nothing but nothingness. Funeral rituals are particularly revealing in this regard. Take, for example, the funerary saying, which, after all, can also be read as an imperative from the living to the dead: rest in peace. But in death neither rest nor peace nor anything else exists. And so the death can also never be a redemption, and just as little the execution, beyond the time up to its execution, a punishment. Let us summarize what has been developed so far on Heidegger's basic ideas in factual philosophical terms because of its importance for thinking since the 20th century, and Benjamin's in itself timeless, presentness in being, as by the faithful in God, is completely postponed, in order to then leave it to Dasein how it interprets the being in being temporally, that is, differentiated into past and future. Heidegger, of course, has to make a big bow around this profanity of his concept of time and therefore performs his dances around it, which then culminate in his alleged Kerry, but his followers understand him from the fundamental, and for them Heidegger does not perform it either. That history is thus deprived of the meaning, standing for itself, and moral quality of its events is one thing, and the absolutely reprehensible thing about this shift, but not what we are getting at. For the other is that Heidegger, with this concept of time, which can be comprehended by anyone, has unerringly exposed the sore point in Hegel's conceptual logical derivations of time. Namely, he can show, Hegel was not at all the one whom all the world took him for, namely he was not a philosopher of history at all. He was, as his science of logic also proves strikingly, a logician, who still beats the historical becoming out of being, in confrontation with non-being. In another place, in direct reference to the concept of time, Hegel's logic works somewhat differently, but this does not change the matter. There the concept of the finite is determined as one that has the existence of the infinite as a prerequisite. As correct as this is, but what is the meaning of this determination for historical time? Every Hegelian will cut his teeth on this extremely justified question of Heidegger. But it is important to understand being as being in, timeless, time, to understand being and history as one and the same. Whoever thinks otherwise thinks in the mode of man, that is, of forgetting being. From this follows then, in this with itself sameness nothing progresses, neither to a better nor to a worse. Their events happen to which the being there can only do justice if it accepts them as such, that is without switching on the reflection on the break between past and future, thus in their pure presentness as they are. This concerns especially such concepts as Dasein, being forgetfulness, concern for oneself, being to death, etc. And just as Heidegger is able to connect to theology at any time by means of his concept of time, so also, and this is usually overlooked, even by the few critics who argue on his level and are his philosophical equals, to the natural sciences, despite their completely different, namely physical concept of time. For this concept stands on extremely shaky grounds, which is confirmed by almost every physicist who undertakes excursions into philosophy. He inevitably ends up with Heidegger. What he opposes with all decisiveness is only the positive relationship to mechanization, to instrumentalization, to quantification of everything that exists, which is inherent in all sciences. Where reflection takes place on time, this is rather an indication that being is, still, missed by Dasein and that being is not, yet, comprehended as being to a death, which the pure presentness actually, before all reflection always already is. And this is exactly the point of all existential ontology, the point of all those who inflate nominally general things with substance without reflecting on their real, historical content. For them, all the evils of this world result from the fact that man, as an individual, reflects on himself and his world and thereby refuses to insert himself directly and seamlessly into what is given to him. If he finally stopped doing this, then he would no longer be present as a being capable of reflection, not to say, dead, but he would be identical with himself and would have entered into the omnipresence of being. What is promised is exactly what not only being, but all universals undoubtedly also hold, once one has been absorbed into them, by projection and identification, into the people, the state, the society, the family, and not to forget, the scientific community, one has according to the all but unrealistic promise, since fear does not exist in them, no more fear oneself. This fear and the readiness of individuals to sacrifice their lives for mere universals are closely connected. Here, too, a look into the history of religion shows what efforts had to be made to control this readiness and to direct it to such goals, so that it does not lead to the self-destruction of the community. National Socialism as well as jihadism give free rein to this readiness in the delusion that God and world, being and history, would only find their unity in this. Benjamin also says that in every historical image the survival of all those who have contributed to its creation is suspended. He, too, shifts, like all theology, the particular life of the individual into the general. And he starts, if more intuitively than consciously, from the same concept of time as Heidegger, but despite all this he follows a completely different path. In Benjamin's case, however, it should be borne in mind that he writes his texts mainly in confrontation with Romanticism. This, subjective, concept of time also underlies it. But the Romantics were not in a position, or not even eager, to seriously oppose the objective concept of time of the natural sciences. Only Heidegger succeeded in doing so, and this not least makes him so attractive for all humanists. By not simply assigning the time reference of the universals, i.e. of the abstracts that are supposed to grasp the real in language, to the universal with the highest degree of abstraction, i.e. to being, or God, in order to shift it from there to the individual universals, but to the historically relevant universals, images, constellations. For themselves, he unfolds a concept of historical time, and on this is based the unique particularity of his basic thought. The significance of this departure from the path laid down by Heidegger can be seen from the fact that Benjamin was concerned with reducing universals such as the fatherland, the state, the people, and the law, which had been inflated into myth, to their real content. In his words, he was concerned with the dissolution of mythology into the space of history. In this, committed to the dialectic of the Enlightenment before it was written. Passage and Work, page 571. What is meant is that every historical detail, every image in its respective specific constellation, relates to its time in a way that is specific to it, which in turn means, to its historicity itself. In order to measure the specificity of this approach of Benjamin's, imagine that a successor of Heidegger would rewrite his main work Being and Time under the title Being and Time. Nothing at all would remain of its original content. Heidegger, too, turned to the individual as something like a as it always is, the event, the present happening, whenever and wherever it may have taken place. But for him and his postmodern adepts, the idea that events in the past had their own presentness, separate from ours, is absurd. It would be, too, if one would stop at it. But by turning to past presences, we make their then presentness our current one. We can also let this be, nothing and nobody can force us to this practice. But it should be clear to us that if we omit it, we then inevitably run over to Heidegger's existential ontology. Thus, in contrast to existential ontology, for Benjamin the actual presentness is not to be grasped absolutely and through all events, all being, but always relatively related to an actual historical event, even if it can only be grasped in images. Especially the novel offers by its form the possibility to transfer past presentness. Franz Kafka's and Hermann Broch's protagonists, for example, often move precisely on the threshold of awakening in Benjamin's sense. But this novel form, like the aesthetic forms, cannot be transferred without circumstance to the contemplation of history without missing the determination peculiar to the concept of history that characterizes it. And by relating the individuals who have performed their actions in history to their presentness at that time, Benjamin is convinced that then, and only then, the possibility arises of discovering in history a general that encompasses all past and all future and is not merely nominal, for which, as in God, discovered only afterwards, all past and future is pure present. It is a matter of discovering in the analysis of the small individual moment the crystal of the total event. Universals like mankind or genus are just also purely nominal units. This at least as long as it cannot be stated what in the real establishes the unity of the particular, the individual human being, and the general, mankind, between genus. The concept of nation is basically meant to do exactly this, although a merely nominal determination. It is only in it that the individual is really integrated into society as a citizen. By reflecting on past presences from today's point of view, we may succeed in locating the moments in history, in the images capturing it as a detail in the Benjaminian sense, that make possible a redemption from our ancestors' guilt of having done everything imaginable wrong as those who entered official historiography only as victors. According to Benjamin, it is precisely the reflection, which for Heidegger is the cause of all evil on the specific historical preconditions of the perception of presences, in short, on the historically specific time, that should open up the space to enter into a history that redeems what in the previous historical practice was intended, the unification of the individuals into a reasonable general, but failed. At any rate, it belongs to the reason of this general to deal with the knowledge of one's own mortality differently than to shift it abstractly logically into a superindividual general. Which, of course, affects the concept of reason itself in the same way. But this knowledge can be located as historically general only by recourse to a categorical imperative, which, however, unlike in Benjamin's case, can neither be developed intellectually nor theologically, but can only be taken from previous human practice, of course not without the use of reason, as little as without criticism of religion. So, as necessary, and comforting, as it may be in certain historical situations to shift one's life into a general, and thus also to let one's fear of mortality be absorbed into it, if possible, this must be done consciously, in the waking state in Benjamin's sense, of its practical necessity, which means, it must be able to be grasped as individual participation in the superindividual struggle against death and not as the realization of a transcendental idea, or a superindividual ideal. What distinguishes him from Hegel, from Heidegger anyway, in which he, intuitively, criticizes him, is thus that Benjamin refuses to conceive of the individual, the particular, as the expression of a general that is always already given, that determines itself out of itself, but this without at the same time completely denying the existence of a real and total general from the outset. Here an interesting parallel arises to the famous ladder of Wittgenstein. The latter wants to climb up the certainties, which are expressed in the language games in detail, rung by rung, in order to be able to overturn them, having reached the end. Thus conceived, one could say, in this form of a unity of being and becoming, everything speaks for not being able to assume that this total general appears openly. It is much more probable, seen from Benjamin's basic thought, that it has been excluded in the history so far. There is an infinite amount of circumstantial evidence for this. Until the Enlightenment, for instance, one could articulate oneself as an atheist, or even survive, in the Middle Ages of Europe probably only in the rarest cases, and the fewest areas, unless one mimed the believer. That applies also to other times and areas analogously in some places, all but few, until today. With it is not said, of course, that the atheism would be the total all. But this must contain it, otherwise it is not total. What up to now openly claimed to be such a general would therefore be committed to myth, would be ideology. This is also why Benjamin is concerned with anything but tracing traditions, possibly suppressed in the present, rather, he strictly distinguishes them from history. Which has not prevented his followers from hardly going beyond tracing lines of tradition, in which the postmodernists only excel again, instead of joining him, and Proust, in a serious search for lost time. Benjamin left no doubt about which general he hoped to discover in particular. He was, after all, a Platonist at heart, not a materialist. As much as he characterized his conception of history as a materialistic one. This statement is by no means a negative judgment about his conception of history. For this would have to be attributed to the critique of the ideational substructure of society, which is to be distinguished from that of the material basis of capital, but not in the sense of a primacy of the one over the other, not in the sense, therefore, of superstructure and basis. He believed to be able to oppose Hegel's Geist, and Heidegger's being anyway, to Jewish Messianism as something completely different. But Benjamin has to fail in the execution of his intention to first discover specific generalizations in the historical constellations, which are supposed to conform to a totality. He cannot justify why he examines which picture for which time period for its total general content, which has remained concealed until now. The passage's work gives an impression of the exuberant abundance of details in their relations to each other, which Benjamin wanted to integrate into his main work and, at least, would have had to integrate in order to be able to redeem his program even rudimentarily. There he also states that he wants to rely only on literary sources, which, however, is basically not a limitation for him, because he is convinced that he can discover everything relevant in them, i.e. also what has remained unwritten. This reference to literature alone seems to justify the postmodernists in claiming it for themselves. But this would only be the case if there were also agreement on the goals of literary analysis, but Benjamin's are not compatible with those of discourse analysis. To put it polemically, every now and then soccer reporters rave that a player has written himself into the history books with his goal. Benjamin might find it difficult to object to this claim. Sure, he can criticize that these reporters are commodifying a mass consciousness, but not the claim itself. For he must, after all, abstain from any justification for the selection of his objects. In every arbitrary detailed justification is yet to be found. Therefore, he cannot prevent that his compilation of topics and events follows premises, which it should not follow at all. And so, in the end, he cannot escape the reproach that he finds in the examined details as their fundamental general only that which he had previously put into them. Just as in a historical film, no matter how coherent the events and props may be, the dramaturgy that lends tension to the present is put in, otherwise the film would be unsuccessful at the box office from the outset. On this logical level, then, there is an epistemological dilemma that Heidegger does not even have with his time reference to the totality of being. With the latter, it is time that helps the existing to an identity, and therefore allows to differentiate the one existing from other existing and thus to limit arbitrariness. The expression of the ontological difference, which is omnipresent among postmodernists, refers to this. This makes Hegel's conceptual logic obsolete, and this is indeed the case from a purely epistemological point of view, because it provides us with an individuation principle that is no longer dependent on the separation of one from the other on the basis of negations, which then still need mediations. Enster, in his monumental work Money as Measure, Means and Method. Das Rechnen mit der Identität der Zeit, Money as Measure, Means and Method. Calculating with the identity of time, Enster tried to subordinate this individuation principle to Marx in his concept of measure and thus interprets him as a precursor of Heidegger. The fact that this limitation is left to the discretion of the author and his intellectual capacity, and that this author does not bear any responsibility for what he writes anyway, he is, after all, nothing but an organ of Dasein that puts the being into being, may be perceived as perfidious, and it is, but it does not contradict this individuation principle, thus it is consistent. With Benjamin, however, time, and the creator God even more so, fails as an individuation principle. He would therefore have to specify another one that is able to establish the relation of the concepts he uses to historical reality. Insofar as he simply ascribes his conception of history to materialism, he might have assumed that he does not have to present a reality-adequate individuation principle separately. But this would be unproblematic only if the materialism, which he had in mind at that time, would have had an independent answer to this epistemological question, setting itself apart from idealism. However, if one excludes Lukács or Korsch, he did not even care about this problem, but he was panting after the positivistic ideal of science without consciousness and reflection, which he would have had to criticize fundamentally in order to be able to be materialistic at all. Critical theory and its immediate surroundings were, as far as the concept of materialism and the critique of science were concerned, much further ahead than traditional Marxism, but they were in the midst of an open discussion process and thus offered no fixed points to which Benjamin could have oriented himself. That Sohnrethel was the most advanced here can only be determined from today. As justified as this epistemological objection is, the way in which Benjamin, with or without an explicit materialist epistemological critique, relates the course of history to time is, in principle, without alternative. He does not impute to history an ontologizing, once and for all fixed order that is also valid in the future or that can be re-established. The past is demythologized and comes into its own by being shown how it has entered into the current present. The problem that the past generates a certainty that is simply projected into the future, the problem, that is, of the different logical interaction of necessity and chance, can be left aside by Benjamin, since he does not even claim, as Heidegger does, that it is solved with his concept of time. It is a sheer matter of course for him that from his reference to past presentness the conclusion must not be drawn that with it also every reference to a necessity in the sequence of individual events on each other would have settled. For from this, in turn, it would have to be concluded that no historical responsibility could be ascribed to the agents, and thus in history there can no longer be any question of guilt. Here, too, it is Benjamin's reference to theology that allows him to speak of a future in which the constraints of the past can be replaced by freedom, just as a future is conceivable to him that redeems from past guilt. The fact that this reference to theology is not consistently mediated with his concept of time and history, since it cannot provide the individuation principle, and in Benjamin's case, for good reasons, it is not even supposed to, is simply on another, precisely the epistemological philosophical page. It would be one of the most urgent tasks of the secondary literature to clarify to what extent Benjamin's conception of history is epistemologically tenable. However, it did not even begin this endeavor. In this respect, it is sufficient for Benjamin that his views on history do not contradict the factual situation. The existential ontological principle of individuation politically serves the purpose of not contradicting a factual situation, but not having to take note of it and judge it, because it is not present. Auschwitz is therefore not denied, one is not so stupid in these circles, but under the hand even philosophically and morally justified. But in many places, for example where it is about the distinction between original and copy, he succeeds, solely based on his concept of time and without any concession to existential ontology, to go beyond the epistemological guidelines also of scientific positivism, and thereby to uncover its central deficit. When, for example, he speaks of the fact that the here and now of the original constitutes the concept of its authenticity, this means nothing other than that the original has, at least, a real, i.e. not merely nominal, determination stemming from the past, in order to be able to be recognized in the present as such an original in the first place. Here Benjamin speaks of a substrate of uniqueness of a work of art, which, in the course of secularization, becomes more and more indeterminate in the imagination, until finally authenticity takes the place of cult value. With this reference to a substrate, he has indicated a real determination that passes through various historical events, here the uniqueness as the common in the replacement of the cults by the authentic. It would still have to be clarified, however, which degree of generality, that is, which reality status, this substrate has, and this is also a question not sufficiently answered by Benjamin, which still has to be addressed, where the dynamics actually comes from, which causes these changes in the substrate. In this and many other cases the requirement of epistemological consistency, and, because also temporally determined, far beyond that postulated by positivism, is fulfilled. In Benjamin's work there is an almost infinite abundance of discoveries and insights that are constitutive for any critique of society and at least indicate that his concept of time and history must be integrated into it in whatever form. In other words, Benjamin's work is full of ideas that would be consistently worth elaborating, even in an academic thesis, in the fullness of their references to such a critique. In these, however, one pretends that Benjamin has said it all, and believes oneself entitled to string together one detail after another without reference. In this way, one entrenches oneself behind his authority, because he, see the passage's work, does it that way, too, in order not to have to think for oneself. Particularly noteworthy are all the passages that contain references to how the critique of political economy can fulfill the postulate, long unfulfilled even in critical theory, of making state critique, critique of violence, morality, aesthetics and, especially urgently, psychoanalysis its subject and tracing their inner connections to the economic basis. Some arbitrarily selected examples from the Kunstwerk essay alone, thanks to the apparatus and organization of shooting a film, the field expands to be able to test the film actors as to whether they meet the demands of the directors. Ibid, page 448 ff. Today this is called casting. Corresponding to this was the extraordinary expansion of the procedure to test individuals for their suitability for certain professions. Ibid, page 488, unlike theatrical actors, actors in film are used, not to play a role, but like a prop to be used in the right place. Ibid, page 489. Here the correspondences in the political economic are just as evident as where Benjamin describes the sense of the like in the world as the result of the shattering of the aura in the vivid, aura understood here as the unpeeling of the object from its shell, which is noticeable in the increasing importance of statistics in the realm of theory. This is then followed by a statement central to the thrust of his entire work. See below. The orientation of reality to the masses and of the masses to it is a process of unlimited scope. Ibid, page 479. Furthermore, it is worth quoting at length a passage in which Benjamin describes the entrance of the new techniques of reproduction developed in art into modern politics. Their point of departure is the alienation that the mirror in which a person sees himself can, after all, be detached from him as an image and exhibited before an audience. The present crisis of bourgeois democracies includes a crisis of the conditions governing the exhibition of those who govern. The democracies exhibit the governor directly in his own person, namely before representatives. The parliament is his audience. With the innovations of the recording apparatus, which make it possible to make the speaker audible to an unlimited number of people during the speech and visible to an unlimited number of people shortly afterwards, the exhibition of the political man in front of this recording apparatus comes to the fore. Parliaments are becoming deserted at the same time as theatres. Radio and film change not only the function of the professional performer, but also the function of the one who, as the rulers do, presents himself before them. The direction of this change, irrespective of their different special tasks, is the same for the film actor and for the governor. It strives for the establishment of testable, even acceptable performances under certain social conditions. This results in a new selection, a selection before the apparatus, from which the star and the dictator emerge victorious. Ibid, page 491 f, note 20, a statement like that, it has always been one of the most important tasks of art to create a demand for whose full satisfaction the hour has not yet come. Ibid, p. 500, may seem banal, but it is anything but, since this reference of art to the economy is almost nowhere, especially among Benjamin exegetes, seriously spoken of anymore. On the other hand, they consistently regard art, at least according to its possibility, as an activity that is opposed to commodity form and can escape it. What Adorno's followers among Benjamin's interpreters widely regard as a representation of a loss of something like quality of life, namely that art, in the age of technical reproducibility even of works of art, has lost its aura and therefore can hardly be distinguished between art on the one hand and graphics, design, advertising, etc. on the other. Other circles of Benjamin's reception are justified in elevating the universalization of the commodity form into the aesthetic, set in motion by capital, to the template of their autonomous lifestyle and celebrating it with relish. But as the from time immemorial in the previous quotation alone shows, Benjamin at any rate, how it actually stands with Adorno is irrelevant here, has little to do with either variant of the interpretation of the historical disappearance of the aura, and if one looks more closely, then in principle he is concerned with something quite different and much more significant than merely lamenting a loss or welcoming a decay. For it is a matter, above all, of finding the reason that can be made responsible for historical changes, that is, of finding out the reason that gives their becoming, their dynamics, a direction, wherever. That with the replacement of the aura, the same applies to the replacement of antique cults, no bad intentions of any backers can have been at work, should be self-evident. For with the fact that he does not deliver a principle of individuation, he has only more than ever got himself into a further epistemological problem, one that Heidegger only has to face marginally at the most, just as little as with the principle of individuation. Heidegger has a problem with the representation of becoming, i.e. the dynamics of being, as a moment of being itself. The already mentioned turn of Heidegger, about which so much fuss is made, concerns in essence nothing more than the reference of time to becoming in being and time. Admitting to have been too vague here was one of Heidegger's easiest exercises. Just imagine that he had titled his main work Being and Becoming. It would not have lured anyone out from behind the stove, although, factually speaking, it would actually have been the more appropriate title from the beginning. And if the public interprets this Kerry as if he had mutated into a post-Nazi Democrat with it, his appendages know better. Although anything but a structuralist, Benjamin, on the other hand, has the same problem that all structuralism has by nature. While the latter can state what distinguishes one structure from another, it thus knows an individuation principle, it fails to conceptualize the changes within structures. He can only state their dynamics, but not integrate them into his concept of structure. Thus, he is unhistorical in principle, in a slightly different respect than existential ontology, because it is unhistorical only in result. As prototypical for the failure of the attempt to let structure and historical dynamics fall into one, Moishe Post 1 can be cited. Zeit, Arbeit und gesellschaftliche Herrschaft. A new interpretation of Marx's critical theory. He spends at least one-third of his work, i.e., about 200 pages, on discovering a dynamic in history that can prove his thesis that the structure of capital is directed by itself toward a goal that makes the pessimism of critical theory obsolete. What to make of this Marx interpretation is left to its readers. It should only be noted that Post 1 has at least one thing in common with Benjamin, if nothing else. There is no question of individual subjects, on whose decisions all historical dynamics depend, in either of them. In the former, these disappear in the structure, in the latter in theology and in history. Who, like Benjamin, argues from the ground up not structuralistically but historically, is, epistemologically seen, by no means exempt from having to indicate a common in the outcome and result of historical developments, from whose drive stated changes could have taken place in the first place. Benjamin is thus forced to prove the historical dynamics as immanent to the constellations in which history presents itself to him. He cannot do without a structurally conditioned logic, but since his basic idea is based on finding in historical events not a total generality, but a specificity, this must of course apply also and even more to that generality which underlies the epochal changes of comprehensive constellations. In other words, in the natural sciences it is the laws of nature which ensure that also and especially for the movement in nature the conclusion from the particular to a general is reversible at any time, provided, of course, one has applied them concretely. Only for this reason movements can be ascribed definite directions. But history does not follow any natural laws, and therefore the past cannot be continued into the future. However, if one wants to say something valid about history at all, one cannot do without the conclusion from the particular to the general, and vice versa. The question is whether, if this reverse conclusion should also be possible with respect to history, and Benjamin shows, as will become clear in a moment, that it is indeed possible at least for partial areas such as the relationship between art and political economy in their common reference to technology. Conclusions can also be drawn from this with respect to the movement of history in the direction of a progress or regress in the whole, and this is, without a doubt, the central theme of his entire work. With his concept of aura, Benjamin presents something like a litmus test for the validity of his concept of history. Where he is concerned in the Kunstwerk essay with its replacement by the authentic, he has undoubtedly discovered, and this apart from any reference to theology as well, such a dynamic general. In order to present this, he first states that both, the aura and its replacement, have in common, structurally, their reference to the mass consciousness, to the audience. However often, for whatever reason, decisive changes may have taken place in this relation of art to its viewers in history. The last major change in this relation took place in the 19th century and coincided here with a change in art itself, coincided with a change in the technique of producing works of art. This merging of fundamentally different things, technique on the one hand and consciousness on the other, constitutes the historical peculiarity of the disappearance of the aura, and this realization eludes any structuralist, an existential ontologist even more so, of course. Benjamin summarizes the result of this development thus, by taking close-ups from its inventory, by emphasizing hidden details on the props we are familiar with, by exploring banal milieux under the ingenious guidance of the lens. Film on the one hand increases our insight into the inevitabilities by which our existence is governed, while on the other hand it comes to assure us of an immense and undreamt of scope. Ibid, page 499. The central importance of technology for the reproduction of capital as a whole, as its time-specific, determining it in its identity, dynamic principle of the given society, was not even his subject. This is precisely why his insight is of such outstanding importance for the critique of political economy. With him, nothing is derived from given theorems, the connections he discovers owe themselves solely to getting involved in the thing itself, and can thus confirm the same insights that others have gained in other fields. Nevertheless, he has found their inner connection to art, hidden in the commodity form, which is anything but a matter of course. This is one result of his approach to history that is worth emphasizing. The other is, as little as there is regret over a loss, there is no mention of a decline. Nor, of course, of progress. These questions are secondary in view of the changes in consciousness in the course of the further development of techniques, which has also changed sensory perception. The question must remain open here, from when this result of his exploration of history has arisen in Benjamin personally, that would be an independent topic. It is true that Benjamin leaves open the possibility of using what is currently given in history in the sense of emancipation. However, and this is often overlooked, it is important to do this from the point of view of the critique of commodity fluidity, i.e. not to focus on the possibilities implicit in the technical dynamics. Ibid, page 492. Following this passage, Benjamin emphasizes the analogy of the technology of film with sport and expert knowledge. Accordingly, he insists on a standpoint of critique immanent to capital, and this he shares with all serious social critics of his time who had recognized that, as little as subjective sensitivities, the class struggle, however necessary, can supply this standpoint. This epistemological dimension of Benjamin's work, and thus his basic idea of examining history in its details, related to its respective specific historical time, without imposing structures on it in advance, but nevertheless insisting on the integration of these examinations into the critique of political economy, its exegetes often take note of, but do not take seriously. To emphasize it again, as otherwise, Benjamin's analogies between modern mass consciousness and modern technology, even where they are formulated in texts authorized by him, are references to historical connections of the most diverse subject areas that do not appear open-ended and would first have to be precisely elaborated. Thus, it is about a work still to be done, which an individual cannot do anyway. Instead of going about this work, and, in this example, of pushing further the common ground of mass consciousness and technology discovered by Benjamin and validating its scope, one cut off, after 68, Benjamin's reference to the critique of capital. This also happened to Adorno, but was more difficult to accomplish with him, and turned him into an art, media, and technology theorist, whose references to capital then appear as far-fetched and insubstantial as the verbal radical phrases that they uttered, depending on the more or less appropriate occasion. On the other hand, they indulge in proclaiming every marginal change in the appearance of capitalist society as its revolutionization, leaving it open whether this would result in better or worse things, for in these circles one does not want to commit oneself to a judgment, no matter how well-founded. Benjamin himself cannot be held responsible for this reversal of the fundamental motif of his works, especially since he speaks often enough of the constant return of the same. However, he does not sufficiently determine what the same is that has been recurring there, one might say, for about 500 years. Pronounced in Charles Baudelaire, a poet in the age of high capitalism, EGP, 683 f. This is followed by the famous passage according to which progress is to be founded in the idea of catastrophe, and the catastrophe is to be seen in the fact that it goes on like this. These are statements, as is already clear from the understanding of catastrophe as an idea, that must be left in the allegorical space in which they are formulated. Which becomes especially clear where Benjamin associates this recurrence in the passage and work with boredom. Benjamin reception after 68 generally also suffers from the fact that it cheats Benjamin of his unmistakable affinity for the lyrical by reading him in a consistently factual scientific way. Whoever shifts him to this level, however, would also have to critically evaluate his statements in it, which, however, is omitted for transparent reasons, because this could damage Benjamin's authority. In this way, a father figure is made out of him, which these, according to their self-image, anti-authoritarian people need in order not to have to detach themselves from their actual father authorities. Read not allegorically, but factually. The hint may not be missing here that Benjamin misunderstands Nietzsche from the bottom up, as do the vast majority of the latter's followers. For the latter understands under the eternal return of the same as under almost everything that he formulates in his aphorisms just nothing allegorical, or metaphysical, in this case even something strictly physical cosmological. Just because it is valid for him as absolute truth, which is so certain, as otherwise not even the laws of nature can be certain, he regards this eternal return as his probably most important, and most sorrowful, realization. One can also say, at least with a touch of systems theory, that Benjamin had the misfortune not to find any interrelated categories of the critique of political economy that could provide a viable rationale for reducing the complexity of the subject matter to be historically examined. This, of course, does not mean that a historical investigation à la Benjamin can only be understood as something like a supplementary work for the verification of these categories. On the contrary, only through such a confirmation, detached from these categories in the historical, can they gain their validity. Sohn-Riethel, who can be considered Benjamin's antipode in critical theory, has provided fundamental templates for the categorization as well as its historical location. However, one can follow him almost unreservedly only in the field of conceptual logic, where he becomes historical. Much, if one excludes his analyses of fascism, lies in the wrong place. Both knew each other personally, but unfortunately did not discuss their different approaches to the critique of capital, at least not in public. This, too, would have to be caught up with in the present. Therefore, he had no basis on which he could have presented how the events in history could have set in motion the logic that made the emergence and reproduction of capital possible. In such an account it would have to be shown that, completely contrary to the consistency in which the succession of events in the past appears, precisely the genesis of capital is not owed to any evolution, and any revolutions anyway. They served only the adaptation of social reality to the historically given material basis, i.e. to the economy, but is a result of history that is not willed by anyone and owed neither to a suprahistorical logic nor even to a good or evil creator God. In relation to this genesis of capital, historical observation in the sense of Benjamin can do nothing else, but also nothing less, than to show that the historical presence in the Occidental world between the 11th and 16th century created the conditions of possibility, which here, but also only here, then actually let capital come into being. Just in this it could be shown that the consistency in which the past presents itself to the consciousness is always also an illusion, based on literary fictional constructions neither logic itself nor history, each for itself, can vouch for certainty. Let's see from the fact that 2 plus 2 always results in 4 in all conceivable possible worlds. But this for itself alone says nothing at all about a reality external to the thinking. In this reality this formal logic is valid only after thinking has carpentered it in such a way, and this carpentering is a historical process, that it can be applied to it. Only by relating both to each other, when history is able to justify logic, as logic is able to justify history, one has at least the thread in one's hand, which can create the preconditions for the fact that, however flash-like, cognition can take place actual present. Hardly anyone was more aware of his epistemological deficits, which Benjamin, apart from Adorno and Sohn-Riethel, shared with all critical thinkers of his time, than himself. Never, ever, would the thought have occurred to him, which is central not only to postmodernism but to post-Nazism as a whole, of simply turning arbitrariness, because one is unable to reduce it, into a positive. Today, however, all the world follows this capitulation of thinking before reality by renouncing from the outset the truth reference of historical investigations, if it goes beyond the correctness citation of sources. Just in a few places, in which Benjamin gives information about his method, he notes that the shift of the angle of vision does not mean at the same time a shift of the standards. Elsewhere, he highlights authenticity as such a yardstick. In any case, the emphasis on the relevance of gaining standards for criticism, which runs through his entire work, shows that he represents a claim to truth that his fan base, where it does not reject it out of hand, at least represses. This is also and precisely Benjamin's fate in the reception of his work. One suppresses its claim to validity and truth and therefore believes oneself entitled to use it as a quarry in order to arrange the hewn-out stones as it suits one at the moment. The arrangement changes, of course, according to the fashions currently in vogue. You can justify this, too, by referring to the fact that fashions were one of Benjamin's central objects of investigation. A strong indication that this reception is indeed such is that the recipients, however differently they proceed, do not even feel the need to criticize each other. For who wants to, and why should one criticize fashions at all? The appeal to Benjamin as an authority then only satisfies the need to see oneself as critical. The arrangement, in its arbitrariness, ensures that this remains without negative consequences for one's own fitting. This can also be called career, into the given present. De Benjamin's reception has become part of what her reference person in the result of the Kunstwerk essay calls a mass that forms a matrix from which all habitual behavior toward works of art is currently born anew. Quantity has turned into quality. The much larger masses of sharers, today, compared to artworks before their technical reproducibility, have produced a changed kind of sharing. Ibid, page 503. He then characterizes the result of the change in this share as the aestheticization of politics, under which he summarizes what he had previously stated about the change in the relationship of the masses to art that occurred along with the new techniques. All the determinations surrounding the aestheticization of politics culminate in one point. This one point is war. Ibid, page 506. Communism answered this aestheticization with the politicization of art. Ibid, page 508. Benjamin quotes Aldous Huxley at length to characterize this mass consciousness. This quote not only brilliantly expresses Benjamin's notion of modern masses, but can also be read as an accurate anticipation of the developments of this consciousness up to the present day. It is, unfortunately, too long to be reproduced here. There is no question, anyone who has devoted himself to the critique of politics, and anyone who has not, has understood nothing of the critique of political economy, will quite rightly get the most violent stomachache here. But, and to consider this is anything but a capitulation, Benjamin formulates this sentence in a historical time that is not directly comparable to the one in which we currently live. From which it follows, every critic must, and can, ask himself whether he has sufficiently set himself apart from the ever-progressing aestheticization of politics, which is anything but interrupted even by Auschwitz. In other words, whether he is making use of the freedom we are currently given to criticize politics, so that such confusions of communism with politics, as in Benjamin's case, will be settled for all time, however bad things may be at present, especially since another concept of time and history than the existential ontological one, i.e. the one of a present without history, cannot be discovered far and wide. Of course, the physical, objective time is not addressed. One cannot do without this in daily life. However, the example of the so-called culture of memory can be used to show what it means when both concepts of time are drawn together without reflecting on historical time in Benjamin's sense. By seeking out its objects in a past objective time, it gets rid of the imposition of having to understand this past as constitutive of the present. In any case, it must not be overlooked, Benjamin conceived his work before Auschwitz. Since then, at the latest, any search for a reasonable general in history, even in the theological form in which Benjamin argues, is obsolete. Thus, there can no longer be a theory of revolution, but only a categorical imperative. Once again, therefore, we should refer to the first sentence of Adorno's negative dialectic. Also and especially art, as little as the use value, or even history, can escape from capital as the real existing general. And also repeated is the reference to the necessity of a separation between the ideal substructure and the material basis. After Auschwitz, since everything has been clearly revealed, to still want to discover in the particular a total general, however suppressed, in order to still win a historically guaranteed standpoint of critique, in Benjamin's words, to lead the past to bring the present into a critical situation, has done itself in from the bottom up. Even those who think that one should not throw everything on the garbage heap of history should speak as little of its restoration, its apocatastasis, as of a currently necessary catharsis. The relationship between past and future can no longer be approached emphatically in any way. Nowadays, such a search only serves the attempt to suppress the current responsibility for the events of the past. All Benjamin exegesis, moreover, faces a dilemma that Benjamin did not resolve and that no one else can resolve in principle. Whoever gets involved in the individual, the detail, can first of all, and this, if one does not want to insist on the imperative of having to discover evil in everything, simply cannot be avoided, also discover progress everywhere. One can also say, without these advances in detail, the whole thing would have ceased to exist long ago. The television is getting cheaper. I get a better job. World poverty is decreasing statistically. Every denial of such facts makes oneself just as blind for reality as the renunciation of a reflection of the totality contradicting these facts is from the outset, whereby in addition it would have to be considered that probably nobody is immune from it, to talk reality beautiful to oneself again and again. This whitewashing is always present where someone wants to see the famous two sides in everything and everyone. The basic epistemological dilemma here is that on the material level of political economy it is impossible, in the ideational substructure, however, everything that is conceivable also appears as possible, to let part and whole merge into each other, and this is exactly impossible as long as it exists. By relating all historical details to theologically inspired, total general, Benjamin was almost concerned to unmask already in them this belief in progress as myth. As little as can be argued against it, in terms of today's mass consciousness, this project is built on sand. Every individual in this mass interprets every success in the personal sphere as a contribution to the progress of the whole. This mass consciousness is not to be shaken by anything in it, and the individuals gathered in it are in their certainty to know exactly how all problems of this world can be eliminated, if only each one conforms exactly to the order, which it, in each individual head quite differently, but here in its emptiness of content absolutely equivalent to the mass consciousness, has in mind as a fixed idea. On the contrary, this consciousness, which mistakes its emptiness for certainty, solidifies into resentment in exactly the same measure, the less it is able to project its delusion into reality. So, as right as Benjamin is, one cannot share his hope that there is any way to anchor reason in the masses. In the mass consciousness as well as in the further development of technologies, below all events, the aestheticization of politics is carried out and progressively completed down to the smallest detail, thus preparing the future destruction. In contrast to this, nowhere, except, and even then not universally, in Israel, exists a concept of the threat that emanates from the, as is shown in Heidegger, in itself anti-Semitic total Allgemeine, which has given itself the adequate expression in the name capital. No detailed critique, however commanding, escapes this aestheticization nowadays, but, as the Benjamin, and also Adorno, exegesis so far proves, sooner or later succumbs to it. Schmitt, committed to the tradition of critical theory, was at that time one of the few who had recognized that structuralism as well as positivism are subject to criticism not only because of their insufficient reflection on their own philosophical presuppositions, but above all because they argue in principle without history. Schmitt is concerned with the relation of logic to history as such. One can also say, about that between form and content. No question, especially a traditional Marxist will never ever deny that Marx from the beginning of Capital, more or less, also, argues historically. After all, it was no less than Engels who put the claim into the world that the structure of Capital follows the actual historical course, which is, of course, grossly misleading. Reflexively, structuralists claim, when one comes to them with history, that one assumes history to have a unified subject. That this reflex is based on resentment, i.e. on projection and defense at the same time, already follows from the fact that, if one excludes the traditional left, one will hardly find anyone among historians who is still committed to Hegel's philosophy of history. And of course also and especially Marxists committed to structuralism examine the changes taking place in reality. Furthermore, hardly any of these Marxists would seriously claim that these events were not those initiated by subjects, albeit reduced to their carriers, as Schmitt elaborates. But they all equally fail to make any statement about what processes in the individual subject generated precisely this, rather than some other event. This is where critical theory comes in. There is no event without bodily individual subjects, due to the processes in them, having helped it to appear in the first place. If we now assume that even this is not denied by these Marxists, one thing still remains: this generation of past events is attributed by them to practice. And now we are in the core of the whole problem. Those who reduce practice and history conceptually to one and the same thing have not understood what historicity means. Practice always refers to uncertain, open future, to future, not yet made experiences, history to past, actually experienced events, it is sediment experience. Schmitt speaks of bringing to life the past historical process. Although it underlies every practice, it is to be strictly distinguished from it conceptually. For there is always a present in between. Whoever claims, and this is precisely the basis of all practice fetishists, that he can put both, past and future, indistinguishably into one, is lying. Not only that. There are no forms of thought detached from historicity. Every logic, also the purely formal mathematical one, the one of the laws of nature even more, must have burned itself into the heads of bodily individuals first, in order to be put into validity, and this is a historical process, a process, into which the respectively given relations of ownership always enter. Abstraction, and this is precisely what the concept of abstract labor is about, is a mental activity that is anything but free of historical determinations. Whoever innocently claims that the theories, structures, systems he develops are only abstract models that merely reduce complexity so that a practice can be developed that is capable of solving real problems has, contrary to what he believes, not given himself into a realm that is external to capital, but is in the midst of it. Otherwise, the concept of capital was also not about the designation of totality. In other words, an almost infinite abundance of abstraction procedures is available to thought. Which of these is recognized as valid is historically determined, not logically. See also Schmidt's remarks on the relation of abstraction and social reality. There is a fairly simple procedure for convicting structuralists in particular. However long they may be in tracing real changes, they fail to grasp the dynamics that can bring about those changes in the first place. As little as they can start from the world spirit or any other sovereign, they can start from the bodily subjects, because they are abstracted from them, strictly objectivistically. The less they talk about the subjects, the more the causation of this dynamic must evaporate into the nebulous, abstract, without being able to disappear completely there. Structuralism is thus fundamentally antinomian. The more it detaches itself from history, the more it constructs a unified, albeit initially unnamed, central subject to which a power is attributed that no philosopher of history can impute to reality on a larger scale. And if it is named, it is practice and the class struggle, to which all theory, all thinking has to subordinate itself. Cognition and critique are degraded to the handmaiden of practice. What is not missing in Marx's first two sections of Capital, but nevertheless, in the concept of abstract labor, like the state, remains so much in the implied in the condensation that it is still difficult to discover, is this historical reference of the entire construction of Capital. This one inner historicity is one thing, the other is that Capital undoubtedly also has a prehistory. Although this is recognizable for us only from it and through it, because it is our totality in which we are involved, for the critique of, for example, formal logic, natural science and technology as allegedly ahistorical forms of thought, it is nevertheless indispensable to place oneself in this prehistory in order to be able to grasp what capital is in essence not only logically, but at the same time historically, an accident in history, not a result of any evolutionary process, however understood. Without this accident the modern sciences would not exist. This transfer into the prehistory of capital has nothing at all to do with practice, but it has something to do with the comprehension of the present and its critique. And this is a prerequisite of every reasonable practice. If reason is not implemented in the future, as something that has yet to be implemented from the ground up, however improbable that may be, then it has never existed, and be it negatively, outside of the imaginary world of individuals somewhere historically in some general. Benjamin might also agree with this finding. In any case, one must finally get rid of the idea, which is not openly propagated by Benjamin, but from which he also does not distance himself clearly enough and consistently, that there were victims in history, who would have prepared the way for, or even only, one of, reason or even could have prepared it. Every single human being, whenever he has lived, who has suffered or died because some community has deprived him of his real survival in this world, sometimes, for instance, in the case of a heroic death as a soldier, with the consolation of a survival in history, has died in complete senselessness, or more precisely, has been killed by this community. 4. Who has perished in the fight against barbarism, against death, that is, to call out that his death was senseless to the one who followed reason, which can only be grasped in a categorical imperative, sounds extremely cynical. But here is the whole dilemma, which is at the core, not only, of Benjamin's work, only in a rationally constituted general, death is without any sense. A society, on the other hand, in which suffering and dying must still be attributed a superindividual meaning, because it was necessary to avoid something worse, is thus fundamentally unreasonably constituted. If one now ascribes a meaning to the death of those who died as a consequence of the given social unreasonableness, and this is always already connoted when one speaks of a victim, without differentiating in this concept itself between an ideally general and historically particular content, one runs the risk of imputing to this society, or to history, an inherently reasonable general after all. Philosophically, it boils down to the fact that one must fundamentally draw a sharp distinction between a general, suprahistorical sense and concrete, time-bound reason. Every currently living person has to accept the responsibility for his death, at least until a future present succeeds in making such bodily deaths, and bodily suffering, impossible. Formulated in this way, the metaphor of original sin can be used, but it can only serve as an illustration. Taken theologically seriously, it also ends up in the same false general where all theology ends up, not to understand the individual as an individual in and for himself who first enters into a community, even if in most cases forced to do so, but that it is this general, this community, which makes him a human being in the first place. Of course, every thought is an expression of the time in which it is thought. But in it no single complete one goes up. Everything depends on which period of time, in which epoch, in which space, in which reference to which objects one puts under one's own thinking. In their unambiguousness of fixation, well-founded epochs, within which alone judgments about quality could gain a truth content from quantifications, our society does not know. According to need, one constructs time periods, years, decades, generations, human history, here so that the events related to them attract attention without appearing openly as constructed. One can also say it, theologically formulated, in this way, whoever is not able to present his particular interests as a contribution to the prevention of the end of the world has no chance to be heard. Put in this form, the logic of capital as the existing total general, which one does not have to search for long, could be understood as historically generated and historically constituted in itself. And this is indispensable, for no logic can establish its validity logically, that is, from itself, that is, from its structure. But the same is true in reverse, and almost all historians disregard this. Benjamin makes no exception here. History cannot justify itself either. Here Hegel is, in a certain sense, simply right. Without an explicit logic independent of it, it hangs, as with Benjamin, at best in the air, at worst, history is inflated into a popular subject to which a unity is ascribed in which the order determined by the logic of capital is stripped of all its actual determinations, but is nevertheless mythologized in absolute certainty as substantiated and eternally valid. Quote, like every generation before us, we have been given a weak messianic power to which the past has a claim. Cheaply this claim is not to be dismissed. Walter Benjamin. Vladimir. 2 thieves, crucified at the same time as our Savior. 1. Estragon. Our what? Vladimir. Our Savior. 2 thieves. One is supposed to have been saved and the other. He searches for the contrary of saved, damned. Estragon. Saved from what? Vladimir. Hell. Estragon. I'm going. He does not move. Samuel Beckett, Waiting for Godot. Inspired by the memories and thoughts of the theatre historian Valentin Temkin, his grandson, the philosopher Pierre Temkin, together with the linguist and semiotician François Rastier, have strongly pointed out that in Samuel Beckett's Waiting for Godot there are allusions to the Jewish origins of the 2 main characters, or at least of one of them. These allusions do not prove to be unambiguous, but they do prove to be significant. For example, Vladimir and Estragon talk about having gone to school in the 11th arrondissement in a neighborhood called La Roquette. This was once the neighborhood of Eastern European Jews in Paris. Vladimir remembers the maps of the Holy Land that hung there. I said to myself, that's where we'll spend our honeymoon. We will swim. We will be happy. It could mean the Talmud Torah school where the youth of the neighborhood, religious or not, followed Bible classes. When the play says, "You stink of garlic," Rastier sees this as a reference to an anti-Semitic stereotype. The great importance of shoes in the dialogue reminds him as much of vagabonds as the eternal Jew of the diaspora. As a setting for the action, Pierre Temkin thinks of a plateau in the southern Alps, as a time, the spring of 1943, when the persecuted still managed to escape from Paris in time to the free zone. Godot, who is associated with God in countless interpretations of the play, could mean a smuggler, whom Vladimir and Estragon rather expected like the Messiah. In any case, associating Godot with Messiah is a more promising track than the Godot, God the Father in Heaven track, which Beckett has clearly rejected. Rastier follows this up when he writes that the name Godot infuses the play with a dash of burlesque messianism. The trail is not followed, however, it serves only as an orientation marker for what Temkin and Rastier call a historical reading and want to counter the usual metaphysical, post-metaphysical, or absurdist reading that has so long determined the reception of Beckett's play. The burlesque messianism thus leads back to the historical reading of the play, because those who are still waiting can only be Jews. This historical reading is thus about identification. Waiting for Godot is a historical play, in the very ordinary sense. The question of how the messianism of the history of the Jews is related is itself displaced as metaphysical. The possibility of historical reading no longer expects the Messiah or salvation, but survival and the smuggler, Rastir says, as if one must exclude the other. In the critique of the hitherto prevailing reception, therefore, everything is lumped together. Beckett has been invoked in order to evade the debate on committed literature that Sartre had initiated. In Maurice Blanchot, Beckett becomes a saint of negative theology. Gunther Anders even relies on Beckett's play in order to hold the event Heidegger's proof of God in absentio alongside or against it. Rastir is not afraid to put the difference between Anders' antiquatedness of man and Heidegger's abolition of it into one. If the latter had written, with no reference to Beckett, that under National Socialism the same person could be an employee in an extermination camp and a good family father, and that we are all the successors of these beings who are schizophrenic in the truest sense of the word, Rastir relates this passage directly to the chapter on waiting for Godot in the Antiquity of Man, suggesting that Anders is saying that in the ritualized clowns Vladimir and Tarragon, man has ceased to exist because their various roles have become completely autonomous, as with the good family man and guard at Auschwitz. To the post-Heideggerian philosopher, our two fugitives become clammy executioners. Similarly, while he hits the sore spot of Anders' philosophy in so far as it suggests subsuming the annihilation of the Jews to the antiquity of man, he deliberately passes over the fact that this post-Heideggerian philosopher has resolutely contradicted Heidegger precisely in his interpretation of waiting for Godot, and that the two refugees do not at all resemble executioners in his work. Farce seems to have become the refuge of human love, the complicity of the sad to the last. Consolation, and does not even the consolation know why it consoles and to which Godot it consoles? It proves that warmth is more important than sense, and that it is not the metaphysician who may keep the last word, but only the humanitarian. Anders, The Antiquity of Man, page 210f. Because Gunther Anders contradicts German existential ontology with Beckett, he is also able to hint at the Hegel critique that the play contains. Rastir, perhaps inspired by Anders, also addresses this critique, but immediately rejects it as a possible interpretation of the play, although he himself cannot avoid pointing out the contrast between the two pairs in the play, Vladimir Estragon and Potsolucky, at least in aesthetic categories, following an allegorical vein here after all. He sees the dramaturgy of the play in the fact that a symbol of the comic, Vladimir Estragon, asserts itself against the tragic, Potsolucky. Although in the latter duo he wants the tragic and the grotesque to be made out in a consummate manner as in a didactic play as a negative example, anything can still happen, insofar as living, continuing to live in a threatened dignity obliges one to beware of both the tragic and the grotesque. In their resistance to the curved bureaucracy and other dangers, in their irredentism in the face of fatality, Vladimir and Estragon open up a space of freedom that is preserved by their parodistic play, a mirror of theatre art, condition and effect at the same time. Anders, on the other hand, was able to make it clear beyond such doctrinal content that it is a freedom to wait, in that the resistance to fatality is staged as a contradiction to progressive thinking, precisely as a parody of the Hegelian chapter on master and servant in the Phänomenologie des Geistes. Quote, this Hegelian figure of thought for the principle of progressing history now moves across the stage in the figures Pozzo and Lucky, on which previously nothing but being without time had acted, or had not acted. The performance in which dialectics is demonstrated is itself dialectical, and if it makes such an intriguing impression not only on us, but also on Estragon and Vladimir, who can never overcome a certain shyness during the encounter, it is sufficiently justified. Anders, The Antiquity of Man, page 229. Just as the shyness in the face of the violence Pozzo exerts on his servant is all too justified, this dialectic also proves to be a negative one. Beckett may have been familiar with the Herkenneck chapter from the Phenomenology, at least indirectly, through Alexandra Kojève, whose famous lectures among whose listeners had been Gunther Anders had introduced French intellectuals more intensely than ever to Hegel's philosophy and to this chapter in particular. It is rather unlikely that Beckett himself attended these lectures, but he could have learned about their contents from his friends and acquaintances, so from Georges Paul Orson and Raymond Queneau. Now, in Hegel himself, the essence of self-consciousness is not its being immersed in the spread of life, but the other way around, that there is by no means anything in this life which would not be a disappearing moment for that self-consciousness. Therefore, in phenomenology, consciousness is pure being for itself only when it does not shun death. Hegel, Phenomenology of Spirit, page 149. Thus, here, two opposite figures of consciousness confront each other. One is the independent one, to which Physicsane is, the other is the dependent one, to which life or being fire. Another is the essence, master and servant. Thus Hegel has found an essentially mythical formula, that domination in whatever form goes hand in hand with the threat of death. In Beckett's play, Pozzo is a lord of a castle who can buy and sell his servants in the market. He is on his way to that market right now to sell Lucky, whom he leads by a rope tied around his neck and drives with a whip to do his bidding. He points out that he has no shortage of such servants and the best thing to do, in fact, would be to just kill them, whereupon Lucky sobs in agony. By what Pozzo has become master, that he himself, for instance in the sense of Hegel, should once have overcome his own fear of death, remains in the dark. He has, this much is certain, long since become a keeper of goods, supplied with this living commodity called Lucky and some others, which he has Lucky bring him in order to consume them demonstratively in front of the eyes of the two hungry and homeless people. Folding chair, basket of meat, bread and wine, pipe. He is the owner of the castle, but the road that passes through his property is, thanks to the civil conditions, open to everyone, as Pozzo regretfully mentions. Blinded and lapsed, as he then appears in the second act, he finally offers money to Vladimir and Estragon to help him get on his feet. In this way, Pozzo's figure is particularly reminiscent of the interpretation Kojève gave to Hegel's dialectic of master and servant in order to apply it to the current situation of class struggle between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. Pozzo, despite his feudal bearing, belongs to a bourgeoisie as determined by Kojève. It is true that he does not work as a servant, for he does not work fairly other masters, but he works for himself only as a legal person, as a commodity owner, that is, he works in his turn quite like a servant for property as such, for property that has become money, for capital. Kojève understands this peculiar property as a power that has become a veritable lord, and he sees the bourgeoisie, in contrast, descending to the bourgeois worker. Capital, although property, becomes independent of the owner and also makes him subject to itself, just like the lord makes the servant subject to himself, admittedly with the difference that this servitude is accepted by the bourgeois worker consciously and freely, that is, without the threat of death. Thus Kojève holds that for Marx what needs explanation in the bourgeois world is not so much servitude of the manual labour by the rich bourgeois as servitude of both by capital. From this, however, the French interpreter of Hegel concludes that the master of the proletariat, who has become the servant of capital, must be replaced by a true sovereign, by a worldwide ruling communist unitary state, and this, in turn, can only happen if the servile element of labor is combined with the element of struggle for life and death, which characterizes the master. It was precisely on this that the French Revolution had still failed, although La Grande Terreur had already shown the way. Quote, "The bourgeois is neither servant nor master, but a servant of capital, his own servant. He must therefore free himself from himself." The working bourgeois who has become a revolutionary creates himself the situation in which he takes up the moment of death into his existence. And it is only thanks to the reign of terror that the idea of the final synthesis finally satisfies men is realized. Now the figure of Pozzo is made to expose such a delusional fantasy based on Hegel and Marx. No one can free himself from himself, namely from his body, except by committing suicide. This is what Beckett's Freiheit zum Opfer, Heidegger, counters when he has Vladimir and Estragon converse about whether and when they both want to hang themselves from the tree, when, in the second act, he shows Pozzo, blind and crawling on the ground, suddenly answering angrily to the question of when he became blind and his servant deaf. "Will you finally stop driving me crazy with your damn time? It outrageous. When? Someday, isn't that enough for you?" One day he became mute, one day I became blind, one day we become deaf, one day we were born, one day we die, on the same day, at the same moment. Isn't that enough for you? More thoughtful. You give birth astride the grave, the day shines for a moment and then night anew. Those addressed are far from disagreeing here. It is their own view, and so Vladimir soon takes up what has been said, varying and continuing, astride the grave and a heavy birth. From the depth of the pit the gravedigger dreamily lays the tongs. One has time enough to grow old. No one, however, can include the moment of death in his existence on this stage here, at least against the background of Kojève's lectures. The same point is revealed where Sartre contradicted Heidegger, thus death is never that which gives life its meaning. In the being for itself that Sartre substitutes for Heidegger's Dasein, there is no place for death, it can neither expect it nor realize it, nor design itself toward it. Death is as absurd as birth. However, what Vladimir adds here is crucial. Before taking up Pozzo's metaphor of childbearing astride the grave, he speaks of the blows estrogen receives daily, saying the air is full of our cries. In this they both differ from Pozzo. Birth and death are absurd, but to use them to displace violence does not even occur to them. They perceive this violence in Pozzo's behavior towards Lucky. They show compassion and indignation a little, invoking human rights, but solidarity seems impossible or no longer possible to them in this. Photo demands that Estrogen ask Lucky if he can have the chicken bone Pozzo left. Lucky agrees, but gives Estrogen a brutal kick when he tries to wipe away the tears he has shed over an insult by Pozzo, at which the latter in turn is truly royally amused. Lucky's character is virtually the travesty of what Marxism wanted to make of Hegel's dialectic. In Hegel, the work that the servant does is on the one hand b% inhibited desire, and on the other hand it forms an object, and through it, but also the servant appropriates knowledge through his work. The negative relation to the object, negative as inhibited desire, becomes the form of the same and an abiding thing, because precisely to the labor the object has autonomy, he may not consume it himself, but must give it to his master. This is, in a sense, the punishment for the unmastered fear of death. Instead of sacrificing life, the servant, like the truffle pig, must sacrifice the object at which his own desire is aimed to the desire of his master, a secondary sacrifice. In Beckett, this inhibition of desire, which, according to Hegel, quite actually produces independent consciousness, is the very bone that Pozzo leaves for his servant, whom he repeatedly addresses as pig or pig-hedgehog. But while in Hegel's work it is only through the inhibition of desire that the object acquires independence for the worker, on which the latter can train himself and regain his own independence even in relation to the master, thus in the alienated work consciousness becomes its own sense. In Beckett's work nothing happens at all. The inhibition of desire only makes the servant even more of a servant. Pozzo uses him only for the lowest activities. But in the end this even includes making him dance and think. He introduces him to Vladimir and Tarragon as a kind of entertainer, while at the same time claiming that without his servant, he himself would never have thought of or felt anything other than the lowly things he was professionally involved with. Beauty, grace, the very last truths were too high for me. Lucky's monologue, which then begins on cue as soon as his hat is put on, caricatures the culture industry, journalism, and the scientific establishment in one go, as his incessant stream of speech the only part of the play where Lucky speaks at all stitches together a wide variety of phrases from science, theology, medicine, sports, etc., and jumbles them together in such a way that no sense whatsoever emerges from his speech. It is as if Beckett had already thought of the software of a completely failed translation program in what he puts into Lucky's mouth. But Lucky's body also takes on a life of its own in this torrent of speech. He pulls at the rope around his neck, stumbles, and howls. Everyone falls over Lucky, who lashes out and howls his lines. As soon as his hat is taken off, he falls silent again and falls down. The exposition of the body is the sharpest criticism that can be leveled at Kojève. It was his very disappearance that gave Hegel's philosophy such great appeal in contemporary France. Lucky persists on the stage from which this dialectic takes its starting point. By preferring servitude to death, the servant, in Kojève's view, falls completely back to being nature, since biological life is considered more important to him than the human of the spirit. Thus, in this way, he declares himself identical with nature and subordinates himself to its laws by accepting the instinct of self-preservation. Kojève, on the other hand, wants to save the servant from his decay of nature with the help of a concept of labor, which he seems to have taken over from Hegel as well as from the Gotha program of the Social Democrats, a concept, which in turn makes nature disappear, a correlate to death itself, as it were. Namely, the servant makes himself master of nature through labor, frees himself through it from his own nature, from his own instinct which bound him to nature and made him a servant, kills, as it were, nature in labor, because he was not prepared to kill or die to the master in the struggle. Quote, in freeing the servant from nature, therefore, labor at the same time frees him from his servant nature, it frees him from the master. In the existing, natural, dead nature the servant is servant of the master. In the technical world transformed by his work, he rules, or at least will rule one day as absolute Lord. Quote. And, in Waiting for Godot, the exact opposite happens, and it happens, manifestly because the relations of violence are not changed by a world transformed by labor, technology and natural science. Sartre, too, speaks in being and nothingness of an illusory movement in the phenomenology of spirit. The movement of thinking does not take place, as Hegel pretends, from the individual, the servant or the master, but from a general, which is basically thought of as already presupposed for the individual and which, in the end, sees itself merely confirmed. The consciousness of master and servant does not pass over into the self-consciousness of spirit, as Hegel would like to suggest, but it is always already hypostasized as identity and, as empty form, carries out a mere illusory movement. Thus, it is not about a real struggle, which, as Hegel emphasizes, would be about the life and death of the individual, but about a logical, better, tautological operation, which needs struggle and domination merely as a point of passage, respectively as a means of a kind of scenic representation. The general self-consciousness, which tries to free itself through all these dialectical phases of domination, can be equated, according to its own confession, to a pure empty form, the I am I. The goal of this dialectical conflict, the general self-consciousness, has not become richer in the midst of its transformations, it has rather completely denuded itself, it is only the I know that others know me as themselves. Sartre, Being and Nothingness, page 433. Sartre does not conclude from this, however, that with the substitution of thinking by life, which Hegel carries out here illustratively or rather distributed over two roles, the threat of death is also legitimized. He is not interested in this at all, but concludes from his critique of the struggle for recognition to a new ontology, quote, no general knowledge whatsoever can be derived from the relation of the consciousnesses. We call this their ontological separation. Unlike in Beckett, the singularity of the individual is thus not given in Sartre directly by the bondage of consciousness to the respective individual body, but by a presupposed separation of the consciousnesses. But also for Sartre, this separation is about the body, through the contingency of one's own body as a fact of the relations to others, the unity with the other is de facto unrealizable. It is also de jure, because the assimilation of the for itself and the other in an equal transcendence would necessarily entail the disappearance of the alterity character of the other. Accordingly, love would not be a mere desire for physical possession, but the desire to seize the freedom of the other. Precisely this desire emerges from the fact that the lover wants to be everything in the world for the beloved, he strives, as it were, to become total object, he is object and consents to be it. Thus, in the lover each wants to be the object. Therefore, the desire itself does not go into the unveiling of the body of the other, but is essentially the discovery of one's own body, vertigo of the for itself before one's own body, consciousness that makes itself the body. The demand in love would thus be that the beloved establishes the being of the lover as a privileged object by maintaining himself as pure subjectivity towards him. This constellation in Sartre corresponds approximately to what Freud calls the stage of infatuation. But as soon as the beloved himself loves the lover, and this is what the lover absolutely wants, he for his part feels him as subject and sinks into his objectivity in view of this subjectivity. The problem remains unsolved, the lovers each remain in total subjectivity, nothing eliminates their contingency or saves them from their facticity, since they want the other as pure subjectivity on the one hand, but must make him an object for this purpose. In this respect, Pozzo and Lucky, apart from the fact that one is master and the other servant, are also lovers. This is what bursts out of the character mask of Pozzo, the slaveholder, completely abruptly. It is as if he himself suffers most from his dependence on his servant. Quote, groaning, clutching his head. I can't bear it any longer, the way he goes on, you've no idea. It's terrible, he must go. He waves his arms. I'm going mad. He collapses, his head in his hands. I can't bear it any longer. Silence. Estragon and Vladimir, observing this, are astonished, and now after having previously accused Pozzo of being an inhuman being in their perplexity now reproach Lucky. How dare you? It's abominable. Such a good master. Crucify him like that. After so many years. Really? In the desire to be an object, as Sartre envisages it, lies directly the masochistic component of love. Quote, I am already guilty because I am an object. Guilty towards myself, since I consent to my absolute alienation, guilty towards the other, since I provide him with the occasion to become guilty. In the necessary failure to become so much an object that this feeling of guilt also disappears, how can it disappear? The masochist in the lover wants to enjoy it. The masochist obviously touches the sadist. When he pays someone to whip him, he uses him merely as an instrument and thereby relates to him as transcendence. Pozzo, however, after his masochistic intermezzo, immediately finds his way back into his role, that of the sadistic master, Karma. Gentlemen, I don't know what came over me. Forgive me. Forget all I said. More and more his old self. I don't remember exactly what it was, but you may be sure there wasn't a word of truth in it. Drawing himself up, striking his chest. Do I look like a man that can be made to suffer? No, he no longer looks like that, but like someone who has broken off the reciprocal incarnation that was just the actual goal of desire, that is, like the sadist. According to Sartre and Freud, this is a certain situation that obviously occurs in every love relationship, insofar as a satisfaction of desire takes place in it, but the sadist makes of it, as it were, his element of life. He has seized his body again as a synthetic totality and center of action. He has again gone on the continuous flight from his own facticity. He experiences himself in the face of the other as pure transcendence. He detests for himself being agitated. He regards it as a humiliating state of affairs. The accent of sadism lies on the instrumental appropriation of the incarnate other. Sadism is at the same time a refusal to become flesh and an effort to seize the facticity of the other. But since it can neither realize nor wants to realize the incarnation of the other through its own incarnation, since for this very reason it has no other means than to treat the other as a utensil object, it seeks to use the other as a tool. Sadism is therefore in a crooked position, because it enjoys not only the flesh of the other, but, in direct connection with the flesh, its own not becoming flesh. Thus, even sadist and masochist, despite the outwardly complementary relationship, do not necessarily form a happy pair of lovers and a fully symbiotic relationship. They do not get out of the circulus virtuosus insofar as the masochist also only comes to enjoyment by regarding the sadist as an instrument and by having to relate to him as transcendence. He does this secretly, as it were, hiding it from himself. This is why Lucky is so mute. Only when Vladimir or Tarragon want to take away the instrument, to wipe his tears and thus step between him and Pozzo, does he immediately become aggressive and step on Tarragon. The Endgame, which Beckett wrote a few years after Waiting for Godot, could be read as a continuation or variation of Pozzo and Lucky's love story. But the opening scene already suggests that master and servant now confront each other not only as sadist and masochist, but also reveal themselves in it as the inventory of a single consciousness. It is not surprising that Adorno wrote an essay The Endgame and not War 10 auf Godots. Not only is it better suited to his starting point, a critique of Sartre's concept of engaged literature, but it is also better suited to depicting the total delusion context and finding emblems for the culture after Auschwitz. But Waiting for Godot also contains a critique of Sartre's philosophy, of its penchant for heroism. While Beckett, in working on this first piece, written at the same time as the reflections on the Jewish question, successively retracts that it is specifically the situation of Jews that is being portrayed here, Sartre, however, in this very writing, explicitly emphasizes the situation of Jews in the face of anti-Semites. If in Sartre's philosophy the primacy of action is all the more exposed the less he himself had actively participated in the resistance, Such primacy is all the less expressed in Becket's dramaturgy the more determined he had been, according to all that is known, to resist the Germans. The importance of Sartre's philosophy from being and nothingness to the reflections on the Jewish question lies precisely in the fact that it arose from the conscience of having done and done too little, which was not only a personal problem of Sartre's, but belongs to the calamity of post-Nazi society. That is why Claude Lanzmann as well as Jean Amory started from this philosophy and not from Becket's human stumps, but could not stop with him either. For Same does not want to think of the possibility of the absolute powerlessness of the spirit in the face of physical conditioning. Authentic is the fighter, not the fugitive. Kurt Scholl has aptly described it in this respect. Quote, "The dramaturgy of the play is ingenious and can be considered a model for a one-act play." One-act play, although here, too, a two-act version was originally intended. It opens with a long silent scene in which Clove takes stock of the interior and the exterior world. He looks out the windows, uncovers the trash cans, and also reveals Ham in his wheelchair. This beginning has been variously understood as an opening of the play space and thus an awareness of the theatrical situation. Clove's first words strike all the harder, the prologue that negates itself, end, it is over. The importance of this minimal statement is emphasized by the speaker's posture and voice, with a fixed gaze and toneless voice. But even this apodictic statement cannot remain as it is. Clove varies it in the same breath into the future tense, it is coming to an end, and into the hypothesis, it may be coming to an end. The theme of the piece is announced, the end, and yet also immediately called into question, is there really an end? Ham's first action and speech continues this opening scene without Clove. He takes the cloth from his face that has covered him until now. The opening scene becomes even more clearly the scene of awakening and, together with the stage setting with the two windows high up and first covered by curtains, supports the interpretation of the action space as the inside of a skull. Quote, end, Kurt Scholl. In this interior outwardly laid out in such a way that the dramatist pen and do not want to be able to leave it, for outside there is nothing more. The dialectic of master and servant now reveals itself even more clearly as one of individual consciousness, as Sartre uncovered it in Hegel's chapter on phenomenology. It merely exposes in it what was set from the beginning. And yet Becket's endgame goes beyond such a critique, namely in that it can be interpreted as a play of psychic instances. It is about the conscious as well as the unconscious. As is well known, Freud, in describing the process of introjection of paternal authority in the course of the Oedipus complex, characterized the superego itself in its relation to the ego as sadistic, under the influence of which the ego in turn became masochistic, i.e., using a piece of the drive existing in it for inner destruction to form an erotic bond and the superego. Sigmund Freud, The Discomfort in Culture. The relationship to parents, as the first objects of the libidinous stirrings of the ID, is necessarily desexualized in the overcoming of the Oedipus complex. Through the distraction from direct sexual goals, their power, severity, tendency to supervise and punish may be increased. The superego, the conscience operative in it, can now become harsh, cruel, implacable against the ego it guards. It is in this sense that Ham acts toward Clove to be able to establish this constellation, and makes Beckett one of his jokes. Power is hardly based on external, socially determinable structures of domination such as the castle and the market, as it is in Pozzo and Lucky, but on the fact that only Ham knows how the food cupboard opens. It is just as much a joke that Ham's parents, who brought forth the superego, are themselves already in garbage cans. They have no legs at all anymore, while Ham cannot walk and therefore needs Clove as a servant, as his body, so to speak, which in turn is incomplete in that it, itself damaged, can no longer sit. Ham's first statement reveals that it is only a pretense about a real scene with real acting persons, who continue to live after a catastrophe in an isolated room somewhere in the world. So he yawns. It's my turn again. Pause, now I'm playing. The catastrophe that has taken place is only the condition of the possibility to present the psychic instances as persons. Nature, however, makes itself felt by the fact that these persons have to feed, the larder, whose access is at stake, the rusk, on which the human stumps are allowed to nibble. When Clove says that there is no more nature, Ham contradicts, you exaggerate. We breathe, we change. We lose our hair, our teeth, our freshness, our ideals. Waiting for Godot is still set in an open area, and even a tree is in the square where Tarragon and Vladimir wait and Pozzo and Lucky pass by. It at least offers the ever-present possibility of hanging oneself, which seems already lost to the characters of the endgame, and even promises in it a final pleasure in the form of the erection at hanging, which the two fabulously imagine. Pozzo and Lucky do not step out of the fiction as Ham does at the beginning of the play, "Now I'm playing," but here Vladimir and Estragon do in their dialogues. They say, as it were, "Now we're playing," when Vladimir admonishes Estragon, "Listen, Gogo, you have to pass me the ball from time to time." Or when Vladimir walks towards the set with the words "I'll be right back," and Estragon tells him, "At the end of the aisle on the left," and thus evidently heads for the stage toilet they stand. Unlike Pozzo and Lucky, always at the same time outside what they portray, are able to reflect on it, and also on how they portray it. This ability comes from the fact that they are neither masters nor servants, but only spectators of the master-servant parody. They perceive the performance of Pozzo and Lucky as a performance like in a vaudeville or a circus, charming evening, and in the second act, to pass the time, they themselves also parody this parody by imitating the absent Pozzo and Lucky. But if there is a relationship of dependence between them, it is reciprocal, as if by contract. They, too, are keepers of goods and participants in the market, but in a deeper sense, so to speak, than Pozzo, because they are portrayed as if they could hardly ever come by goods and money legally, which finds itself only more emphasized by the contrast on both sides with Mr. Pozzo, with his wealth of goods, and the servant Lucky, with the rope around his neck. The turnips, which they eat more or less with relish, they have probably taken from a field. For the understanding of their relationship, the marriage contract may be particularly close, but its originally decisive point, the mutual use of sexual characteristics, is excluded. Sadistic or masochistic feelings for each other, in contrast to Pozzo and Lucky, hardly occur at all. Accordingly, it is the same with the separation. The cancellation of the contract would not be a problem for them in this respect. Several times they consider whether it would not be better to part. The covenant they have made is nothing more than waiting for Godot. In this waiting itself, the weak messianic force that the play owes to Jewish traditions is revealed. To recognize this, however, requires a historical reading of a different kind than Temkin and Rastir, who toss the balls to each other a bit like Vladimir and Tarragon propose. Even for such an interpretation, however, the direct clues in the play to which these two interpreters have drawn attention, the hints that it could be two Jews, or a Jew and a resistance member, who are here on the run in occupied France, so important, as are the biographical details about the play's creation. At the promulgation of the anti-Jewish laws on October 3, 1940, Beckett declares that it is impossible to continue to stand there with folded arms. A few days after the arrest of his friend Paul Leon, who is tortured to death in August 1943, he joins the resistance. Betrayed by a vicar, Robert Alesh, he retreats to Roussillon with his partner. He is one among many fugitives. The inhabitants of Roussillon called them the Jews, because most of them were Jews. A little later, when the Wehrmacht starts its action at Attila and occupies the Free Zone, there are more and more raids. Beckett and his friend, the painter Henri Hayden, had to hide several times in the surrounding woods. It is there that the idea for a play entitled En Attendant is born, as Beckett's friend and publisher John Calder reported. Godot will come later. Hayden, who initially bears the name Levi in the drafts, becomes the model for Estragon, according to Calder. Vladimir, on the other hand, quite obviously inert to Beckett himself. Quote, end. Unlike Rastir, Pierre Temkin's interpretation obviously assumes that the play two Jews on the run. But this difference eventually becomes unimportant in the cases at a certain point of interpretation. If, on the basis of such references and details, Rastir calls for a historical reading that breaks with the hermeneutics of negative theology and rejects any allegorism by restoring the literal sense that has been obscured by the absurd, the theorized form of the refusal of understanding, he and Temkin must at the same time concede that Beckett himself, as his work on the play progressed, seems to have deliberately obscured references to the Jewish origins of Estragon, he even of both protagonists. Temkin explains this, on the one hand, with the correct argument that it is a gesture, the expression of a refusal to the conventions of the theatre, without thinking that this contradicts Temkin's own affirmation, just expressed, that Waiting for Godot is a historical play in the very ordinary sense. This piece is unusual precisely in its intention not to let the Jew appear as the one. For he is neither the smouldering danger, as some fantasize, nor the sacrificial figure erected by others. Since what was made explicit, a naturalistic historical play in the very ordinary sense, led into the vicious circle of shamefulness and cheap indignation, into cliché, into sham debate into convention, the only way out was discretion, as a sign of respect. The play indeed refuses identification, to the extent that here too it was indirectly hinted at by Adorno in aesthetic theory, which was to be dedicated to Beckett. Brecht could be considered a kind of precursor of Beckett, insofar as, for his anti-Aristotelian or epic theatre, he wanted the identification of both the actor with the role and the audience with both of them to be driven behind by the simplest alienation effects, the leap out of fiction when Vladimir and Estragon thematize the formal principle of dialogue or the stage illusion of the backdrop is, of course, the clearest indication of this. Through Brecht, the self-consciousness of the work of art as a piece of political practice grew to the work of art as a force against its ideological blindness. Brecht's practicalism became the aesthetic formant of his works and cannot be eliminated from their truth content, an immediate effect context. Theodore W. Adorno, Aesthetic Theory, page 360. Similarly, in aesthetic theory, Adorno goes beyond the questioning of the engagement essay in the case of Sartre and Picasso. Picasso and Sartre opted, without shying away from contradiction, for a politics that frowns upon what they stand for aesthetically and allows them themselves to be valid, in a makeshift way, just insofar as their names have propaganda value. Their attitude is impressive because they do not resolve the contradiction, which has its objective reason, subjectively, by unequivocally professing one thesis or the opposite one. Criticism of their stance is valid only as criticism of the policy for which they vote. The self-satisfied reference to the fact that they cut their own flesh is not convincing. Among the aporias of the age, the most insignificant is not that no thought is true any more that does not also violate the interests of the one who cherishes it, even if they are the objective ones. Ibid, page 375. Adorno's theory thus traced a more general meaning, more general than the one Brecht pretends to follow. Unlocking this meaning requires a focus on form. In his plays, the theses acquired a function quite different from that which they meant in terms of content. They became constitutive, shaped the drama into an anti-illusionary, contributed to the disintegration of the unity of the context of meaning. This is what makes its quality, not the engagement, but it clings to the engagement, it becomes its mimetic element. Brecht's engagement does to the work of art once again, as it were, where it historically gravitates from itself, disrupts it. Ibid, page 366. François Rastier, however, is merely concerned with another goal of identification. When asked why it is only today, half a century after the first performance, that we begin to understand the play, he basically answers, because we ourselves have become Jews. At first he tries to distance himself from the philosophy of Giorgio Agamben when he writes, the ethnic cleansing in the Balkans and the genocide in Rwanda have turned Nazi extermination into something like a paradigm of contemporary culture. And it is over this culture that the partisans of pathos and aestheticization, such as Steiner, Agamben, or Mittel, contend with the partisans of historical lucidity, such as Hilberg, Vidal-Naquet, or Thanasikos. Rastier, Waiting for Valentin Temkin, page 90. But it is he himself who finally turns the empirical historical reading into a badly allegorical one entirely in the sense of Agamben's construction of the Musulman. Vladimir and Estragon become allegories for the fact that people should all be considered Jews, as if no longer the eternal triviality of death but persecution itself were the basis of human existence in the present. For 60 years we have been witnessing the expansion of the grey zone. Primo levi, all people are potential victims. Quote, end. And therefore, apparently, as potential victims, all people are Jews, and therefore can identify with Vladimir and Estragon. In other words, there are no more anti-Semites, or if there are, then they too are Jews. This flying change from an empirical historical reading, which cannot do without naming the Jews, to a historical philosophical construction, in which the Jews are supposed to disappear, promotes a reversal of guilt, as Anders and Adorno could observe among their contemporaries. Their own interpretation of Beckett's plays is exactly opposite to this. Instead of understanding the situation of the Jews as an allegory of human existence in the present, they concentrate their reflection all the more on the creaturely. It is not for nothing that Anders speaks of warmth and not of being human in the context of waiting for Godot. Adorno writes in Versuch, Das Endspiel zu verstehen, attempt to understand the endgame, of Beckett's reduction to the vertified human being in the sense of the imperative after Auschwitz, in which one can feel bodily the moment of the added to the moral, bodily, because it is the abhorrence, turned practical, of the unbearable physical pain to which individuals are exposed, even after individuality, as a spiritual form of reflection, prepares to disappear. In this way, however, her interpretation of Beckett misses something of what Gunther Anders himself was able to make clear about Kafka. A considerable part of Kafka's work deals with the experience of the persecuted Jew, who, however, does not appear in any of these stories or in any novel. Through reduction and abstraction, in a kind of experimental arrangement, Kafka refrained from imagining antisemitism. What for? One sees it everywhere and in all shades anyway. In Waiting for Godot, however, the relationship to Judaism is shifted in a different way. The play by this author, who grew up in Irish Protestantism, is about the process of a rapprochement that takes place through the negation of Christianity. This is probably why Beckett ultimately refrained from giving Estragon a Jewish name. The dialogues that Estragon and Vladimir conduct pave their way through Christian theology to Jewish messianism. The one reminds the other almost involuntarily or unintentionally of such a hope, which is not even called by its name, but is only mentioned here as a proximity and at the same time negation of a redemption that has already occurred for Christianity. Finally, even Estragon says that he has compared himself to Jesus all his life. Vladimir does not let go of the story of the three shepherds in the New Testament. At the persistently asked question, why only in one gospel is reported about the redemption of the one shepherd by Jesus Christ, his thought starts that the sacrificial death could not have brought any redemption. Estragon can only confirm this doubt. Who would believe this one evangelist who reports the redemption of the one she charred, when Vladimir replies, all of them, all that is said from his side is, people are stupid. The difference between the two, as far as doubt is concerned, is not as great as Vladimir would like. Where there is something to doubt, you are there, he says to Tarragon. But it is he who can always remind Estragon that they are both waiting for Godot, after all, and Estragon not only agrees with that. He is grateful to him when he reminds him. They are both not entirely without hope. But this hope, like the circulation time of the capital, goes towards zero, so to speak. Merely prevents them from hanging themselves. Tonight we might sleep with him, in the warm, in the dry, with a full belly, on straw. Then it's worth waiting. Isn't it? But not all night. Only for the sake of the almost entirely hopeless, is hope given to us, is Beckett's affiliation to Messianism. It generates in the burlesque this little warmth, really only a little. In the endgame it is already used up, evaporated into the dim light that penetrates through the two window eyes into the skull of the hopeless.